Hey there, I'm Destiny from Desphixs and welcome back to another exciting series on the channel. Today, we're diving into building a full-stack, real-time chat application using React.js, TailwindCSS, and also Firebase. By the end of this series, you'll have an app where users can sign up, log in, log out, search for friends, start a new chat, and send messages in real time without any pesky page reload. Pretty cool, right? Let's break it down. First, we'll set up our React application and install TailwindCSS. Then we'll roll up our sleeves and craft the front end from scratch. Once that's in the bag, we'll switch gears and actually start integrating our chat features using Firebase to handle things like chat messages, user data, login sessions, and other vital informations. Now for the authentication part, Firebase will also help us build a rock-solid login, registration, and logout system. This means our users can seamlessly hop in and out of the app without any hiccups. And when it comes to real-time communication, we'll also harness the power of Firebase real-time database. Picture this: any change in the database where we will store the messages will instantly update across all connected devices so that your friend on the other side of the world sees your message pop up in real time. No need to refresh. But wait, there's actually more. We'll also integrate a chat feature where users can type and send message, which will appear in real time on your other friend's screen. No delays, no reloads. And also, to keep our code sharp and our skills even sharper, we'll use the Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool to test our projects. This tool will actually grade us based on clean code, functionality, efficiency, and even in creativity. Yup, you heard me right. Creativity too. And once everything is polished up, we'll deploy our chat app to the internet. Now, imagine sharing your link with your pals and watching them flood your application with messages. I mean, it will be a really fun experience. To get the most out of this series, we'll use some of the awesome tools that we currently have at Desphixs Pro. We'll use the tutorial with Step, which is a step-by-step written guide of this particular tutorial that will let you follow along at your own pace and easily reference different sections of this course in a written guide. Plus, we'll also use the Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool that will allow you to download the project materials, submit your code, and get graded based on your performance and how you did. Don't worry, I'll show you exactly how to use all these tools. And if you ever hit a roadblock, check out Desphixs Dev Mentorship Tool. This feature smartly connects you with experienced mentors that are ready to help you debug your code and also answer any burning question, and in turn ensuring that you're always moving forward in your coding journey and not detouring. Links to everything that I've mentioned will be in the description below. Finally, I highly recommend that you explore the Desphixs personalized learning path. This specially curated program takes you from point A to point B in your coding adventure without any detour. And it packs video courses, coding challenges, Q&A sessions, article hubs, step-by-step tutorials, even video nuggets, and daily learning streaks that will help keep you motivated and on track. Trust me, it's one of the best tools out there to help you become a better developer in no time. Well, that's pretty much it, folks. I'm super excited to start this tutorial with you. Hopefully you're as excited as I am. And if you enjoyed this intro, go ahead and drop a like on the video, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that you won't miss out when we release the next series. Also, check out Desphixs Pro, link will be in the description below. It's basically a tool that will help you become a better developer in no time. So without any further ado, let's get started. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to the demo video in the real-time chat application using React, Firebase, and TailwindCSS. In this one, we'll be looking at the end product of what we will be building in this project to test out all the features and everything that we have integrated from A to Z. That is what we'll be looking at. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. So make sure to drop a like on the video, consider subscribing to the channel, as that would really mean the world to me. So without any further ado, let's get started. So I'm quickly going to open up my browser, and at the time of recording this video, I currently have the chat application hosted on chatfreak.vassal.app. So you can go ahead and test this out, create an account, sign up, sign in, and test it out and see how everything is going to work. So everything over here was built from scratch. We started by creating a blank project without any HTML, CSS, React, Firebase, or anything, just a blank project. then we built everything from the ground up. We didn't copy, paste any templates or any code. I showed how to build a front end and also how to build a front end using React and Tailwind CSS, and also how to integrate Firebase for authentication, charts, CRUD manipulation, and a lot of things. So those are the things that we'll be working on in this tutorial. So let me quickly show you what's going to happen over here. So as you can see, we can switch between sign up and also sign in immediately without any page reload. So let's say you don't have an account yet. You can immediately come into the sign up page and fill up this form. The name of this extension that I'm using is called Fake Filler. We will be making good use of it in this tutorial, so please make sure to download it. So the next thing over here, after filling in your full name, your email, and your password, is to go ahead and hit register. Now when we hit register, there you go. It shows processing, and then it creates an account for us and immediately logs us in. As you can see, the name of the user that's logged in shows up over here, Jade McFarland. And as you can see, this is their username, and they have 0 messages, and they could go ahead and search for new users. They could log out of their account and perform a lot of operations. So let me quickly show you guys how it works. Firstly, they can sign out, and I want to show you the authentication before we get started with the main chat application features. So as you can see, we're able to log in. We're also able to sign out, and we can sign in again with any accounts that we want. So let's say that I just want to take one account from over here, which is one of the accounts that I have in my Firebase. As you can see, we're making use of Firebase. When the user creates an account, we save their informations in the back end. Let's just use that word, okay? We save their informations in the back end. And as you can see, currently I have all these users over here that have created an account on the platform. So let's go ahead and try signing into a user account. As you can see over here, I've got all these email addresses over here, and I still remember the password to this particular email address. So I'm going to take this one and log into the account. Okay. So I'm going to put in the email over there, and the password is testing321. Then I will quickly log into the account. There you go. As you can see, I logged into the account, and it fetched the user's name, full name and username, and also fetched the user's profile picture, and also the chat that the user has actually started with another user called Baxo Jackson. And this chat was started on the 11th February 2025. Over here, you can see when there is no selected chats, or when there are no selected chats, you can see it's showing welcome to ChatFreak over here, which means we don't get to see anything, kind of like the way WhatsApp actually works. So you select a chat like this, that is when it actually takes the welcome to ChatFreak, and then now you could go ahead and send your own text. So have you been able to download it? Not yet, buddy. Not yet, buddy. So sending this message now, as you can see, it gets sent over there. Very good. Good. As you can see, we just sent a new message and it went in real time. So guys, let me show you how everything is going to work here fully. I'm going to log out and log into my personal account, which is baxo@mailnator.com, and I'm going to say testing321. And as soon as we log in, you should be able to see Baxo, and we have a lot of chats over here. As you can see, the scrolling works very, very well. And I can select a user over here, and as you can see, their own chat also works very, very well. Everything here is working perfectly well. So as you can see, this is a user that Baxo is currently chatting, named Wood. And as you can see, they've been texting back to back, and we keep track of when they send the message, who sends the message. And as you can see, we are professionally partitioning the messages to the left and to the right, depending on the user that actually sends the message. I hope that makes sense. And over here, you can see that we have all those other users here. Very good. So now you could go ahead and search for a user and start a new chat with them. So let me say I want to search for a user called, I think there is a user with the ID. Okay, no users found. As you can see, when a user isn't found, we show an alert that says no users found. I quickly want to grab an email here or a username that I'm going to search so that I'll show you how it works. So I'm searching for this user with the username of Duhi, and as soon as I search, there you go. And then Schroeder. I don't know if that's the right pronunciation, but when you click on this now, you can go ahead and start a chat with Eden over here. That's very, very nice, right? So guys, I want to go ahead and actually log into this account here, which is Wood, and show you guys how messaging works in real time. So I want to actually show you how the real-time messaging works without page reload. So for that, I'm going to open up my incognito mode and hop over to ChatFreak. chatfreak.vassal.app, and over here I will be able to create a new account and actually show you how it's going to work in real time. So over here, as you can see, I opened up chatfreak.vassal.app and I quickly want to create a new account, fill this up, and this is the name of the user that's creating the account. So I will just log in after creating the account. Now let me search for a user called Bagzo, which is the currently logged in user on the other page. So as you can see, we have Bagzo here and we also have Bagzo showing up here. So let me show you what's going to happen as soon as we send hey there. Now take a close look. You can see that over here, as soon as I send this, it will immediately appear here. Let me show you. So I'm going to put it this way and I'm going to get down here and hit enter on my keyboard. See, enter on my keyboard. And there you go. Do you see how it's appeared here in real time? Danadale sent a new message, hey there. Good. So if we're opening up this message now and we say something like, hey Dana, what's up? Hey Dana, what's up? And then, okay, that's not spelled correctly. What's up? And then we send this. If you get back here, you will immediately see, hey Dana, what's up? Showing up here. Very good, guys. That is how the real-time messaging actually works. And whenever there is a new message, it immediately comes to the top. We automatically count how many messages that we have over here. For example, Dana has only one message, but Bagzo has 16 messages. We're able to fetch real-time informations. We are able to search users. We're able to authenticate, log in, log out, and register. And we're also able to chat with users, send message, hit the enter, or hit the enter key on your keyboard, or click on this arrow. Messages get sent and also get partitioned based on the person that is logged in and that is sending the message. We also dynamically filter messages for users by knowing the user that's logged in and knowing how to actually get their messages. Also, our collection on Firebase was created professionally so that you'll be able to scale and perform any other operation or feature integration that you might want in the future. For now, that is pretty much what we'll be working on. As we continue with this project, we'll keep expanding on it to make it a full social media application. But for now, we will start with the chat application. Once again, we'll be building everything from the ground up. No copy and pasting of code, no already made templates, nothing like that. I'll be coding the front end using React.js and Tailwind. And after that, we'll switch gears and start integrating the chatting features, real-time chatting using Firebase. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. And I'm really hoping to see you in the next one. We'll be making use of a lot of tools from Desphixs, so please make sure to check out the links in the description below. Also, if for any reason at any point in this tutorial you run into errors, that is where Desphixs Dev Mentorship is open for everyone. You can start a chat, you can start a video call or a voice message with instructors, and you will put through whatever you're going. And also we have our personalized learning paths, which whenever you create an account and onboard, we will send to you, we will send to your email address. So please try it out. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. To make sure to drop a like on the video. Also consider subscribing to the channel, as that will really mean the world to me. I hope to see you in the next one. Until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Destiny from Desphixs and welcome back to another video in the chatting application using React, Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll go through the first module of the project, which is basically introduction to React.js, Firebase and Tailwind CSS. We'll go through what React.js is, what Firebase is and how we'll make use of it. And finally, we talk about Tailwind CSS before we move on to module 2, where we will start setting up our projects. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If there is something that you need, let me know in the comment section and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Do make sure to drop a like on this video. Also consider subscribing, as it will really mean the world to me. So without any further ado, let's get started. Before we continue with this tutorial, just like I've said in the past, we'll be making use of a lot of tools from Desphixs. So I want you to get access to some of the tools before we get started. So the very first one I want you to get access to is the tutorial with step. Because with the tutorial with step, we don't actually have to follow along with the video at the video space, but we can follow along with the video at our own pace using a written guide of this tutorial. So how does it work? If all this doesn't make sense, if it sounds like gibberish, it's totally okay. Let me show you how it works. Just hop over to desphixs.io. Link will be in the description below. Then scroll down to learning tools and click on tutorial with step. Just so you know, you don't actually have to follow all the steps, okay? Because I'm going to drop the link to the tutorial with step for the chat application in the description. So just click on the link and you immediately get to the page that we should be on. So this is what I'm looking for over here, which is the real-time chat app built using React, Firebase, and Tailwind. Now I'm going to go ahead and log in to enroll. So I will log in and also click on this to verify that I am not a robot. Then I'm going to sign in and it should bring me back to the page where we left. So all I need to do is just go ahead and hit enroll now, and it should get me enrolled in here, and it should direct me back to this page. So you can see we've got 5 modules here, right? We'll start off with the first one. When we get to the second module, I will show you how to download everything that we will be needing, the materials, the images, the files that we'll be needing for this project. I'll show you how to get all that. But for this module, let's talk about what React.js, Firebase, and TailwindCSS are. Starting with React.js. So all we need to do is come over here and click on what is React.js. So React.js is just a popular JavaScript library that is used to build user interfaces for what? For websites and also for web applications. It basically helps developers to create interactive, dynamic web pages without needing to reload the entire page every time a user interacts with it. So if you've been on the web a couple years back, you will notice that for you to be able to do anything on the web, you have to keep reloading pages. So if you want to like a post or if you want to send the text, each and every one of the actions that you take will have to reload the page. But with the invent and the introduction of React.js, we don't actually need to reload the page every time a user interacts with something. It all happens dynamically. And React was created by Facebook and since then has become one of the most widely used tools for web development because it has a lot of cool features. For now, I'm not going to go through all the features that it has because I don't want to bore you to death with a lot of talking rather than building the actual project. So you can see over here, I've highlighted some key concepts that you need to understand about React.js and some of the reasons why we use it and some of the cool tools that it has. Okay, so please go through this at your convenience time. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and mark this as completed and this module should be done. Then we get started with the next module, which is what is Firebase. Now, if you've asked this question before, Firebase is just a platform that was developed by Google. And what it basically does is help developers to build web and mobile applications quickly and easily. How? Now, it does this by providing some tools and services that's going to help with common tasks like authentication, databases, and even cloud functions without you having to set up your own backend server. Now, if you followed along with some of my tutorials here on the channel, you will notice that whenever we want to start a new series, we always go through this hassle of building our own backend from scratch. But with Firebase, it already provides various tools and services that's going to help with common tasks like the authentications, database, and some cloud functions so that we don't need to reinvent the wheel whenever we are starting this. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So that's basically what Firebase are. Firebase has a lot of cool features. I'm not going to be going through them over here. You already have them in your tutorial with Step or in your companion body. So all you need to do is just go ahead and go through this. As you can see, some of its key features that includes Firebase authentication, Firestore, cloud storage, Firebase hosting, Firebase functions, and a lot more features. Okay, so please just go through this whenever you have time to. All right, so I'm going to mark this as completed and we get started with the next one, which is what is TailwindCSS? This is one of my best tools online. It's basically a modern CSS framework that help developers to quickly style their websites and web applications. It doesn't get easier than that. And it's different from other CSS frameworks like Bootstrap because it's based on utility first principle, which means that it provides a set of lower level utility classes that you can combine to create custom designs without writing custom CSS. Now, in a very simple word, what does this mean? If you've worked with some other frameworks in the past, you will notice that to some extent, you don't have that full customization ability to what you can do. But with Tailwind, it's totally different because Tailwind gives you the access to customize every single thing that you need to, which means that you can build whatever you want and your website isn't going to be looking the same with every other person's website out there. Does it make sense? Which means you can design whatever you want without writing a single line of CSS and your website will still be very, very unique. Unlike Bootstrap, if you've worked with Bootstrap in the past and you've worked with it extensively, just like I've done, whenever I see a Bootstrap website, I quickly know that, hey, this is a Bootstrap website. Why? That is because all Bootstrap websites technically use almost the same classes, which means that a lot of developers out there don't have that much customization ability to what they can do. But Tailwind is totally different. And why it's special is because of its most important feature, which is the utility first approach, which means that instead of writing traditional CSS styles in a separate style sheet, it gives you a set of predefined utility classes that you can apply directly to your HTML elements. And these classes are very simple and descriptive. For example, if you want to put a blue background, all you just need to do is give your HTML element a class of bg-blue-500. And the 500 there is basically how dark you want it to be or how light. If you want it to be lighter, you make it 400. If you want it to be darker, you make it 600. Does that make sense? It has a lot more features. Why it's special? It has a lot more features that made it to be special. So please, at your free time, I want you to go through all the features that I have listed over here in the companion body or in your TWS, which is tutorial with steps. Okay. For now, I'm just going to mark this as completed because I don't want to bore you to death with talking, so that we get to the most important thing, which is the project setup. So I'm going to mark this as completed, and that's going to be it. We are already 21% into the course. I believe that's what's showing up over here. Hold on, let me zoom this in. Yep, we are 21% into the course. Hopefully this was visible because I just noticed that it wasn't zoomed to 100%. I just did now. Hopefully you were able to see. But please, if you weren't able to see, hop over to TWS. I'm going to drop the link in the description. Enroll in your own TWS and you'll be able to read this, okay? So for now, that's pretty much it. If there is something that you don't understand, if you have questions, let me know in the comment section and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Also consider dropping a like on the video, and also your subscription would really mean the world to me. That's going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one where we will get started setting up our projects. And until then, much love. Peace out. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to another video in the real-time chatting application using React, Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll get started setting up our projects, downloading our projects materials, creating React components, and finally styling our React components. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. So let's get started. Before we continue, please make sure to drop a like on the video if you are enjoying it, and also consider subscribing to the channel, as that will really mean the world to me. I also highly recommend that you check out Desphixs Pro because we have a lot of tools that were specially built to help you become a better developer. Links to this will be in the description below. So again, let's get started. Now, for us to be able to set up our React project, I've already prepared a step-by-step guide, as you already know, in the TWS, which is tutorial with step. So all you need to do is make reference to it, come over to module 2, which is project setup. And as you can see, module 2 part 1 is installing React.js and Tailwind CSS. So for us to do this, first things first, you need a React project, and Vite is going to make it happen in a flash. So for us to do this, let's go ahead and open up our terminal and hit this command that's shown over here. So I will open up my terminal here. And now you need to choose where you want to create this project. For me, I want to create this project on my desktop. So what do we need to do? And by the way, I'm going to put this side by side with this so that we can see how it looks. Okay. So to create this project right here on my desktop, all I need to do is open up my command prompt and cd to desktop. So cd basically means change directory. So I'm changing directory now to desktop. So now for us to be able to go ahead and create a new React project using Vite.js, you need to say npm create. Then over here, you can see Vite at latest. If you don't want to type this, you could just copy it. Okay. But I'm going to type it out. No copy and paste. So I'm going to say Vite at latest. Then the next argument is going to be whatever you want the name of your React project to be. So we said npm create a Vite project. Now using Vite.js, what do we want the name of our project to be?
I just want to call it chat app, and I'm going to give a space and say dash template. So what templates do we want to create, or what projects do we want to create? We want to create a React template. Does that make sense? Now hit enter on your keyboard and watch this install React on. Okay, we need to actually take some of those options. So it says, hey, I need to install some of the following packages. Do you want me to proceed? Yeah, of course I do. So I'm going to hit Y and hit enter on my keyboard, and it will ask us some more questions like select the framework that you want to use. Remember that we are using React.js, and then it's going to tell us, hey, what variants do you want? I just want the JavaScript variant, and that's just all I want. And then it will go ahead and install it for us. There you go. Now, if you come over to your desktop, you can see a new folder called Chat App. Okay. Now, all you need to do is just go ahead and run npm install for you to install all the necessary packages that we will be needing. But before you run npm install, this is why it's good to have a tutorial with step. You can see it wants us to cd to the chat app firstly. So cd into chat app before you then run npm install, which will go ahead and install all the dependencies that we will be needing. Take note, this npm install doesn't mean that it will install the packages that we need, like Firebase, Tailwind, and all that. Nope, it doesn't mean that. It just means that it will install the dependencies that the React project actually needs to work right out of the box. Okay, and you don't even need to stress yourself about understanding the nitty-gritty of all this for now. All you just need to do is just follow along. Okay, I highly believe that the more time you spend with React.js, the more time you spend building applications, using everything that you have learned, then the more exposed you will get to all this, and the more better you will understand what's going on, and the more you will start connecting the dots. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's wait for our dependencies to get installed, then we'll get started with step 2, which is adding TailwindCSS to our React project. There you go. It has successfully added 259 packages. Now let's go ahead and install some of the main things that we will be needing. So for TailwindCSS, I don't want to have to type all this out, okay? So you could copy and paste, or you could still type it out. It's not actually that long. So I'm just going to say npm install TailwindCSS. So this is how we then go ahead and install packages here in React. I'm also going to give a space and say, hey, I want to install TailwindCSS using Vite.js, since we used Vite.js to spin up our React project. So I'm going to say at TailwindCSS/Vite. Okay. Also, I want to install PostCSS, which is basically a tool that is going to process our CSS and allow Tailwind to optimize and transform styles before they are sent to the browser for execution. Okay, so to install that, say at TailwindCSS/PostCSS, then give a space and finally install Auto-Prefixer. So, okay, let me just do that. So Auto-Prefixer is just a plugin that PostCSS uses to automatically add vendor prefixes like WebKit, -mores, and all this just is to make sure that our styling is going to work the same way in different browsers. Okay, so again, don't bother yourself about the nitty-gritty of this. Only bother yourself about the npm install TailwindCSS, which is what we're going to be using. Okay, all those other ones are just to make sure that our CSS works perfectly well across other browsers. Okay, hopefully you're following the step-by-step guide. Now go ahead and hit enter on your keyboard and watch this packages install. And after it's done, then we'll get started with some other things that we need to do. Hitting enter on my keyboard and give you some time to get installed. It has successfully installed all the packages. Now, all we need to do is go ahead and open up our chat app folder, which is this one, in a code editor. In this project, I'll be using the Visual Studio Code Editor. You can use whatever you like, Sublime Text, PyCharm. You can use whatever you like, Sublime Text, Vim, Atom, or whatever you want, okay? But I totally prefer VS Code because it's lightweight and it gives me a lot of features that I don't need to stress myself to get. So to open it up quickly from your terminal, you could just say code, then give a space and type dot. So doing this is just going to open up this project automatically in your VS Code. So you don't need to go through the stress of opening, dragging and dropping, and doing all those other difficult stuff. Okay. So once you have done this, that's about it. I'm gonna open this to the fullest, just like this. Okay. And now we need to go ahead and add Tailwind CSS to make sure that it works. Now, how are we gonna know that this is gonna work? Let us start off by opening up our terminal. And to open up our terminal, I just did Control backtick. But if you don't know what the backtick key is, come over to this 3 dots here, click on terminal and then new terminal. Very good. And over here, all you need to say is npm run dev, or npm start rather. Totally depends on how you spin up your project. You could use npm run dev, you could use npm start. Totally depends on how you spin up your project, okay? So I'm just using npm start because I used npm. Good. Now you can see we are getting some errors over here. So let's look at our package JSON and see what we have. You can see that it's not called start, it's called dev. Now, start is only used sometimes when you created your project using the npx create react app tool. But since we are using Vite, it actually gave us its own development script to spin up a new server. So all you need to say is npm run dev. So I was initially right, okay? There you go. In less than a second, 546 milliseconds, it has opened up a new port for us here, which you can click on, hold down Control and click on this so that it opens up on your browser, and you should be able to see it through something like Vite plus React. There you go. So if you can see this, big congratulations to you because you have successfully installed Vite.js you have successfully installed React.js using Vite. Okay, so clicking on this, you can see count is 2, count is 1, count is 3, 4, 5, and so on. That means your React has been successfully installed. Step 1 is out of the way. Please always make sure that you are making reference to this over here. Okay, you can see that the next thing that we're going to do now is go ahead and set up Tailwind configuration files. So I'm going to create this file called tailwind.config.js. And guys, for now, I think I'm going to do some copy and paste, okay? Because some of this over here are files that will be automatically created for you. But if you don't have it created automatically, you could just go ahead and copy this and paste, okay? You don't need to really understand what's going on here, but it's totally okay. I'm still going to explain what's happening. Does that make sense? So if you don't understand what's happening, it's perfectly fine. But then I'm still going to go ahead and explain just so you know. So I'm going to create a new file here that is called tailwind.config.js. And in the tailwind.config.js, I want to go ahead and add this piece of code in there. So I'm just going to copy that and add it in here. And what's this piece of code going to do? Very simple. So we'll be writing a lot of Tailwind code in the source folder here. And also we'll be creating a lot of files here like the app.jsx and so on. How is Tailwind going to know where we will be using the Tailwind code? That is basically what this does. So this is saying, hey, we can write Tailwind in the index.html. So please, whenever there's Tailwind in the index.html, allow it to work. Whenever there's Tailwind in any file that is named with the extension of JS, TS, JSX, TSS in the source folder that has Tailwind, allow it to work. Guys, does this even make sense at all? So what we're basically doing now is telling Tailwind where it should work and where it should not work. Okay, that's simple as that. Does that make sense? So when you've done that, that's pretty much everything that you want to do. Now let's go ahead and do just one more thing, and that is pretty much setting up our Vite config.js. So what I want you to do over here is go ahead and import something. So say import Tailwind CSS, from Tailwind CSS Vite like this. Then here in the plugins list, I want you to put a comma. Then I want you to say Tailwind CSS, and please initialize it using a bracket. Okay. Now, in case you don't want to type all that out, I still have it for you over here. Okay. So please always make sure that you're making reference to this. If you don't want to type, copy and paste, it's totally okay. You copying and pasting it doesn't mean that you're not going to understand. Okay, just make sure that you follow along with the tutorial and make sure that you're paying attention to when I explain what each and every one of this will be doing. Okay, so basically what we are doing over here is adding Tailwind CSS globally to our project so that our project knows that Tailwind CSS is now here to stay and that we should make good use of it. Okay, so now whenever we start writing Tailwind, it's going to work perfectly well. So do you think that if we just come over to app.js now and we start writing some Tailwind code, do you think it's going to work? Well, let's give it a try. So over here, you could clearly see that we have, let me see. My server restarted. Let me reload this. Good. So here that we have this edit source, blah, blah, blah. If we come in here, put a class, and then we try writing the Tailwind code like text, red, and maybe 600. Do you think this is going to work? I don't think so. It's not going to work. That is because you need to make sure that you are importing Tailwind in your CSS. Guys, Tailwind is CSS. Tailwind is CSS. Please don't let that escape your mind. So all you need to do is come over to index CSS and import all the way at the top. You could just say at import. Then I want you to give a quote. Then say Tailwind CSS. And please block this out using a column. Okay. All right. So after importing the Tailwind CSS, guys, it should be working already. So when we get back here, there you go. This is working perfectly well. In fact, you could play around with this. Let's say I want to change it from red to maybe something like teal. Now you can see teal is showing up over there perfectly well. Now, this is actually very good, and I like the way everything is working right now. So that's about it. Now you could open up the main JSX and see where we imported this. If this wasn't imported, it would not work. Let's see. There you go. It's not working. So this must be imported in the overall file for it to work like this. So guys, that is pretty much it. We are finally done with part 1. Let me open that up again. So we'll maximize this. Part 1 has been completed. We have installed React.js and TailwindCSS, and this is really cool. In the next one, we should get started working with creating our React components, and we should start seeing some really cool things instead of this page that's showing up over here. Okay, so React components are basically like the building blocks of a website or an app. So imagine that you're building a car with Lego. Each piece, like the wheels, the doors, the engines, all these are separate components that works together to make the whole car function. Now in React, a component is just a reusable piece of code that controls a part of the user interface. And it could be a button, it could be a form, a navigation bar, or even an entire page. Each component is independent, meaning that you can build and manage them separately while they all work together to create a full web app. For example, a button component might just display a button, while a navbar component could have multiple buttons and links in them. Okay, that's why I say that they are independent, and those components can be reused anywhere in your app instead of writing the same code over and over again. So how do we go ahead and create components? I highlighted this step over here. We will need a couple of components for our projects. And in the source folder, I want you to create a new components folder. So let's go ahead and create a new folder called components in the source. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say components dot just components. Oh, I didn't choose folder. So choose folder and say components. Very good. Now we need a couple of files in this component. One of the files that we will be needing is going to be the nav links. We will also need something like the chat list, the chat box, the login, the register, and so on. So please always make sure that you're making reference back to the tutorial with step in case you missed out on something that I've said, or in case I'm too fast or maybe too slow for you. The tutorial with step is there just to help you follow along at your own pace, step by step. Okay, so now you can see that it says that in the components folder, create 7 components for our app. So we need to create components like the nav link, the search model, the chat box, the chat list, the login, the register. And then we need to open each of those components and create a simple function that will return the name of the function. And you can see that over here, an example was shown. So let's go ahead and do this. Follow along with me. So here in the components, we need to create a new one called nav links. Please, all components must be started with uppercase. So say nav links.jsx. And then for you to go ahead and create the function that will return the name of the function, I am using the tool or an extension that is called ES5, ES6, ES7 snippets. Please go ahead and download that extension. Let me show it to you because it's going to make your life way easier. So let me quickly just show you. So this extension called ES7 plus React Redux, React Native Snippets, download it. After you've downloaded it, to quickly create a function, just say RAFCE and hit enter. And you can see it quickly creates a function and returns the name of the function that got created. Good. Now we should follow this same step and do the same thing for other ones like the search model. So in the components, I'm going to create a new file called search model, not model, please. So search model.jsx, then RAFCE. I hope you're following along. Let's create the next one, chatbox.jsx and RAFCE. Now let's create the next one also, which is going to be chatlist.jsx RAFCE, which is to create the arrow function. And then I also have login and register. So login.jsx RAFCE. And finally, we have one more, which is the register.jsx, then RAFCE. This should be 7 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's 6 and not 7. Do we have chat box? Yes, we do. So we have nav links, search model, chat box. Actually, it's supposed to be 6. Probably I made a mistake over here when I said 7 components. Okay, I'll make sure to correct that. So all we need to do is just go ahead and register this in our app.js. So to assemble this layout, we need to open up our app.jsx. So open up app.jsx, and I want you to just delete everything that we have over here. Okay, remove all the code. I know if you view our website down here, it should be broken. Let me show you. This shouldn't be working. So I'm gonna save, get back here and reload. See, we don't have anything over here. So let's get back and work on some things. In the app.jsx, still do your RAFCE, and then you need to import those components that we created. So you need to import nav links. Import nav links from /components/nav links. Very good. So now you can see we can make reference back to the nav links. So the same way, I want you to go ahead and import other ones like the chat box. Good. And I also want you to import the chat list. So chat list. And I also want you to import the login. And finally, go ahead and import the, not finally actually. Okay, yeah, let's say finally for now, import the register. I wanted to also import the search model, but we will not be needing it here. Okay, so forget about that for now. Good. If you get back to our page now, you should only see app showing up here. Good. Now for us to assemble all this, let's go ahead and start displaying them. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of showing this app here, I'm gonna render the nav links. So I'm gonna say / and in here I'm gonna say nav links, and then save your file. So here you should see nav links. So whatever you're seeing here, please take note that it's whatever that was added over here. So whenever we start adding navigation links here, like the logout, the user, the settings, it will all show up here. And again, please, if you take a close look at the challenge file, don't worry, I haven't showed you yet, I know, but you will see that this project is actually beginner, advanced, hard, which means if you're a total beginner, this is not the ideal project for you because it's going to throw you off guard. It's going to throw you off balance. You need to make sure that you've gotten your hands dirty with React.js and TailwindCSS before you take this course, okay? I also have a lot of entry-level React.js course and also TailwindCSS courses. So please make sure to check those out if you're getting started, all right? Because some things here I might not explain because you're already experienced with React.js and you understand how things like components works and how things like rendering of components works, self-closing tags, importing of components, make sure that components are capitalized and all that. So that is why I am not explaining most of these basic things, okay? Well, if this was a total beginner project, then I'll make sure to explain all this from scratch so that you understand what's going on. That is why I don't recommend you should take this course if you're just starting out with React.js. Please take other beginner courses that are in the Desphixs Pro, and after you've gotten your hands dirty, you could get back here, okay? So I'm rendering the nav link. I also want to render the chats list, and over here I'm going to render the chats box. And I'm also going to render the login page and also the register page. Good. When you get back here, you can see all this showing up. Now, I want to remove all the styles that we have. So please come over to index.css, remove all the styles apart from the imports for Tailwind. So we have just this one thing. And your page should be looking like this. If your page is looking like this, then you're on the right path. Okay. So, yep, after we have done that, that's pretty much what we want. Let's get back to the app.jsx. Seems I have a lot of tabs that are open now that I don't want. I'll close up all this, then open up app.jsx. And for now, just for now, I want to comment out some things. So I'm going to comment out the register. I'm going to comment out the chat box, the chat list, the nav links, and maybe also the login. Very good. Leaving only the register here. And before we go ahead and end off this module, let's go ahead and create our dummy data. Since we don't have the Firebase logic in place right now, we need a way to actually have some dummy data to work with. Some dummy messages, some dummy users, some dummy charts, and so on. So to be able to do that, I want you to create a new folder in the source called data. And in the data, I want you to create a new file, 2 files. One will be message data.js, not JSX. Another will be chat data.js. Now in the message data.js, add this file. I have provided it for you in the TWS, okay? This is it here. This one should be in the message data. This is just the dummy data, okay? So just copy all this in the message data, and I want you to paste it in here for the message data. Good. And for the charts data, I want you to, I think I called it chats.js. So please make sure to stick to naming. Over here, I'm going to change it to chats.js, chats.js. And then I'm going to select everything over here and paste it here in the chats.js. Very good, guys. We are done. So if you're able to see this register and you have pasted your dummy data, then we are done. Now let's open up the register and just make sure that Tailwind is working as expected. So open up the register.jsx, and over here, I'm just going to say class, and let's just say text, maybe green 600, just to see what we have. And there you go. It's working. So guys, that is pretty much it. In the next one, we'll get started styling our React components. It's going to be really, really cool. And hopefully you're going to enjoy the video too. Okay, so let's get started. But before we get started, we need to make sure that we are marking this as completed. Then we get started with this one over here, which is styling the React components. Very, very good. So I'm going to get back to my code editor. And right now, I just want to put my code editor side by side with my browser. And that is because I really like it when I'm coding and you're able to see everything that's happening in real time as I write the code. And I'll also zoom this in so that you can clearly see everything. So hopefully, as I'm typing out the code, you're able to see what each classes will be doing as I also explain, okay? So we don't just type out the code, we also explain what's going on, all right? So in the register JSX, remove everything that we have and create a new section tag. And I'm gonna give this a class name. The very first thing I want to do is give it a flex column, justify content center, item center, give it a height, give it a background image. I know that's a lot. You might not understand what's going on. That is why I'm going to create some of the elements that we need before we actually start styling. Okay. So in here, I'm going to create another div. Take note, there is a section, then there is a div. And in that div, I'm going to have another div that's going to hold a h1 that we will say sign up. That is the very first one. And then below the h1, there's going to be a p tag that's going to say something like welcome, create an account to continue. Very good. You can say this. So guys, the very first thing I want to do is in the section, I want to make sure that everything is at the center over here, at the center of our page here. So how do we do that? That is where giving this a flex comes to play. So one thing that you need to do is make sure that you have an entry level knowledge about CSS, or else you'll not understand anything that's going on over here. Okay. So for you to place your item at the very middle, you need to give it a flex. Now, flex cool, what it will do is just change the direction of the flex. And I will open up my Paint environment because I'm a visual learner and I really like explaining visually so that everyone follows along and understand what's going on. So even though you already have or know how flex work, don't worry, I'll still explain. So let's say you have boxes like this. By default, your boxes will be stacked like this on each other in a block level way. But as soon as you give your section or your element a class of flex, automatically all of them will get stacked like this. This means that you can now use other flex attributes. But if you don't give it this flex, you can't use other flex attributes like justify content center or align items center. No, you can't use all those other attributes. You need to firstly say, hey, I'm about to use some other attributes, so activate flex on this tag. So that is why we firstly added flex. Not like you will see it do anything over here, but it's doing some things, but you won't be able to see it, okay? So immediately we added flex, it immediately aligned everything like this on one line, okay? Instead of it being like this, it all became like this. So before I even continue with this, let's say that this is our web page, okay? Now, as soon as we give this a flex, it aligns it this way, right? What if we now go ahead and give it like a flex call? So over here, we now say flex dash call. What flex dash call means is, hey, CSS, we don't actually really want it to be like this. The only reason why we gave it flex in the first place is because we want to be able to use some other flex properties. So please go ahead and take it back to the way it was. Now what CSS will do is it will just take it back to the way it was, and it will kindly delete these ones for us. Please hold on, let me make my eraser a little bigger. So it will just go ahead and delete these ones for us. Clean that, clean this. Very good. I think the next time I'll just use a selection tool so that we don't waste much time. Now, the next thing that we're going to give this is a justify content center. So I'm just going to say justify center. And now if you look at our code over here, you might be like, yo, hold on, what's going on? Why is nothing happening? But then let's go ahead and give this an items center. Then I'll explain what's happening. As soon as you give this an item center, do you see that it brings it over here? Now, justify center is supposed to bring this all the way to this place here. Let me show you what's happening. So as soon as we give this justify center, what it was supposed to do is take this and bring it to the middle here. But why didn't it do that? Why did it still why was it still sitting here? It was only item center that brought it to this middle here. But I want it to be like this, right? Why isn't it coming here? Even though I have given it justify content center. Let me explain again. Justify content center or justify center is supposed to bring it like this, but it did nothing. It's just kept staying there. Then we gave it item center, then it went this way, right? That is what you're currently looking at on the browser. But then it's supposed to come like this, which is the work of justify content, but it's not coming like that. Now, what is happening is justify content center is like, hold on a sec, you want me to come to the middle, but I don't actually know what the size of the page is. I don't know how to calculate where the middle should be. Tell me what the size of the page is, then I will be able to calculate what the middle or what the center should be. That is why for it to work, you need to now say, hey, you need to now tell justify center, hey, the size of the whole page is 100 viewport height, which is from the top here all the way to the bottom here. Then you will see this sign up come somewhere here as soon as we add h dash, then in brackets 100 vh. Now there you go. You can see it's come over here. That is because it now knows how to actually calculate what the middle should be and where it should go. Does this even make sense at all? I hope it does. So guys, before we continue, let's go ahead and download our starter pack and assets file from the coding challenges, because hopefully you already know that this is a Desphixs coding challenge. Let's go ahead and download it. So I want you to come over to Desphixs.io, then hit the coding challenges tool over here. It's going to load up all the coding challenge, and I'm going to select this first one, which is the real-time chatting application. Good. Let me maximize this for now. So I'm just refreshing this page. I think there should be some updates already. Yup. So now let's just go ahead and download the starter pack and assets. You can see that we have our description of the challenge, the task, the rules, the goals, and some quick tips over here. Well, I'm interested in downloading the materials. So hit download materials. Now this should go ahead and open up the page where we can download the materials from. So all you need to do is go ahead and download everything that we have over here onto our PC. Well, if you don't want to download everything that we have, you can download what you want. Okay, you can see that we have the source code. This is the completed source code. It has been attached for you. We have the Figma file for designing everything from scratch. We have the Chatfreak JPG, which is what we will actually be designing and what we are about to start designing. And we have the assets, which is what we are interested in. So I'm going to click on these three dots here and basically download the assets, because that's what I currently need. There you go, assets downloaded. I'm going to open that up and unzip it. And this is everything that we have, right? Just copy all this, do Ctrl+C on your keyboard, get back to your Visual Studio Code, get back to public, and I want you to create a new folder here called assets and paste what you copied into the assets folder like this. Very, very good. All right, so after you've done this, that's pretty much what we want. Let's go ahead and continue styling our application to make everything look good. Now you could close this off, download the source code if you want, okay? Later, when we are done with all this, we'll go ahead and submit our challenge so that the Desphixs tool can go through our code, grade us based on how we performed, the cleanliness of our code, creativity, and in general, how we performed, okay? Good. So put it side by side again and close this. Remember that we now have assets that has background PNG. Now I want to add a background image over here. Remember that if you take a close look at the Chatfreak, let me open up the Chatfreak, the main one that we are duplicating. If you take a close look at the background, did you notice anything? Let me log out. Did you notice any nice looking background image here that has all this icon, WhatsApp kind of feeling? Did you notice that? If you did, we need to add something like that to our own application. So how do we do that? Now I want you to go ahead and open up your index CSS. Let me look for mine. There you go. So over here, let's create a new let's create a new body. Let me style my whole body. Yeah, I was thinking of that, and I want to remove all the margin. So I'm going to say margin 0, and also I'm going to say padding 0. And then let's add a font family. So font family, you could use whatever you want, but I want to use just font, JOST. Okay, let me see if that's taking effect here. Well, it's not taking effect. That means I need to go ahead and import it from Google Fonts. Okay, if you don't want to go through the stress of importing from Google Fonts, I'm going to leave the URL for you in your tutorial with step. So all you just need to do is copy it. Okay, but here is the URL. Here is it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it for you somewhere here. Let me look at the tutorial with step again. Just for your sake, I'm going to put this somewhere here, okay, which is styling React components in the index CSS. Okay, so let me do that and I'll get back. All right, guys, I'm back. I just added it for y'all. So what you just need to do is just refresh this page and you should be able to see a new block here. Let's see, there you go. You can see some styling for your CSS files, and I think I missed something, which is basically to add the styling for you so that you can actually see the CSS colors and everything show up in the code editor. So let's just get back here and reload this page. Just click on this button to reload the page, and let's see. Good. Now you can see this now has color and it looks way better. All right, so go ahead and import the just font. This is it here. That's what I just did over here. And you can see that I'm adding the fonts family. So this is where I was. Okay, I'm getting back to my code here and let's continue. So the other thing I want to add is just the background color. And I'm going to say hash 01AA8529. 8529. Good. This is exactly what I want. And for the sake of the whole page, I'm going to add a height. It should always use a height of 100%, which is height for the whole page. Okay. And after you've done that, the next thing I want to create is a new class called background image. Style it. And the very first thing I need to add is the image that we'll be using for the background. And I need the URL property to be able to get it. The image is stored in assets / then it's stored in /assets / then background.png. So background.png, and we need some more properties over here and attributes to make it perfectly work well. So for example, we need background position should be center, and we also need a background size. So background size should be 100%. I want it to cover the whole page. And also height should be 100 viewport height. So 100 VH. Very good, guys. So now take this class here, get back to your register JSX, and all I want you to do is just put it here. Just like that. And can you now see the background is coming in? Can you clearly see that? It's coming in and it looks very, very nice. All right, let's continue with what we have. Okay, so let's get to the second div over here. The second div is just gonna have a background of white. So BG white. There you go. You can see that is basically this white one that you can see over here. Now after the BG white, I need to give it a shadow of large. I'm gonna say shadow LG so that it looks a little bit elevated from the back. All the texts seem to be touching the wall. I need some breathing space in between the text. So what I'm gonna say is P5. Please take my CSS crash course if you haven't. There, we talked about a lot of things, CSS, including box model, which is what we're working on right now. I don't really like the way it has sharp edges. I want it to be rounded, something like this, so that it looks nice and sleek. Now that is where you now need to add something called border radius. But for Tailwind, it's rounded XL, which means the rounded for each corners should be extra large. Okay, let's define a height. So I don't really like how short it's looking. I'm gonna say 25 rem, or rather, let me just say 27 rem. And this looks like what I would want. And I don't really also like its width, so let's change up its width to maybe 20 rem, and that looks okay. And I want to take everything here to the center. How do we do that? So remember how we did the same thing before using flex, call, and how we now did justify center, and how we also did items center. That now took everything to the center. You see, that's looking perfectly good. All right, so in this other div over here, I'm just gonna give a margin bottom of 10 because I need some space at the bottom. For now, you wouldn't really see, but don't worry, you need to add that. Okay, I want this sign up text to be at the center, so I'm gonna say text center, and I also want it to be a little bit larger, so I'm gonna say text 28 pixels px, and I also want it to be bold, so I'm going to say font bold. That's exactly what I want. For the welcome text that we have over here, I'm going to create a new class, and this also should be text center, and I'm going to say text sm. I want it to be very small. There you go. And I want it to be text gray 400. I want it to be light. And there you go, that's exactly what I want. So now let's go ahead and create the input field just below the div that has the margin bottom of 10. I want you to create a new div that's gonna have a width of full. So say dots w full. This is a shortcut for creating a div with a class name. Then in here, I'm gonna create a new input. Should be a text input, as you can see, but nothing is showing up. Let's see what's going on. Oh, there you go. It's showing up, but it doesn't have an outline. So let's style this. The very first thing I'm going to do is give this a border so that you could see. So I'm going to say border, and there you go. I want to change the border. So I'm going to say border green 200 so that it looks something like that. And I want it to take up the full width. So I'm going to say W full. So it should stretch all the way to the end. And I need some space in there, so I'm going to say P2. Please, there's a mistake. P-2. Good, that looks very nice. I'm going to say rounded MD, which is rounded medium, so that it doesn't have sharp edges. And I want to give it a background color, so I'm going to say BG. Then the color is going to be 01AA 851D. 851D. Good. This is what I want. And also for the text that we're going to be typing in there, I need to also change up the color. So for the color of the text, I'm going to say text dash, then it's going to be 0049 39F3 39F3. Good. Can you see how that's looking? I need a space between these inputs. So see, if you duplicate these inputs now, you can see that they are joining each other. So I'm going to say MB3 so that there is a space. Can you see that? I also want the font there to be medium. I don't want it to be that light. So there you go. Remove the outline. Outline is when you click on this now, you will see one black outline there. I don't really want that black outline. So say outline should be none. Now when you click, it shouldn't be there anymore. Very good. And finally, change the placeholder. So let me add a placeholder so that you can see. I'm going to say here, placeholder should be full name. Now you should be able to see a placeholder looking like this. If that's what you want, it's totally okay. But let me just play around with the placeholder a little bit. So I'm going to say placeholder, and then I'm going to say text dash, then change up the text to whatever you want. I'm just going to say 004939 4939, then 58. Okay, That looks okay to me. Very good. That did not take any effect. Please add a hash here. That does not look okay. Yep, this is exactly what I wanted. Now, after you have done this, that is it for now. Let's go ahead and duplicate this input. Remove that one that we created and duplicate this in 3 more places. Changing the type of this one to email and changing the type of this one to password. Very good. And I just want you to change up its placeholders also. The placeholder of this one should be email and the placeholder of this one should be password. Password. Very good, guys. That's looking very okay to me. Now let's create a new div down here with a class of w foo, and I want to create a button. This button is just going to say register like this, and let's style the button. So I'm going to say class. It should have a background of, oh, whoops, please remove that. I mistakenly pressed the print screen button on my keyboard. So this one should have a background of 01AA 01AA85, and that's how it should look. I need to have a white text. So please remove the text white from the brackets there. Just say text dash white like this. Good. I want it to be a little bit bold, which is the text. So say font bold. Very good. I want you to take up the full width to span across to the end. That's good. I also need some breathing space in between there. So say P2. Very good. I don't like the way the edges are sharp. So I'm going to say rounded MD so that it's a little bit rounded at the edge. Good. And for now, that's pretty much everything that I want actually. The only thing that I want now is this. Let me show you. So you can see that this is looking almost exactly as we have it over here. So let me show you. So remove this. See, it's looking almost identical, right? Take a close look at this. Take a close look at this. Looking almost identical. So the only thing that's left is this icon here and this text that we have down here. So to add this icon, you need to install React icons. So say break out from your terminal by hitting Ctrl+C, then say npm install react-icons, then give this some time to install. There you go, React icons has been installed. So let's go ahead and import the user plus icon. That's what it's called. So all the way at the top, I'm gonna say import fa user plus fa user plus. Import this from react-icons/fa. Okay, please wrap this in a curly braces because there are a lot of icons like this. So why we are wrapping this is because we want to grab just one, okay, or we want to grab 2 or 3 based on the fact that there are multiple icons like this. You can't just grab it without saying, hey, destructure the React icons FA and grab this one from it. Okay, you're going to break your program. So when you have done this, let's get back here. Just below the register. Yeah. Below the register or beside the register. That's what I'm supposed to say rather. I can say below the register. So I'm going to add FA user plus. Let's see what we have. Let's see how this is looking. Oh yeah, I need to run my server again. Totally forgot that. So npm run dev one more time. And then it should reload our page so that we see how it looks. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. So now let's go ahead and style it and make it to be beside the register text. Style it. You need to give the button just be beside the rounded MD. Give it a flex. Now you can see the both staying on the same line, but the icon seems to be a little bit higher than the register text. That is where you need to give it an items center so that they both stay on the same line, just like this. Space them around by saying gap 2. There you go. And take all of them to the center by saying justify center. And there you go. That's pretty much it, guys. That's exactly what I wanted. Now, below the div that says full, I want you to create a new div that's gonna have a button that says already have an account, sign in. Good, but I don't really like the way it's looking, so let's style it. Firstly, start by styling the div. Give it a class name of mt5 text center text gray 400 texts sm. Very good. And then for the button, you don't even need to give this any class. It's okay. I really like the way it's already looks. Okay, so guys, that's pretty much it. So you can see the way this is. Oh, whoops, what did I just do? Let's close that up. You can see the way this is looking. It actually looks very nice. It looks identical to this one. You can see as I'm panning between the both of them, you can see we don't even see any difference. So we built it exactly the same way it should be. Hopefully you understood some of the things that went on here. For the login page, I won't be building it like this. Since we already have some of the code, I will just copy and paste, okay? So please give me that opportunity to do that so that I don't build this again from beginning, all right? So now I want you to get back to the app.jsx, comment out the register. All right, so after you have commented out everything, we shouldn't see anything over here. But then if you uncomment the login, we should be able to see login show up here. Very good. All I just want to do now is copy everything that we currently have in the register and put it in the login. So to do that, I think it should be self-explanatory. You just open the register.jsx and we should copy everything that we have here in the section, come over to the login JSX, and then we should put it down here. Okay, so I'm pasting this and there you go. Now the next thing will be to, let me save this so our file gets arranged, and yep, that's it. But we are not able to see anything over here. So what's going on? Let me view my console just to rule out that I don't have any error or any bug. So over here, I'm going to right click and inspect. Good. Then I'm going to come over to my console just to make sure that I don't have any error. Oh, there you go. You can see I have an error. FA user plus is not defined. So we need to also import that from register. All the way at the top in register. Well, let me minimize this so that you can see. So I'm going to import this line in login.jsx. Now we should be able to see this. Very good. Let's change up some things. And I'm going to open up the code a little bit so that you have more room to work with. So to change up some of the infos showing up over here, all you need to do is change up the text. So this one, instead of sign up, it's going to be sign in. This one, instead of welcome, create an account to continue, it's going to be welcome back, login to continue. So welcome back, login to continue. Now you can see that's showing up there. I don't need the full name, so remove that. Remove the full name, and we just have email and password. Change the register to say login. Change the FA user plus to FA sign in alt. FA sign in alt. Now you should see something like this. Very good. Let's see what we have for the text down there. So this one is supposed to be don't have an account yet, sign up. So that's the text that we should have here instead. So I'm going to change this here to don't have an account yet, sign up. And there you go. So right now, if we navigate or if we browse through the two tabs, we shouldn't see any difference between the sign in here and the sign in. Okay. Oh, I think I closed that one. That's pretty much it. So the next thing on my list is to go ahead and work with handling when a user type in some things into the inputs. So when a user type in their email, password, or full name, I want to grab whatever they have typed and then save it in the state. So how do we do this? For this now, I'm going to maximize this and return back to its original size, which is this. Get back to my code also and maximize this so that we have a lot of room to work with. Very good. And I want to also close this up so that I have more space to work with. All right, so let's start with the register. Now, the very first thing we're going to do is create a new state. Hopefully you already know how use state works. Please, if you don't know how use states work, or you don't even know how React works in general, I have a React.js beginner crash course, I think over 5 hours long. Do make sure to check it out. Links to all of them will be in the description below. And you can also check out Desphixs Pro courses. That is where I have all the crash courses stored. Okay. So let's import use states. We'll be using the use states hook to actually store some data. In this case, the user bio data, like their full name, their email, and also authentication data like password. So I'm going to create a new state, and I'm going to call this one user data. And let's go ahead and create the next variable that will be used to set information to the state. So set user data. One more time, if you know that this is your very first time with React, please, it's not advisable that you take this course, okay? It's going to throw you off guard and you might end up hating React. It's better that you take an entry-level crash course, then take beginner projects before you get onto the big ones, okay? So over here, we're going to go ahead and define a new state by saying use state. And in here, I want to have a dictionary because I'll have multiple files in here. So the first one is going to be full name, and this is going to be an empty string. I also need an email, an empty string, and finally a password, an empty string. So what I want to do is, as soon as a user starts typing something into the email input, which is this one here, let me get back there. So as soon as a user starts typing something into the input, okay, I won't be able to get back to the register for now. What I want to do is grab whatever they have typed in here and save it to the email string over here. How do we do this? For us to do this, there are a lot of ways, but based on the fact that we have multiple input fields, let's go ahead and let's start off by creating a function that's going to do this for us easily. So what we need to do is say const, then define a new function called handle change user data. And this is going to be E. I'm passing in a parameter E over there. And now what we need to do over here is write a very simple function or a very simple logic that's going to take whatever that we have typed in here and then store it in the designated space or in the designated string based on whatever input that we are working on. So after defining all this in the state, let's go ahead and create a function that will be triggered whenever an input field changes. For example, when a user starts typing something into this field here, the email field, when you just start typing something into this field, we want the function to be triggered. And when the function gets triggered, we will take whatever that was typed in the input field and store it in its designated space here in the state. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, let's try the function and maybe you'll better understand. So I'm going to say const, then handle change user data. That is the name of the function. You can call it whatever you want, but please stick to what I called mine, okay? And here I'm passing in events because I want to be able to grab all the events that will be related to the input when we pass this function into this input. So if we pass this function into this input and a user start typing something, all the events that is related with the inputs, like the type of the input, the value of the input, which is what the user has typed in, all of it will be stored in this E over here. So that's why I am passing in that event. Now, based on the fact that this is an arrow function, you need to also add its arrow. Okay. So E, just like I've said, in case you don't understand, just represents the events object, which basically contains all the detail about the triggered events for the inputs that we are typing something into. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to do is go ahead and get name. So I'm getting name and also value. And I'm going to say this should be E.target. I will explain what it does. E.target. Save our code. So what we are doing here is extracting name and value from the event targets. So remember that I said whenever we start typing something into the event, into the inputs rather, it stores all the events that is related to that input. Now there are a lot of events over there, But the events that we are interested in is the name of the input, which in this case might be full name or email or password. And we're also interested in the value, which is whatever that gets typed in here. Okay, so basically what we are doing is grabbing just these two values from all the existing targets. That is the same thing we did over here. We grabbed just one item from all the items that are stored in this React icons font awesome. Does it make sense at all? So name over here basically refers to the input name attributes, which can be full name, username, or email, just like I've explained before. And this value over here is like the actual value that is entered by the user in the input field. Does it make sense? And after you have done that, the next thing is to go ahead and update the state, which is the user data state here, with the new value, while making sure that we are keeping the other values intact. What does that mean? As soon as a user types in their email over here, say Destiny or Desphixs@gmail.com, we take this email and we store it here in the email section, right? What if a user now types in their password? We still want the email to remain while we populate the password field. So what we are going to do now is go ahead and update the state with the new value while making sure that we are keeping the other value. Now, this will be possible using something that is called a spread operator. If this is a lot of information to take in, I highly recommend that you take the React.js crash course because we explained all this in detail over there. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and update the states. So the state is called set user data, which is this one that you can see over here. So set user data. And since I want to update this state while keeping the existing values, let's make this into a function. So over here, I'm going to create a function and pass in a variable here, or a parameter rather. Call it previous state. Think of previous state as the previous things that were stored before we started typing the new data. So for example, if we have typed in something into the email and it got stored in the state, previous states will immediately hold onto the initial things that we have typed in while allowing us to type something new. So think of previous state as the state that is going to hold what was already existing. Okay. So based on the fact that this is a function, you need to add the arrow. Okay. And do it this way. Okay. Hopefully you're following along. Now we need to go ahead and use something that is called a spread operator to spread out the existing state properties. And this is going to ensure that other values in the user data state are preserved and not cleared. How do we do that? Quite easy. Just say ... prev state. Okay. So this is called a spread operator. All right. Please make sure that you name this correctly. Prev state, like this. Good. Now, after you have done this, we need to now go ahead and dynamically update the property, which is this one's over here, the full name, the email, the password. So we need to dynamically update the property that is corresponding to the input name with the new value that was typed into the input field. Does it make sense? So for example, if the input has a name of email, this input here, it has a, let me give it a name, get down here, give it a name of email. So what's going to happen is, as soon as we start typing something into the email input, it will immediately update the user data email field here. It will not update the full name. It will not update the password. It will update the email. And this is because we gave it a name of email. So for us to be able to do that, let's get down here and say, hey, for any name that the user has started typing into its input, go ahead and update it. Whoops, what's that? So for any name that the user has started typing into its input, go ahead and update its value. You are seeing this error here because there is no comma over here. Okay, so add a comma over there and we should be done. So now as soon as a user starts typing something into this input here, we check for what the name is. We will dynamically take this name and pass it into this name here. So this here immediately becomes email. And we take whatever value that was typed in there and immediately pass it in here into this email. So because this is email, it recognizes where it should be stored. Okay. Now, whatever the value is, it will take it and put it in here. Does that even make sense at all? If it doesn't, don't worry, it's okay. With time, you will start connecting the dots. Okay. So when you have done this, I want you to go ahead and log the user data so that you can see it's working clearly. So I'm going to log the user data. Just open up the console log and log user data. And let's add names to this input. So over here, we will say the name of this one should be full name. Please make sure that the name exactly corresponds to whatever you named it here in the states dictionary. Does that make sense? And finally, the name of this one should be password. So name, password. Good. And not only adding the names, you also need to add the onChange. So onChange is basically an event listener that gets triggered whenever a user starts typing something into the input field. So onChange of the full name input, go ahead and trigger this function that will be responsible for knowing how to store the value that was typed into that input. So you need to do the same thing for the rest of the inputs, like this. Very good. So when you have done this now, let's go ahead and type in something. Oops, this is still the sign-in page. Remember that right now we don't have the logic to dynamically hop on over to the register page. So what we're just doing now is manually commenting it out and uncommenting it. Don't worry, I know that this is very inefficient, but we already have logic in place that's going to handle how to work with this. So that when you just click on this button over here, it takes you to the sign-in page and so on. So now let's open up our console log and see what's going to happen when we start typing something into the console. So over here, when we start typing something like Destiny Franks, what do you notice? Can you see that Destiny Franks was stored in the full name? This email already exists, so let me just remove this so that you can clearly understand. So you can see that as you start typing something into the full name, it immediately knows that it should be stored here in the full name. Same thing is going to happen for email. As you start typing, can you see it's being stored in the email automatically? Can you see that? So desphixs@gmail.com. And also for the password, testing321. Good. So now we have the full name, we have the email, and we have the password. So if you want to grab one of these infos, maybe you want to grab just the full name, the email, and password. Let's say you're trying to log a user in and you want to log them in using their email and password, which we'll be doing in the next module. All you just need to say is userdata.email and also userdata.password. So now when you get back, you should only see the email and the password. So this is how you can now hold on to each and every one of the fields that we have over here in the states. Guys, does this make sense at all? So the very last thing that I want to do for the register is to go ahead and create a new function and call this function handle auth. And this one is going to be an async function. So passing async, don't worry, I will explain all this, okay? And it's a function, so it should be like this. So based on the fact that it's an async function, you could use a try catch. Try catch is basically what we use to gracefully catch errors in React. I say it again, don't worry, I'm going to explain all this, okay? What I just want to do now is get it over with, because we're not going to be creating authentication now. I'm just creating like a placeholder and a solid ground for us to work on when we get started with authentication. So whenever there is an error in the catch block, go ahead and log the error. If there is no error in the try block, let's just alert registration successful. Just so you know, right now, we are not registering any user yet, okay? This is just for testing purposes and creating a Lego ground, or rather a solid ground for us to work when we get started. So now take this handle auth function and put it in the register button, create an on-click event listener and pass in the handle auth. And that's it, we are done. So right now, when you pass in all these informations here, let me quickly fill this form. So I will just quickly fill this form. And when you hit register, you can see registration successful. Very good. So guys, now we are able to handle allowing users to type in something into the states and into the input, and we store it in the states. And we're also able to click on this function that will get triggered. So in the next module, what we'll do is take this full name, email, and password, send it to Firebase and allow Firebase to authenticate the user for us and send back to us some informations. Okay, but for now, we are pretty much done. So let's go ahead and copy these things that we have over here and bring it over to the login and paste it here, because I don't want to have to retype everything that I already have. Okay, And again, remember that I said that I'm going to explain everything that's happening in the handle auth when we get to that module. We are not at that module yet. That is why I am not explaining. Okay. So over here, we are pretty much doing exactly the same thing. So what we are doing is change user data, exactly the same thing. The only difference with the login is that there is no full name. When the user wants to log in, we don't ask them for their full name. Handle auth is the same thing, but instead of registration successful, just say login successful. So login successful. Now for the inputs, remember, you need to give it a name of whatever the name of the input is. So this one is going to be email, and this one down here is going to be a name of password. And also remember that you need to add the onChange event listener. That is where you then need to pass in the handle change user data. And you need to do that for the other input too, which is the email input. And there you go. Very good. For the button, pass in on click. And over here, we pass in the function called handle authentication, or rather handle auth. Good. That is pretty much it. So for us to be able to view the login page, you already know the drill. All we just need to do is comment this out and uncomment the login, and we should be able to see the login page show up here. Oops, it says use state is not defined. So let's go ahead and import use state in the login. So over here, I will import use state. Very good. Now we shouldn't have any issue. There you go. Now, when you click on this, you should be able to see it say something like login successful. So let's see, click on this. There you go. Login successful. That is pretty much it for the login and the register. In the next one, we'll get started working with the authentication. That is in the next module, okay? But since we're done with the login and register, it only makes sense that we start styling the actual chat application. So back to the app.jsx, I just want you to comment out the login so that we don't have anything over here apart from the nav links, chat lists, and chat box. Uncomment this. Now guys, one thing that I would actually want you to do is this. You see the login and the register. Please remove it from this div. And I think the best thing that we should do is even just put it on its own div, right? What do you think? Do you think it's going to make sense? Yeah, I think so too. So let's create a new div in here and put this in its own div. That way we can now uncomment this. But I don't actually want it to show up here for now. You can see the both of them showing up. I don't want this. So what I'm going to do is just give this div for now, give it a class of hidden. Okay. So I'm giving this a class of hidden just for now. Does that make sense? And let's get started. Okay guys, I think I need to still do one more thing. I want to take all this over here and still put it in its own div. Now here you go. That's its own div, and this is how it's looking, right? Very good. So I want all this to be line on the same line. And why is that? So before I continue, let me go ahead and log in into the main chat app, or rather open up the image. Remember that we have the code challenge here. Let me show you. That gave us all the materials that we'll be needing. So as you can see, we have the Figma file over here. If you're familiar with Figma, go ahead and open this up on Figma. That is where you can now take things like colors, font sizes from, so that you can build your website easily. If you're not familiar with Figma, it's okay. I also provided you with the image so you can view the direct image if you don't know how to work with Figma, okay? I'm familiar with Figma, but I think viewing it from the image is going to be way easier for me. So I'm going to go ahead and download this image and work with that instead. All right, so I just downloaded this. Now I'm going to open it up here and we can work with this, okay? So the very first thing that we want to build is this section over here, which is the sidebar. Do you think I should open this up in my paint environment so that I could easily draw over it and show you guys what we are working on? Yep, I think so. So that we can visually see what we should be working on and know where we currently are. So I'm going to open this up, open up my paint environment, and all I'm going to do is take this and put it into here. Well, I know there are actually some more better tools than the paint environment. I know. But I don't know, just for some reason, I'm already very used to it. So till I get used to something else, I guess I will just stick with this and work with it. Okay, since it's working for me. All right, so right now what we want to work on is this section over here. Let me choose the red one and also increase its size like this. Okay, so we are working on this section over here, right? Hopefully you will like it. So let's get started. Get back to our code, open up the nav links. And before we even open up the nav links, I want everything to be on a straight line. So I want everything to be on a straight line. So I'm going to add some classes to this div here. So create a new class name, and we should give this one a flex. And you should now see, hold on, let me show you. So you can see how it's looking now. It looks very good. And I want to give it some other classes. So on the large screen, I want it to be flex row, which means on the large screen, I want it to be like this. Let me show you. So I want it to be vertical like this. You can see that we went from this, which is this over here, the nav links to the chat list to the chat box. It's going like this, right? It's going like this, right? And it's not coming down like this. But when we are on the mobile, I don't want it to be row. I don't want it to be like this. I want it to actually, oops, what am I drawing? I don't want it to be like this. Rather, I want it to come like this. Okay? Does that make sense? So that's why we said, hey, on the large screen, let it be flex row. Then over here, I'm just going to say flex col. So flex col means that in the small screen, let it be flex column. Now you might be asking, hey, why don't you say SM? Well, you don't need to say that. If you've specified already for the large screen, it automatically knows that the next one should be for the small screen. Okay, so that's basically all we need to do. Now I want all the whole items or everything to start from the beginning, which is from here. So everything should start from here and go over to the next one, and then go over to the next one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say items dash start. Okay, and finally I want it to take the whole width. So I want everything to take the whole width all the way from here to here like this, so that we don't have like short widths. If it's not taking the whole width, you might just see it end up over here, and that would not really look good. So I want it to take up the whole width. So that is why we will now go ahead and say width should be 100%. And just like that, we are done. Very good. So guys, when you have done this, that is pretty much it. Let's open up the nav links and let's start styling. So in the nav, we need a couple of things here. Basically, you might think that we actually need to write a lot of code to achieve this nav bar that we have here, but nope, we actually don't need to write a lot of code. So what do we need to do? I'm removing everything that I've drawn there. So let's start. The very first thing is change this div here to a section, and I'm going to remove that nav link. And then I want to create a main and create a div in the main. Let me save this so that it aligns the code. And in this new div, I'm going to create a span. This span is going to have an image tag. This image tag is going to be the logo. So let's import the logo. I'm going to say import logo from, then the path to the logo is in the assets. So dot slash public here. Here's the public slash assets slash, then it's called logo.png. Okay. So now you could take this logo and put it here like this. And let's see if it's showing up. Oh, there you go. You can see the logo is showing up. But I don't really like the way it's looking. So you already know the use. We should go ahead and style this. So I'm going to say its width should be 56 px. That's exactly how wide I want it to be. Same thing should be for the height. But the height, I just want it to be a little bit smaller. And it should be 52 px. And I want it to have an object contain, which means the whole logo should be contained in this width and height that we just specified. And this is how it looks. Very, very good. Let's get back to the section and style it. So I'm going to say class name. And why is it not showing up in a row, but instead in a column? I think that's because this is opened. Good. So let's start the section, giving it a class name of sticky, because I don't want it to move around while we're scrolling. So we give it that. On the large screen, I want it to be static. So on the large screen, I want it to be static. And if it's going to be static, I want to make sure that it's sticking to the left like this. Let me show you. So I want to make sure that it's sticking to the left over here and not being moved depending on how large this is or how large this is. So for that, we just need to give it some things like top should be 0. So we remove all the size from the top 0. And then we want to give it a flex, items center, and item center should be on the small screen. So when we are on the small screen, let me show you. I want to center everything that will be in the header. But when we are on the large screen, I want it to be like this on a row. So let me get down here. Okay. And why is that? If you've looked at this, let me show you. If you've seen this over here, I think I need to log in so that I can show you how the final product looks like. Hold on, let me grab some authentication credentials quickly and log in so that you can practically see what's going on and what we are working on, not just we writing a bunch of code and at the end of the day you don't understand what's going on. So if I'm to actually make this to be mobile responsive and make it this way, you can see that on the smaller screen, this is centered. Can you see that? It's centered over here. But on the large screen, you can see it's all aligned to the start or to the left. But on mobile, it's centered. So that's what we are trying to do over here by saying, hey, on mobile, center it. But in the large screen, I want you to push everything to the start. So say LG items start, just like this, and everything should go to the start. And also on the large screen, it should not be justify content center, but everything should rather be justify start. So everything should be in the start or in the left side of the page when we are in the mobile. Okay, so let's see if this is taking any effect. Okay, for now, you should not be able to see anything. And I'm saying that because we have not actually assigned some widths to this so that it knows how to calculate what the center should be and so on. Okay, so let's continue. Now, you could give it a background if you want. So let's give it okay, but before we give it a background, let's firstly define its height. So its height normally should be 7 viewport height, which is 7 VH. And on the large screen, I want its height to be 100 VH. So on the small screen, it should be 7 VH, which is basically this one over here. See, do you see how small this is? That's 7 viewport height. But on the large screen, it should be 100. That's from here to here. So that's why over here we say LG should be, not that, LG should be H100. Remove that. LG, not LH, okay? Should be H, and over here, 100 viewport height. Very good. And all this, I just want the width to be 100%. So width should be 100%, not px. Please take note of that. And after we've done that, that's about it. Let's just add some more styling. On the large screen, I don't want the width to be 100%. That is because if you take a close look here, you can see that the width is obviously not 100% here. It has a definite width here, right? So on the large, I want to give the width a 150 px, okay? And giving it a width of 150 px for the large screen basically means that we don't want it to take up the whole width. If you want it to take up the whole width, that is when you say width should be 100 px. All right, I hope this makes sense. And finally, I just need some space. For the top and bottom, I need 8 px space. Sorry, pardon, why 8? And also, in the large screen, I don't really need any space. So I'm just going to say py should be 0. Then we save this. And I haven't given it a background color. So let's give it a background color. BG should be 01AA 01AA85. That's what I want the color to be. So now let's check. Okay, please add a hash over here. I forgot the hash. Good. Now let's check this out and see what we have. So over here, you can see how it's looking right here. Then when we get to the mobile, let's drag this all the way to the mobile. Can you see? So over here, this is how it looks on the desktop. This is how it looks on the mobile. So as you can see, we are beginning to achieve exactly what we wanted, right? Very good. I'm happy with this. Now let's go ahead and style the main. So all we just need to do is get back to our code, and in the main over here, it's where we have, okay, let's just do that, then you see what it's going to be. So I'm going to say flex, then on the large screen, I want it to be flex co, just like we had, and I want everything to be item center. Why? That is because you can see everything over here is centered, right? Can you see? This here is centered like this. So that's what we are doing. Everything should be centered on the small screen and also on the large screen. That is why we are not specifying anything for LG. And we need to add a gap. So a gap for the LG, I'm going to say gap should be 10 px, and also everything should be justified contents between. So justified contents between means that we're going to have this space here between everything, okay? And also when it's in the mobile version, let me show you. Okay, I think I actually, let me see here. Yep, see, justify contents between. That means everything over here gets to the end. The logo is here, the icons are here, then this drop down will be over here. Okay, that's basically what justify contents between will do. Push everything all the way to the extreme, giving them equal spaces. Okay, same thing is gonna happen for this one here. Now after the justify between, just say LG should have a padding X of 0. That is for the left and the right. I don't want any padding X in the large screen. So LG PX 0, and I want the width of everything to be 100%. 100%. Very good. Let's go ahead and style this div that is holding the span and the image. So the div, I'm just going to give it a flex and items. Oops, I'm not giving this a class. So div and then a class name. And then I'm going to give it a flex, items, stats, and then justify center. Then LG, I want to give this a border now. I'm going to say border bottom. I only need this border bottom on the large screen. And I want it to be border bottom 1. Don't worry, you'll see what that is. And on the large screen, I only want the width to be 100%. So on the large screen, width should be 100%, and I need a P4 over here, P4 rather. So now that is basically what we have here. Can you see? So the P4 is the space in between all this. This is the border that we added over here, although I don't really like the color of the border. I will change it up later. Okay, but let's even change it up right now. There's no need to change it up later. So give this a space. I forgot to give that space. Justify center, LG border bottom, border B1, and let's change the color. So border gray, you could say border gray 100. It's up to you what you want to work with, but you can see what we have over there. If you don't really like that, you could still add your own color. You could say border dash hash FFF, then hover on this and choose whatever color that you want. Okay, so just play around with this. Let's see what we have here. There you go. I want it to be a little bit whitish, so it should be like this. There you go. That's what I wanted. All right, guys, that is it. Now I want to take this logo to the center. So for that, let's style the span. I'm going to say class name should be for the span flex. That is because I want to say items center, and I want to say justify center. Now you can see it's now at the center. Let's give it a background color. So I'm going to say BG white, and width should be just 57 px, same as okay, just a little bit larger than this one here. Height should be let's say 48 px, or you see how it looks, 48 px, and this is what we currently have now. I want to make it rounded LG, and I also need a breathing space inside it. So there should be a space inside the div. So I'm going to say P2, which is padding 2. Now, can you see we have this space inside there? Well, honestly, I don't really like the way it's looking. So we could maybe increase oh, that's the problem. This is 48 SPX instead of 48 PX. And this should look better. There you go. It looks better. Like exactly what I wanted. All right, that is it. We have item center, justify center. Hold on, let me see this. So you can see that after adding the color to this, it doesn't get centered anymore. One thing that you could do is put this in here in the image. Let's see how that's going to work and look good. Can you see? That makes more sense. All right, guys, let's go ahead and add these icons over here, and we should be done with the nav links and get started with some other things. Okay, so we have, okay, please remove this other widths that we have over here. I don't want those. I think this is okay for me. So below this div over here that's holding the span, create a new UL, then a new LI. This LI should have an A tag in it, or instead of using an A tag, let's use, okay, we didn't install React Router DOM, so just use A tag, okay? Or you could even use button tag. It's up to you what you want to work with, all right? And then in here is where we add a new icon. So this icon is going to be called RI Chats AI line, or you could even just say RI message. Let me see if Chats AI line exists. Chats AI fill, or instead of fill, I think I prefer AI line. So Chats AI line, good. So let's see how this is going to look there. We can't see anything. Okay, it says RI Chats A is not defined. What's going on? I'm just going to reload this page. Our server seems to be stuck. All right, there you go. Our server was stuck. Reloading the page fixed it. Now we can see this one icon showing up over here. Let's go ahead and style this. Then all we just need to do is duplicate the icon and we should be done. So I'm giving the URL a class name, and I want to give it a flex. On the large screen, I want it to be flex row, which means it should be horizontal. But on the, I want it to be flex col, okay? So you can see that on the large screen, it's supposed to be column, it's supposed to be vertical, but on the mobile, it's supposed to be horizontal. So that's why I'm going to see on the large screen, we need a flex col. On the small screen, we need a flex row. Then I want everything to be centered. So items, center, and justify. Let's leave out the justify stats for now, okay? So I'm just going to say items dash center, and we need to give this a height, which is the URL. Give it a height and also give a gap. Okay, let me just give it a gap firstly. So gap should be G7, just like that. Let's style the A's. That's how it looks. Let's style the LIs, then the A tags. So for the LI, does it really need a style? Okay, let's leave out its styling for now. I don't want to have too much styling. So for the button, I will just give this an LG, and I want the text to be 28px. So 28px. Let's see how this looks. There you go. Getting a little bit bigger. And normally on the lower screen or on the small screen, I want it to be 22px. Okay. So let's see what we have on the smaller screen. So over here on the small screen, you can see this is how it's looking over here. Very good. So guys, as you can see, we are building this and making it responsive immediately. We are not getting back here to make it responsive. That is because as we are building, we are making it responsive. Okay. I need some more things here. Here that we have this gap. On the medium screen, I want you to have a gap of 10. And I want you to have a px of 2. And on the medium screen, I want you to have a px of 0. Which is on the medium screen, I want you to have a gap 10. On the large screen, I want you to have a px2. And on the medium screen, I don't want you to have any px. Note, px is the padding between the left and the right. Okay, that is why if you come over here, let's go to mobile. if you hop over to mobile, there is a little gap that you can now see over here. Okay, that is what we are adding. Very good. Now that we have done this, style the icon, just give it a color of #FFF. So #FFF, so it will be white like this. That is it, guys. Now all you need to do is just go ahead and duplicate this li. So duplicate this li in how many places? How many icons do we even have there? Let's just get back here. Let's get back here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 icons. So we copy this, put it down in 6 places. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very good. Now all we need to do is start changing up the icons. The first one is AI chat line. The second one is folder user line. So RI folder user line. The next one is RI notification line. So RI notification line. The next one is RI file for line. So RI file for line. Good. And should I say the second to the last? Yeah, the second to the last should be RI bad line. So bad line. And the last one should be RI arrow down S fill. So arrow down S fill. Let's see what we have. Oh, I think this is, guys, this is supposed to be on the mobile. Yeah, supposed to be here on the mobile. So what we need to do now is we do not need to show this up here. So to do that, all we just need to do is go ahead and remove it. And how do we do that? I'm going to take this li, and I want you to bring it out of the UL over here. And since it's out of the UL, please remove the li. It's not needed anymore. And I want you to style it. What does that mean? Give it a block, which means on the smaller screen, it should be block, but on the larger screen, it should please be hidden. I don't want to see it on the large screen. So now over here, you should not be able to see it here, but as soon as you get to the small screen, you should see it show up here. There you go. Can you see? Very good. Let's put the power off button, which is this one here. Let's put it over here. So for the power off, just duplicate one of the LIs that we have in the UL and just change it to RI shuts down line. RI shuts down line. Good. And now we should be able to see the shutdown show up here. There you go. This is what we want. And yep, that's about it, guys. One thing that you could do is give all this a cursor pointer. So cursor pointer, so that when you hover on it, it gives this feeling of, hey, I can be clicked on. Okay, so you can put that here for each and every one of these, so that, you know, it shows that, hey, I can be clicked on, something like that. Very good. Very, very good. We are done with this now. We need to get started with the chat box. Hopefully you enjoyed this one and learned something new. I'm trying to be as in-depth as possible to make sure that all or everything that we're explaining is actually as it is supposed to be, and I'm not just typing out some bunch of code and not telling you what it's going to do or showing you where it's going to be. If for any reason I've missed anything and I didn't explain anyone, please let me know in the comment section and I'll be very happy to help you. Also, that is where Desphixs Dev Mentorship comes to play. If there is something that you don't understand, if you need help generally in programming on your career, or there is just something that you need help with that's troubling you, hop onto our Desphixs Dev Mentorship, start a chat, video call or voice call with an instructor or a mentor, and they will be there to help you out. That is going to be it. Let's get started working with the chat list. All right, guys, one of the most interesting ones here will be the chat list. Then the most interesting will be the chat box. To get started with the chat list, all you need to do is get back to your code. And I think I have a lot of tabs now. So I'm just going to close up all this and I want to open up the chat list. Very good. As usual, whoops, what just happened? Close this. I think I mistakenly opened the nav link again. So as usual, I'm going to change this div here to say section and remove this chat list text that we have there. Let's start off by styling the section. Okay, so I'm going to give this section a class of relative, which means for its other children, I will use a class of absolute or fixed or static or whatever. Okay, so what I want to do is this. On the smaller screen, I want it to be hidden, but on the large screen, I want it to show. And when it shows, I want it to be a flex. And I also want it to be a flex column. It should go all the way to the beginning, which is item start. It should also have a justify start, which means it should go all the way to the beginning. Let me show you. So, oops, what's this? What's this S? Let me fix that. Nav links, we seem to have this S showing up here. Get rid of it. Back to the chat lists. And let me show you what we are trying to do here. So you can see that the chat list is right here. Yeah. Adding items start, justify start basically means that everything will be pushed next to the nav link. Does that make sense? So we are going from nav link to chat list, then to chat box. Okay. So that's why we are adding the items start and justify start. Very good. I want you to have a background of white. So just say VG white. And I want its height to be 100 viewport height. So H should be 100 viewport height, which is the height from the top to the bottom. Please arrange this. So it should be H dash 100 VH. I just hope that Tailwind syntax isn't that confusing for you. And also width should be 100%. So 100% width. And on the medium screen, I want the width to be 600%. What does that mean? Don't worry, I'm going to show you. So on the medium screen, width should be 600 px. So over here, we say 600 px. Oh, I forgot the x. Good. Now, guys, let me show you. Over here, you can see that we have this width here. It's not as big as this. This is the biggest. This is the smallest, followed by this, then this. On mobile, you can see that we have the chat box. But on mobile, we want the chat list to take 100%. But over here, we don't want it to take 100%. So that is why we are capping what the width is over here. All right. So now when we get back here, there you go. You can see 600 px. If you have to remove this, let me show you. You can see it's trying to take up everything here, which doesn't make sense. That is why we are capping it to 600 px. Does that make sense, guys? Yep. If it does, let's continue. So over here in the section, we need a header. So in here, we need that should be lowercase header. And in the header, we also need a main. And in the main, we need an image, which is the image of the person that is logged in. Okay. And let me save this. Let's import the image before we continue, so that you actually see everything happening in real time and you understand what is working and what is not working. So I'm going to say import default avatar. That's just the name, okay? This import default avatar is just the name. You could even just say import Uncle Bobby. So import Uncle Bobby from public/assets/ then you could say default.jpg. Then over here, you could take Uncle Bobby and put it right here. And now when you get back here, see, we have this default image. But just to stick to naming convention, that is why we are calling it default avatar. So that we seem professional. And so that when someone is reading our code, they understand, oh yeah, this is the default avatar. Okay, but that doesn't mean you can call it whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want, okay? But to stick to naming convention, please call it something that's reasonable. All right, guys, that's it. So we have image, and below this image, we will have a span. We will have a span. And in case you don't know yet, let me show you. This is what we are trying to build here. This over here. See this user bio data. That is what we are trying to build. So get back here. Get back to our code. This span is going to hold h3. The first thing that's going to be here is the name of the user. So we will say chats freak user. And also we need to pass in the p tag, which is going to be anything you want from the username, from the user's username to the bio data or whatever you want. But for this one, I'm just going to say @chatfreak. In case you don't understand why I am putting this curly braces, it's just so that in the future, whenever I just remove this, I will call the variable directly. Okay, you can still put this in a string, it will still work totally fine. Okay, if you don't want to put it in curly braces, you can still say @chatfreak, just like this, and it will still work perfectly well. Okay, you can see the boats showing up there. Good. I have everything that I want. Below the main, let's add in the last thing in the header before we start styling, and we'll see how everything will look. So we add button. Yeah, it should be button. Then I need to add an icon. This one is going to be RI more to fill. RI more to fill. Why is it not suggesting anything for me? I was really hoping on, yep, it did suggest something for me. So now you can see we have this over here. Good, guys, let's start styling. So from the header, should I even put this side? Yeah, let me put this here so that you guys can actually see it happen in real time. I really like it when I'm styling and I see it show up here in real time. It makes more sense to me. So header, I'm going to say class name and say flex items center, and then justify between, justify dash between, so that everything goes onto their edge. So you can see this is here, this is here. But guys, it seems like this image is just way too big that it's obstructing us from seeing anything. So let's style the image. I'm just going to quickly give this image a class name and also give it a width of 44px, same as the height of 44px. Now you can see how that's looking. Seems way reasonable now, right? Good. So back to the header, we gave it a justify between. I want the width to be 100px. So let's say, hey, the width should be 100px. You should take everything all the way from here to here. That is for the header. And I need a border bottom, something like this, something that we have over here. So if you don't want to have to type, if you don't want to type all that out, you could just quickly come over here and grabby, then get back here and paste. And let's see, is anything showing up over there? I doubt. So I'm gonna, yep, that looks way better. It's not on the same line for now. Don't worry about that. We'll fix it. So when you've added your border, just give it a padding 4. Below the border, just say P4. I need a space in between everything over there. You can see. And I want to make it to be sticky, which means when I'm scrolling the list of the charts, I don't want it to scroll alongside. But on the medium, I want it to be static. So top should be 0, which means it should stick all the way to the top. And also let's add a Z index of 100, which means that as we start scrolling, we don't want other things like the chart to cover it when it's still sticking here. You know that we will be scrolling like this. Let me show you. You know that we'll be scrolling like this. See, as we scroll, we want the chart to go into it or at the back of it, not at the front. So that is why we are adding 100 Z index as 100. Okay, so let's get back here. And yep, that's it for the header. Let's style the main. So for the main, did we add? Yeah, we added flex to this, and yep, it flexed it. So for the main, I'm gonna also give a class name of flex, and we also need to say items center. Then you should see it center everything. And I also need a gap because they seem to be touching each other. So gap 3. Now that looks very, very good to me. Image, I'm gonna give this a object cover. That should be object cover, and rounded should be full, which means it should be circle. There you go. That looks very good. Let's style the H3. So for the H3, padding should be 0. I don't need any space between it. And I want it to be font semi-bold. And also for the text, whoops, please space the semi-bold or the semi-bold. I don't know how you want to pronounce that. And the text also. So let's add a color to the H3. I will say text, and this one is going to be hash 2A3, then D39. Good, that's exactly how I want the color to be. And you could go ahead and also change the text size when it's on the medium screen. So MD text should be 17px. So on medium screen, you can see we make it to be 17px. Very good. Let's also style the p tag. So I'm going to say class name should be p0. Then I want the font size, the font weight rather, to be light. And also let's change the color to text hash 2AD D39. That should be hash 2A3, not 2AD, 2A3 D39. Okay, that is it. And after that, that's pretty much what we want. Okay, let's reduce the size. So I'm gonna say text should be 15px. And with this, you can now see that the size has been reduced. Very good. Let's style the button. So in the button, I'm just going to give it a background color. So I'm going to say hash D9F 2ED. And then you can see it's having this color over here. This is what we are trying to style. And let me push this over here a little bit so that you can see the icon as we are styling it. And then after giving the color, I want the width to be 35 pixels. So say W 35 pixels. You can see that. Also the same thing for the height. So height 35 pixels. And there you go. And let's add a padding in there. So I'm going to say P2. There you go. And let's put the icon at the center of the box. So for that, we will give it a flex. But that's not going to do anything. We're just giving it a flex because we want to use the items center property or class name. And we also want to use the justify center, justify dash center. Now that's going to center everything. And let's also make it rounded. So rounded dash LG. Good. That's what we have. And I also want to change the color of the icon. So in the icon, give it a color of hash 01A, rather 01A, then A85. Good. Now you can see it's having this greenish kind of color. All right. And you could also increase the icon if you want. So let's give it a class name. So give it a class name of width should be, let's say 28 pixels. And you can see, and also let's also add the height should be 28 pixels. Good. It's got a little bit bigger than it was initially. All right, that's exactly what I want. Now let's go ahead and create below the header a new div. This div now is gonna have a, okay, before we actually put anything in the div, let's go ahead and add its header. So its header will have a H3 that is gonna say messages, and then over here is where we count all the messages that we have. For now, I'm just gonna say one message, or rather let's just say 0 messages, 0 message rather. And then we also need to have a search icon over here. So for this, I will create a new, I already created it. So let's just go ahead and import that model over here. Remember, it's called search model. So search model rather, that's what I called it. And let's scroll all the way to the top and import that. So say import search model from /search model. There you go. That's it. Good. Now you can see messages 0, search model showing up like this. All good. So all you need to do for this one is, let me open up my code a little bit so that we have more space to work. Okay, hopefully you can clearly see this code. I initially wanted to make it a little bit smaller like this, but I'm not sure if that's going to be very visible for you. So I will just make sure that I pan to the side. Also, all the code and everything that I'm working with here will be in the tutorial with steps. So please make sure to look into that. Okay. So let's style or write some code for the search modal before we continue styling. So I want you to open up your search modal. You could either go to where it's stored in the directory and open it up, or you could hold Control and click on search modal to open it up. Either way, it's going to work. Okay. So in the search modal, all you just need to do is remove this text, and let's add a button firstly. This button is going to have a font, rather an icon, not a font. So the icon is going to be called RI search line, like this. There you go. Can you see that? That's exactly what I wanted. Good. So after you have done this, for now, that is pretty much it. Let's just give it a color so that we don't come back here for now. So I'm going to say hash 01A, then A85. Then you should see this greenish color that has been added to it. Let's also give it a width of 18px. Oops. I'm supposed to do that in here. So width. Oh, I didn't create a class name. Class name should be width of 18px. And also let's give it a height of 18px so that it gets a little bit bigger. Good. Can you see that? And let's also style the button. Then we should be done here. So button should have almost the same styling as this. So I'm going to copy this one. Remember this styling that we had here. So I'm copying it from the chat list and I'm bringing it into the search modal and I'm pasting it here. And let's see what we have. There you go. It looks identical. That's how I want it to be. Okay, so when you've done that, let's get back to the chat list and finish up our styling. So in the chat list, we need to style the div and also the header that's holding these icons. Let's start with the div. So this div over here, I'm just going to say class, and I want it to take 100% width like that. And let's also give a space at the top. So I'm going to say empty should be, let's say 10. If that's too big, 5. Or you could even work with pixels. You could say 10 px. Very good. And px should be 5. Good. That's what I want. And then let's style the header. So for this one, we're going to give it a flex, an items center, and you can see how it's looking. But now I want this icon to come over here while the message text remain where it is. So what you need to do is give it a justify between. So over here, when we say justify dash between, you can see this now comes over to the end. Justify between means, hey, give enough space in between the two texts, pushing this one to the extreme and leaving this one where it is. Okay, that is pretty much what we want here. Now let's style the h3. So the h3 for the messages is just going to take a text of 16 pixels, and yeah, that's about it. I don't want to add any more thing to it, and we should be done with this. If you look at this, you see that it looks the same way, right? See, it looks the same way. The only thing that I think that we might be missing here is just the brackets. So we need to wrap this in a bracket so that it looks like this. Very good, guys. That's about it. Now I'm gonna close this up a little bit so that we have more space to work with. Now below this div that's holding the search and the messages text, let's go ahead and create a main. And in this main, that's where we're gonna have the actual charts that we will be working with. Okay, so before I even go ahead and start styling anything, I want to create some charts so that you see how it will look, and then later we get started styling. So just create either a button or an a tag. It's up to you what you want to use. Maybe in the source code you might see that I used a tag or button. It's up to you. It's totally the same thing. Okay, and in this button we will have a couple of things. So I will like to create a div in here in this button. Okay, and this div is going to have two things. First one is going to be an image tag, and this image is going to have a source, obviously, but I'm going to use default avatar for the source. So just say default avatar, and it's going to be obstructing a lot of things. So let's style it up real quick by saying height should be 40 pixels, height 40 px, width 40 px, and I want it to be rounded, so I'm going to say rounded full. And also I want to give it an object cover. So object cover means that no matter how long or short the image is, it must be contained in this height and width. Okay, and rounded full means that it's going to be in the circular shape. Very good. After you have done that, below the image tag, let's create a new span tag, and we need h2 in here. This h2 is just going to have the name of the user, so I'm going to say Destiny Franks, and I also need a p tag also. This p tag is going to have maybe the last message that they had, and yeah, let's just work with the last message that they had. So I'm going to say, hey dear, how are you? Hey dear, how are you? And that's about it. Just below this div that's holding the image and the names, I'm going to create a new p tag and give a time. So I'm just going to say 6th February 2025. Very good. And now you can see how everything is looking over here. That's about it. Let's start styling. So for the main, I'm going to give it a flex, and I'm also going to give it a flex dash cool and items dash start, which means I want it to stick all the way to the beginning over here. You can see flex dash cool means that I don't want everything to be on a horizontal line. For example, you see the way the charts are going, it came from this one like this to this one like this, right, to this one like this. It's coming in a vertical position, right? But when you say flex row, it will go in a horizontal position like this. But for a chart list, that will not make sense. That is why we give it a flex cool, so that it comes in a position like this. Does that make sense, guys? So yeah, that is why we say it flex cool here. And we also need some gap. So I'm just gonna say gap should be 6. Okay, for now, let's just leave out the gap, okay? I need a space at the top. So I'm going to say space at the top should be, we could work with rem, we could say 1.5 rem, and then you can see that space at the top. I also need a padding bottom, so I'm going to say PB3. And okay, for now, you're not going to see anything because we don't have any item below where you will see the padding bottom actually working. So let's leave that out. Now let's go ahead and style the button. So I'm going to say class, and I'm going to say flex, which means everything should go to their right or stack horizontally. Then also I'm going to say items dash start, because I don't want anything actually spilling off. I want everything to make sure that they are sticking to the start of the page. And then justify between. So justify between means that everything will take, but for now it's not going to happen though, because it does not have full width. So let's give it a full width and see what's going to happen. So over here, I'm going to say width should be 100%. And now you can see it's coming all the way to the end. So this is what happened. Let me show you. Initially, let's just say that we had this box over here like this. And let's say that we have some text here and also some text here. Now inside here, the width of this text is like this. So that means this text that you're seeing over here is the names here, and this other text here is this time here. But you can see that it's not getting all the way to the end here. That is because you need to give it a width of 100% so that it knows that, hey, I have some more space, which means I can still move. That is why when you give it a width of 100%, it now knows that it can move to the end because it now has some widths to play around with. You can see that if you play around with this width, maybe say 70px, you can see that it doesn't move all the way, and you can see it keeps returning back. Okay, but when you give it a width of 100px, it knows that, hey, I should take up the whole width that's available for me over there. Very good. Let's style the border. So I'm going to say border bottom is what I want. You will see a tick border at the bottom, and you could even say border bottom 1. I want it to be a little bit lighter. Not light. Okay, you know what, let's just remove this. Instead of this, it's better I say border gray 50. And let's see what we have. Oh, that doesn't look real good. Let me use my own custom color. So I'm going to say #FFF, then play around with adjusting the color to what I want. Okay, minimize, rather drag down the opacity. That's what I'm supposed to be saying, so that it looks like this. Okay, good. If this doesn't work for you, you can play around with it. Okay, you have the code, it's your project, just play around with it. Now after adding the border one, I'm gonna say px should be 5. I need a space between the left here. See, this is touching the edge, and this also is touching the edge. So let's give a space between the edges. So that's padding x, which is space between the left and the right. I want it to be 5. And now you'll see some space. And if we are to actually add more charts here, let me duplicate this and put it down here. You can see that they are touching themselves. So I need to give a padding bottom, which is PB of 2, so that they have some space. Very good, very, very good. One more thing I think you need to also add is the PT2, so that we have some space at the top also. Okay. Instead of adding PT2 here, I think we should just do the same things down here. Then it should fix it for us. Let's see. PT2. Good. That's what I wanted. Instead of empty, rather it should be PT. Okay. Good. So I'm going to take this P2, and that's what I want to put here. For now, let's remove this other duplicate. We don't really want it to mess up our code for us till we are done styling. Okay. And that's it for the button. That's everything I want for the button. Now let's style the div that's holding the charts. So I'm gonna say class name, and this one is just gonna have a flex so that everything goes to the side. And I want everything to be at the start, so I'm gonna say item starts, and you can see everything should go to the start. Okay. Okay, just hold on. I'm gonna say gap 3. Very good. This over here, this text is supposed to be at the start over here. So what are we supposed to do? Let's style the H2. So for the H2, I'm going to say class. Firstly, I want to remove all the padding. I'm going to say, oh, whoops, I didn't give a class name. Class name. So firstly, I want to remove all the padding, and I'm going to say font should be semi-bold, and also change the color. So hash 2A3 D39 D39. Very good. And text dash left, so that it goes to the left. Very good. And change the size. So text should be 17 pixels. Good. Now it gets a little bigger. So let's also style this one that we have down here. I'm going to take the same styling and put it for the p tag. Okay. So put the same thing for the p tag, but we need to change up a couple of things. Font should be light. And there you go. And text should be 14 pixels. 14 pixels. So that it gets a little bit small like that. And also take the same styling and put it over here for the p tag, which is for the time, right? And change up a couple of things. Font should be regular, and there you go. And also you could say text should be gray 400. I want it to be a little bit dark, so gray 400. And I want to make the text to be very small, so 11px, and that's how it looks. So guys, with that, we are done. Now let's just go ahead and duplicate this. Take this and put it down here. And you can see the second chart showing up there perfectly well. Let's see how it looks here. Okay, I think we just need some more space between it. So over here where we have PB2, you could say PB3 and PT3. Okay, good. So this should be 3, 3. So 3, 3. Good. This is exactly what I wanted. Now you can see that we have 2 charts showing up over here. That is, in fact, very perfect. So what we need to do now before we continue is, remember that we have this dummy data here. Let me show you. Remember that we have this data here that has charts.js. This over here are some dummy data that I have actually gotten for you guys, so that we don't have to wait till we integrate Firebase for us to start looping through charts. Okay, so if we go ahead and integrate this dummy data now, we'll be able to see multiple charts show up over here based on all this data that we have over here. Okay, and for you to perfectly understand what's going on here, I highly recommend that you take a React.js entry-level course. I have a couple of them on the channel, also on Desphixs Pro. Check them out. Also, links will be in the description below. Okay, so some things here might be confusing for you if this is your first try with React. That is why I don't recommend you take this course for now. Take something lighter, something more simple before you start off this one. Okay, very good. So in the absence of that, let's get started integrating our charts. So get back to the charts list, close the sidebar, and you need to import the charts. So to import the charts, you just need to say import charts data. What did I call it? Charts data from. Import chart data from, then you put a path to where you have it. I think that should be ./data/charts. Very good. Let me get in here. See, that's what we call it, charts data. So right now, guys, if you get down here and you log console.log charts data, and you open up your console, let's see what we have. You can now see that we have all these charts showing up here in our console. Let me open this up. Can you see? We now have all these charts showing up here. Very, very good. So go ahead and close your console and let's list out those charts here. So for you to do that, the very first thing you need to do is import React use states. So use states, and then instead of console logging this, I want you to go ahead and create a new state, say charts, and also set charts. So if you're familiar with use states, this should be a walk in the park for you. Okay. If you're not familiar with use states, that is why I highly recommend that you take an entry level course. Okay. Now, use states basically is a hook that is used to store data temporarily. That means it could either be temporarily or it could be permanently based on how you're getting the data, but it stores data for a particular component. What does that mean? That means we can be able to get all those charts now that was shown in our console, store it in the state over here, and we'll be able to display all the charts using this chart variable that was defined here. If this doesn't make sense, again, I highly recommend that you take our entry level React.js courses. Okay, so one more time, use state is basically used to store and manage dynamic data that can change over time, such as user inputs, API responses, or even UI behaviors, just like we were about to do right now. Okay, so for you to be able to actually set this chart here, you need to use the use effects hook. So I want you to go ahead and import the use effects hook. And you might be asking, so Destiny, what's use effects? Use effects is just a React hook that helps you to run code when the component renders or updates. And this is used for doing things like fetching data, updating a state, updating a page title, handling timers, or basically doing anything that you want to do whenever your page reloads. I want you to think of it as a way to tell React, hey, whenever my component, for example, this chart list, whenever the chart list component shows up or changes, I want you to run this particular code. So whenever our components changes or updates or shows up, we want to run a code that we take all the charts that we have in the dummy data and store it in this state over here. So to do that, create a new use effects function. And this is how use effects functions are created. Just like this, we have use effects, then it's a function. You just add an arrow function in here. Okay, let me show you. So use effects gets initialized like this normally, right? With a parenthesis. Then in here, you create a function like this. Okay. And now in this function, that's where you're going to go ahead and write the logic that you want. So you now say set charts. And what do you want to set charts to? To chart data. Good. So if you just go ahead and actually set the charts like this, an infinite loop is going to occur. You might not see it, but with time there will be a build up and your page will probably crash. That is because you need to actually tell useEffects how many times it should run when the component has mounted. For now, it's going to run forever. That is because you have not specified something that is called a dependency array. For you to set a dependency array, in between this closing curly braces and also this parenthesis, you need to add a comma. Then you need to put a empty array over there. Now, don't worry, as we progress with this tutorial, I will show you how this is going to work and how we're going to use it. For now, you don't need to understand its nitty-gritty. Okay, so just know that this basically means that, hey, whenever this components or renders, I want you to run the code that is in here just once. Now, if for any reason we'll pass in anything here, this code here is going to run only based on whatever we passed in there. Just like I've said, don't worry yourself about it. We will work with this later. Okay. So now we can go ahead and loop through all the charts here. Remove one of the buttons, and we need only one to be able to run a loop. So I'm going to say charts.map. And we need to go ahead and also specify two things. First thing is going to be the parameter, and the next thing is going to be the index. But in some cases, I wouldn't really recommend that you use the index. I would recommend that you use the charts UID. If you're familiar with React, this should be a very simple thing for you. But if you're not familiar with React, let me explain what's going on. So in React.js, charts.map is just a way that we use to display a list of items. For example, in this case, chart entries from whatever you want. In this case, our chart array over here. Again, let me reiterate, is a way that you could use to display a list of all the items that we have in an array. And here is a little breakdown. We have charts over here. It's just an array, okay? And the map is just a method that is used to loop through each item in the array and maybe do something like render it or show the names of each and every one of the participants or each and every one of the recipients in the chart. And you might be asking, what is this question mark over here? This question mark is called an optional chaining, and it ensures that your code doesn't break if chart is null, or maybe if chart is undefined, or if the array is empty. Does that make sense? And you might be asking, hey, what is this two brackets that we have in here? Normally, this is going to contain a function that defines what you want to do with each item in the chart. So what we're going to do in here is add two things. One is going to be a chart, and you could also add an index. But I wouldn't recommend that you add this index for now, because we will use the charts UID that is going to come from the charts array. Does all this make sense? So when you have done this, let's go ahead and create a function here. Remember, I said it's going to be a function, and this is how it's going to look. Good. So now I want you to copy everything in the button, and I want you to paste it in here and save your code. Now, can you see it's beginning to display all the charts that we have in the charts array, that we have in the dummy charts data over, where is it? Over here. So that's everything that you can see here. But we still need to actually perform some fixes. For example, change up the name, change up the images, and so on. Now you can change up the 0 over here to say charts.length. Now remember that the question mark there is called optional chaining, which means if charts doesn't exist, we don't show length so that we don't break our code. Now, if charts doesn't exist, we want to say, hey, if we don't have any charts, just leave the length of the charts to be 0. So this two pipe sign over here means or. So we are saying charts.length or 0. That's basically what we are doing. Let's start changing up some things. The very first thing that we need is give this button a key. And for this, I'm going to say charts.uid. And then we need to change the avatar. So for that one, you're going to say something. You can just say charts.avatar or charts. Whatever you want, okay? Don't say that. What I want you to do now is something a little bit complicated, but don't worry, I'm going to explain everything. So based on the fact that in the charts array over here, you can see that for each chart object that we have here, we have this users array that contains two users, which is the two recipients or the two participants in the chart. One is going to be the user who is the logged in user. Another is going to be the user who is not the logged in user that is receiving the message that's the logged in user we will send. Does all this make sense? So there must always be a logged in user. And if you take a close look at all this chart, the most common logged in user here is a user with the email of bagzo@mailnetter.com. Take a close look. See, Bagzo is chatting Cookie. You can also see here Bagzo is chatting this person with the name of Zokasi. Also, Bagzo is chatting this person with the name of Sigswebby. Well, that's such a weird name. Well, this was auto-generated. So yeah, hopefully you get the point. So what we are supposed to do over here is actually loop through this arrays also. See this array of users, we need to loop through it and get only the user that is not the logged in user, because two users are present here, right? Imagine that Destiny is logged in and Destiny is chatting with John. Do you want us to show Destiny and John over here? No, that will not make any sense. We need to show only John, because Destiny is logged in. But when John logs in, we don't show John here, we show Destiny, kind of like switching the flip. Does that make sense? So what you need to do is in the chat list, just over here below the button, we need to do something. So I'm gonna let's write a very simple loop here again. I'm gonna say chat.users. Remember that each chat now that is stored in this function here contains an array called users, which we can still loop through. Each chat object here now contains this array, right? That we can still loop through. That is why we are now saying, hey, for each single chat, loop through all the users that are in that particular chat. So we say chats.users, and this is where the most important thing comes to play. We want to say .filter. So this time around, we're going to say filter what? Then in here, we have another function. I know it might be a little bit complex, but don't worry. Once we get past this part, we will not do it again. So we want to say filter user.email is not equal to bagzo@mailnetter.com, because bagzo@mailnetter.com is the common user that we have over here. So all we just need to do is take her email or his email. I think it should be a woman. I can see Emily Jackson over there, and put it over here. Good. Don't worry, I will explain this again. Then also I will say .map, and this time around we want to map through this. So take this button and put it in here, or rather create this. Okay, hold on guys. I think before we even do this, let's wrap it in a React fragment like this so that we don't have a bug. Then paste this one down there. All this is just so that we don't have a bug, okay? But even at that, I think we still have a bug. So let's see what our bug will be. Again, don't worry, I'm going to explain all this. So you can see it says object is not a function. Array.map is not actually working well. So what's going on? Okay, let's take a close look at this. So here we have chats. We loop through the first one and say .map, call this chats. And over here, you can see we also said loop through. I think this button over here needs to be over here, just below the React fragment. So please bring this button down, okay? Trying to make sure that everything is organized the way it should be. So this here should be, please guys, just hold on. If you're confused, don't worry, I'm going to explain what's going on. So we have this. Oh yeah, now the problem is this. Since it's React, you cannot render two objects like this without giving them a parent. Okay, so you need to make sure that you wrap these two, which is the p tag and the div tag, in a React fragment, just like this, and then we'll paste this down here. Good. Now this looks okay, but let's see what error we are. Let's see the error that we are getting, saying that object is not a function. So let's see what's causing this. Very good. I know what's causing this. See over here, we created this map and we assigned this function to it, but this map here seems not to have a function. and that's not really good. So let's go ahead and create a function in that map. I just cut the button, okay? I did not remove, I just cut it. So here I'm creating a map, passing the user as the parameter for the function. And then in here, I'm going to paste this. Good. So now you can see this is how it's looking over here. So now you could boldly go ahead and say this should be user.image, and we should now be able to see the images come in here. Do you see that? You can also do the same thing for the name. So you could say user.fullname, not that, full name, like this, I believe. Yep. Or if the user doesn't have a full name, just give them a full name of chatfreak user. So chatfreak user. That is, they don't have a full name. But please make sure that you're wrapping this chatfreak user in a string, because it's not a variable. All right. And for this one over here, which is the last text, I want you to say chats.last message. And now you can see it's looking very good, guys. And there you go. That's about it. So for us to be able to actually format this time, I have a snippet that you need to get. Okay, so in the source, let's create a new utils folder. And in the utils, we need to create a new file called format timestamp. So right click, create a new file, call it format timestamp.js. Very good. And now I want you to get back to the tutorial with step. Get back to part 2, creating React components. And at the extreme or at the end, you will see this create a new utils format time.js. And I want you to take this snippet over here and paste it down here. So this is a snippet that I got online. You don't need to stress yourself about understanding what it's going to do. But basically what you to do is to take some timestamp that was generated by Firebase and convert it to actual readable time that you can understand. For example, 7th February 2025, 4th February 2025, instead of from random numbers like this. Okay. So when you have pasted it here, and also you could use this for other projects if you want. So just keep it, and it's going to come in handy even as we continue with other projects in the future. So let's get back to our code here. Now all you need to do is import that format timestamp at the top. So go ahead and say import format timestamp from /utils/format timestamp. Very good. So now below here where we have this date, you need to now change this up. So I'm going to say format timestamp, and then all you need to call over here is chat dot, and what is it called in the chats list? I believe it's called last message timestamp. So chat dot last message timestamp, and you can see 6th February. Okay, I think there is a problem somewhere. Let me confirm that my server is still running. Hold on, guys. It shouldn't be showing 6th February. That is only if it's 6th February that we have in the chat.js. Let's just reload the page and see what we have. Okay, I reloaded the page. Nothing seems to be showing up over here. Does not provide an export name called default. In our format timestamp, let's open that up, guys. So in our utils format timestamp that we have in the source folder, I believe. Well, this actually looks okay. Okay, for us to be able to import this without having default set to it, I think the mistake was in our chat list. Let me close the sidebar. We did not add a braces to this, meaning that we want to get this one item from all other functions that might be in this folder. Okay, so when you have done that, let's get back here and make sure that everything looks okay. It sure does look okay. Now let's see. Reload this page and let's see what we have. Good. Can you see February 1st, 2025 and so on? There you go. So the last message that we had was Quran Stone. It's supposed to be at the top. Why is it not at the top? That is because we need to create something very simple, which is sorting a message using spread operator. So let's do that. Create a new variable called sorted message, or you could even call it sorted chats rather. And then we need to use a hook in React that is called useMemo. So useMemo is basically used to optimize performance by memorizing, or let's say memoizing, the stored chats. Think of memoizing as caching, okay? And this means that it can only recalculate when something changes. In this case, when our chat changes, it's going to recalculate instead of sorting the chat on every render. Well, that might sound like a lot, but let's do it and you'll understand what's going to happen. So I'm going to say use memo. We imported that at the top. You can now see. And then it's a function, just like use states, use effects. So go ahead and initialize a function like this. Okay. And in here, what we want to do is just something very simple. In fact, it also uses dependency arrays. And in here, all we need to do is this. So we're going to say return, and then in a list, I'm going to say ..chats, which means, remember when I explained spread operator, what we're doing over here is keeping track of all the whole chats that we currently have using the spread operator in a list. Then let's go ahead and sort the chart. So sorting means that we will be able to sort it either from oldest to newest or newest to oldest. For us to be able to actually sort the chart from newest to oldest, which means that the newest will be at the top to appear first and the oldest will be below, which is in a descending order, right? We need to actually do something that's a little bit fun. So I'm going to say A and B is what I'm adding as a parameter. Then remember that it's going to be a function. Okay, everything almost revolves around being a function. So now what we want to do is this. We'll go ahead and sort the copied array based on the last message timestamp. For you to be able to get the most frequent messages or the most recent messages, firstly, you need to say b.last message timestamp minus a.last message timestamp. Now this way, you'll be able to actually reverse this list that we have over here. Now I only want the sorted list to be updated whenever charts change. Whenever there is a new chart, it should change. So guys, this means that down here where we are looping through the charts, instead of saying charts.map, say sorted charts.map. Now we should be able to see CRUD come to the top, but CRUD isn't coming to the top. What's going on? So I want to make sure that everything that I've done over here looks okay. Let me just go through it and confirm that everything looks nice. Okay, everything actually looks okay over here. Let me reload this page and see what we have. Good, just reloaded the page, and as you can see, this is still looking the way it is. All right, guys, so the very last thing on our list will be to actually sort charts, because current stone is the latest chart and it's supposed to be at the top, but right now, as you can see, it's at the bottom. So we need to be able to fix this. So for us to be able to actually sort these messages, we'll be using something called useMemo. useMemo in React is just a way that we could use to save time and avoid doing the same thing over and over again. So let's think of a quick scenario. Imagine that you're baking a cake, and the first time you bake it, you do everything from scratch, from measuring ingredients to mixing, baking. But every time someone asks for a cake later, instead of going through all those steps again, you just memorize the recipe and follow it quickly so that you don't have to go through that steps again, maybe from YouTube or from your phone. Does it make sense? In React, the recipe is the operation, and useMemo is like remembering the results of a previous calculation so that React doesn't have to redo it each time. So what we're going to do now is we will use the useMemo hook to remember the charts that we have over here, this chart that we have over here, and then we'll be able to sort the chart and reverse the array. Okay, so how do we do this? Quite simple. All you need to do is define firstly, you can import the useMemo hook. So you can say const sorted chart, which is a variable, should be equal to useMemo, which is the hook. And then define a function in here. Okay, so we have a function like this, an arrow function. Now in this function, let's go ahead and return something. So whenever we call the sorted charts, we will return whatever that will be in here. First thing we want to do is go ahead and make a shallow copy of the charts array to avoid mutating the original. What that means is we just make a copy of the current chart array, remember everything that is there, so that we don't have to make some changes to the original array. Okay, so after memorizing, let's go ahead and sort. Say dot sort and create a function in here. Okay, and then we need two parameters in here, a and b. Oops, that should be a comma b. Now what we need to do here is quite tricky and at the same time simple. Remember that now we have a and b, so each of this a and b will basically hold parameters that are coming from the chart, and the parameter that we want to sort by is the last message timestamp. So let's define two variables over here and say const a timestamp. Don't worry, I will explain this. Should be equal to a dot, whoops, that should be a dot last message timestamp plus a dot last message timestamp dot nanoseconds. Oh, this one also should have dot seconds. I missed that. This one should have dot nanoseconds divided by 1e9. Okay, let me explain what's going on. So what we're doing over here is basically converting the timestamp of seconds plus nanoseconds into a single number. Instead of having these numbers over here, this number and this number, we converted the both of them into one single number so that we'll be able to make use of it. Okay, and then you also need to create another one, which is for the b timestamp. So b timestamp should be b dot last message timestamp dot second plus b dot last message timestamp dot nanoseconds divided by 1e9. And for you to be able to actually reverse the list, you just need to say return in this function b timestamp minus a timestamp. Good. And after you have done this, take this sorted chart and put it here instead of this chart. And there you go. Quran is now at the top. We have reversed the list. So this is what we are doing. Firstly, we converted the timestamp for seconds and nanoseconds for the chart A into a single number. And we did the same thing for the chart B into a single number. Then we sort in descending order by doing what? Comparing the timestamps so that newer charts will come first. So what we are saying is, hey, minus all the B timestamps from the A timestamps, and this will automatically reverse the list and make the newer charts to come first. Okay? And also, use memo needs a dependency array. So we need to sort. So we need the sorting to happen only when we actually update the chart. So when there is a new chart, that's when we want the sorting to happen. So over here, I will just say charts. Very good. And that's about it. So guys, with that, we have come to the end of the chart lists. In the next one, we will get started working with the chat box, and that should be really nice. Hopefully you enjoyed this one. And yep, let's get started with the chat box. All right, so to get started working with the chat box, let's get back to our code editor. And I think the best thing to do is put this by the left side for now. And also let's minimize this a little bit so that we can see what we're doing. So chat box here, code here. Okay, does this make sense? So that we can be able to see everything that's going on in real time. All right, so that's it. Now you already know the drill. The very first thing is to get to the chatbox.jsx. So I'm going to open up the chatbox.jsx, which is this one over here. And let's start changing some things up, starting with the section. So this is going to be section. Remove the chat box text. And in here, we need a header. Whoops, that should be a header like this. Very good. And in the header, we need a main. And in the main, we need a span. The span is going to hold an image. Okay. And for the image, we need a default avatar for now. So let's get into the chat list and copy the default avatar that we currently have here. I'm also going to copy the format timestamp because I need that, and I'll paste it in the chat box. Okay. So here in the source, I'm just going to say default avatar. Good. And you can see how big that is looking. So let's go ahead and quickly style it so that it doesn't take up much space. So I'm going to say width should be, or we could just say width 11, height 11, then object cover, and also you should have a rounded full. Good. That's what we want. Now below the span, let's create another span, add a h3 tag there. This is going to be the name of the user. So I'm going to say chat freak user, and then we also need a p tag. So I just duplicated the h3 and I'm making this one a p tag, and I'm going to use this one for the username. So I'm just going to say @chatsfreak, just like this. Very good, very good. Now below the header, I'm going to create a main, another main down here, and inside this main we will have a section. So let's firstly create all the elements, then we get started styling. Or you know what, that might actually throw you off guard. So let's style the elements that we have created. I don't want to get you confused, okay? So this first section over here, we'll have a class name of flex, then flex cool, items start. Hopefully you already know this. I've been explaining this throughout the tutorial. All this is just so that everything sticks to the left side of the page and follow along with the chat box. Then I also need justify start. And for the height, I'm going to say you should just take the height of the screen that we currently have, which should be 100%. So height screen here to here. Okay. There you go, width 100%. You can now see that it's pushed this one while taking all the whole width. So now it's beginning to look like we want it to. Very good. And after that, you could give it a background color. So I'm going to say BG. In fact, you should also even give it a background dash image, because I want you to have, can you see those little icons that are showing up in the background? I want you to have that. So you can see that everything is beginning to come together. That's very nice. Let's style the header. So for the header, I'm going to say class name and give it a border bottom. And you can also style the color. So you could say border gray 400. Let's see how that's going to look. And there you go. Look at what we currently have. I don't like that. Don't worry, we'll fix it. So I want to give it a width of 100%. Can you see how the border now is spanning across the whole width of the page? Height should be 70px. That's the height of this over here. The image, the chat freak user, and all this 70px. Don't worry, we are still coming back there. We'll fix everything up. And also, when we are on the medium screen, we want the height to be feet. Okay? Don't worry, you see this in action as we continue. And also, I need a padding 4 over there. Good. And finally, a background of white. So you could just say BG white. There you go. That's what we have. So after you've done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. Now let's go ahead and style the main that we have over here. So I'm going to say class name, and then we need to pass in flex items center, because we want everything to be at the center. Don't worry, you see how this is going to work. Then gap tree. Please add flex over here. Then you should be able to now see this in the center. Okay, so item center, let me show you what it's going to do. Basically, what it's going to do is make sure that this image and this text are aligned on the horizontal axis in the center. Okay, in case you don't understand, let me draw an image over here. Let me draw something to show you. So let's say that this over here is the profile picture. Yeah, and let's say that this here is the text for the name and the username. Once you give it align center, items center rather, it will make sure that it's centered. It's like this. Okay, so by default it will be a little bit displaced, but once you give it item center, it will make sure that everything is aligned on the horizontal axis in the center like this. Does that make sense? Hopefully you understand. So back to our code, and let me minimize this also. Okay, back to this place. So after giving that a flex, then items dash center and gap tree, that's exactly what I wanted. We've styled the image, so there is no need to do that. Let's style the H tree. So for the H tree, just give a class of font semi-bold, and also for the text, I'm gonna say text dash. Then in here, you just need to say hash 2A3 D39. D39, very good. And also for the size of the text, you could just say text dash LG, and that should be it. So now copy this like that, and you need to put it over here and just change the text LG to text SM. So it will be small, and change the font semi-bold to font light. So guys, I've been showing a lot of ways that we could do the same thing throughout this tutorial. If you could remember sometime in the past, instead of using text SM, we say things like text, then in a square brackets, 11px. And over here now we are using text SM. I know that I could as well just stick to using text SM everywhere, but the goal of this tutorial, or my goal whenever I am trying to teach something, is to actually show you different ways that you can use to achieve the same thing, okay? But don't worry, moving forward in the tutorial, as you gain more experience, we'll make sure to stick to professional way of building applications so that whoever that is reading our code won't have a hard time knowing what's going on, okay? Yep, hopefully you understood that. Very good. So down here, below the header, let's create a new main. And this main, let's style it up a little bit. So I'm going to say, oops, that should be class name. And we want to give it a, forget about background image. We already gave the section a background image. All you just want to give this one now is relative. And then you want to also give it a height. Height should be 100 viewport height. And then width should be 100%. So you should take the whole width, 100%. And over here we have flex cool, then justify between. Very good. I know you can't see anything for now, but it's okay. We will fix this as we continue. So after styling the justify between, let's go ahead and create a new section down here in the main. So in the main, we start a new section like this, and then let's quickly style it. Okay, so I'm gonna say class. I need a padding in the left and right, so I'm going to put padding x3. I need a padding at the top, so I'm going to say pt5. I need the padding at the bottom, so I'm going to say pt20. And when we're in the large screen, I only want the padding bottom to be 10. So when we're in the large screen, padding bottom should be 10. Very good. And now let's go ahead and actually create a new div here. Then we'll start listing out the messages and we should be done. So we have a new div. This div is going to have a class of overflow auto. That's because I want to be able to scroll charts. Then it should have a height of 80 viewport height, which is 80 VH. And that's about it for now. Okay, guys. So the next thing will be to go ahead and actually create the message. So for the message, I wouldn't say that it will be a little bit tricky, but yeah, let's see how it goes. So in here for the div, let's start off by creating another div in this place. And this div is going to have a class name. It's going to have a class name of flex. And then I want to actually dynamically do something over here. But for now, I'm not going to do it, okay? For now, what I will just do is flex cool items end as flex dash cool, then items dash end. So flex dash cool, remember what I already said, is to make sure that all the items that will be added in this div will be placed vertically. Items dash end means that everything that you add over here will automatically be at the right side. Does that make sense? So after creating this flex cool, in this place, let's create a new span. And this span, will give it a class name of flex, and gap should be 3. Very good. Now in this span, I'll create a new div, In this div, we'll give it a height of auto. So the height should be automatic. Okay. Don't worry. You see how all this works. Don't worry. Now, for the interesting part, I will go ahead and create a new div over here. And in this div, I will have a h4. Now, this h4 is going to be the message text. I'm just going to say, hey, buddy, for the message text. And then below the div, we will have a p tag. So that's below the div that's holding the h4. We will have a p tag that will be for timestamp. So I'm just going to say 7th February 2025. And there you go. That's what we have. Good. So let's go ahead and style this. So style the div that is holding the h4. All you need to do is give it a class. And then you need to give it a flex. Give it items-center because we're trying to center the text that will be in it. And then let's give it a background white firstly so you see everything that's going on. And after that, give it a justify center. So that will center the text in the box, and then we give it a padding of 6 and also a rounded LG, rounded-LG, and then we give it a shadow-SM. So so that we have that little shadow over there. Can you see how it's beginning to look? That looks good. And let's style the h4 itself. So for the h4, I'm just gonna say class name and font medium. Font medium text should be 17px. I need some exact size. So I'm gonna say 17px, and also text -gray -800 is what I want, and I want the width to be full. So W full. Then I want to add break words. So break words will basically help us break the text if the words gets too long. Okay. Yep. So that's everything that I need for the h4. Now let's go ahead and style the div. I mean the p tag. Let's style the p tag. So it's gonna have a text of, you could just say something like gray 400, and there you go, something like that, or even gray 300 if you don't want it to really stand out and distract the user. Yeah, gray 300 is okay, but I want you to play around with this. Okay, just play around with it. I'm gonna say gray 400. Very good. And after adding that gray, I want the text to be extra small. So text XS, and I want the text to go to the right. Text right. There you go. So after styling the span, let's go ahead and create the other span and also style it. So just below this div, I'm gonna say div, or instead of calling that div, let's just call it a span. Okay. And in the span, we will have an image, because this one is going to be the recipient's message. And I still want to use default avatar for this one as the image. So default avatar. Very good. It's going to be very big now. So I think we should just style it right off the bat so that we don't have that big looking image. I'm also giving this an object cover and also a rounded full. Good. Just like that. All right. So when you have done this, let's go ahead and create a new div just below the image tag. Whoops, that should be down here. So just below this image tag, we create a new div. This div is going to hold two items. The first one is going to be a div that will hold the h4 and then the p tag. Okay, so this div is going to have a h4 that we just call the name of the user, chatfreak user, and then below that div we will have a p tag that's gonna show the time. So 11th February 2025 is what we want for the time. So let's style this. The span here is gonna have flex, gap should be 3, then width should be 40%. Height is going to be auto. MS will be 10. Very good. Very, very good. Okay. So for now, please don't bother about this auto. Okay. We're going to fix this. Right. Don't bother about that for now. Let's go ahead and start the div that's holding the h4. So that div is going to have a class name of flex, items dash center. Basically what we did over here. So you could just copy this if you don't want to retype everything out. So copy and we'll paste it there. There you go. Can you see how it's looking? Let me show you. See how it's looking. Again, I say, don't worry, we're going to fix all that, okay? And copy the same thing for the time. Exactly the same thing for the time. And I'm going to put it down there. And I also wanted to remove this text right here. It doesn't really look good to me. And I'm also going to remove the text right here. Instead of putting text right, I think we should just put an empty 3, which is a margin top 3. So there's some breathing space between the text and also the message. Okay. So yep, that is everything that we have now. Let's go ahead and style it out. So the very first thing is we want everything to take the full width, right? This one being at the extreme, this one being over here, right? Rather, this one being here, but the hey body being at the extreme over there. So what do we do? Now let's get back to the top. Oh, you know what? I think before we actually get to the top, how about we just create the input and get that over with? Yeah, let's just do that. Below the section, create a new section. So let's just do this quickly before we start styling and fixing the bugs. So there's going to be a div in there. Okay, I think we must have made a mistake. So below the section here, below the section, let's create a div instead. Okay, let's create a div. I'm trying to get the layout and the structure, and inside this div we will have a form, and this form is going to have an input. This input should have a placeholder of maybe write your message dots. Let's see what we have. Let's see. Okay, we are not able to actually see anything. But don't worry, we're going to look into that, okay? Then we need a button. So we need a button, and this button is going to have an icon. So I want you to give it an RI send plain fill. Then we need to go ahead and import this icon here. Send plain fill. Good. That is good. So see, we have this showing up down here. Good. That's what I wanted. So now we need to go ahead and style this up, and we'll fix the layouts because the layout doesn't really look good to me now. So the very first thing I want to do is give this a class of sticky. So class of sticky means that okay, let's go ahead and adjust its bottom and top. So I'm going to say on the large screen, bottom should be 0. Then on the normal screen or on the small screen, bottom should be 60px. 60px. I also want to give a padding of 3. Height should be feet, and width should be 100%. Good. All right. So can you see how that is sticking to the bottom when we get past the scrolling here? Don't worry, we'll make it to stick to the bottom so that it doesn't even move at all. Let's go ahead and style the form. So I'm going to give this form a class name of flex items dash center, and I'm also going to give it a BG of white H45px, and then I'm going to say W 100px, 100% instead, okay, not 100px. And then I want to give it a padding X of 2, which is a padding between the left and the right. And also I'm going to say rounded LG so that we don't have that sharp corners. And finally, I'm going to say relative because I want to give the button absolute, okay? And let's also give it a shadow LG. I want to have a shadow, and it's very, very good. Let's start the inputs. Give the inputs a class name of height full. So I want you to take the full height of its parent. And also let's style its text, which is the text that's going to be typed into the input. It should be #2A3, #2A3, then D39, D39. Very good. So now when you type into here, you can see the text that it has. Very good. Now let's remove that outline, the black outline that happens when you start typing. So say outline none. Also change the text size to 16px. And I think let's add a padding left of 3. Good, and you can see how he pushed that. And also I need a padding right of 50 pixels, 50px. It's not going to show, but let's just give it a rounded LG and also a width of 100%. Good. All these are for the inputs, okay? So that it looks nice when you type. Let's style the button and we should be done. So the button should have a class name of flex items center justify center absolute. Then we have right 3 p2 rounded dash full. Then we have bg should be hash d9f2ed. And then when I hover, I don't really like that color. So there is a mistake. It should be D9F. Okay. Good. That's the color that I want. So when I hover, I want the background color to actually change. So in Tailwind, this is how you write pseudo classes. You say hover, then BG, then you add whatever color that you want over here for the BG. In this case, I'm going to say C8E AE3. So that when we hover, you can see that little color over there. Very good. And now let's go ahead and style up the button a little bit. So the button, rather the icon, not the button, should have a color of hash O1A, or rather 01A A85. So that it looks like that. Very good, guys. We are done. Everything is okay now. Let's go ahead and fix the layouts. Okay, so when I put this like this, this is what we have. It doesn't really look good to me. I'm gonna leave it like this so that I know when everything starts getting well and nice. Good. So let's go ahead and style and fix the layouts, because there seems to be a bug in the layouts. So looking at my code over here, I can immediately spot a mistake. 100% for the width here is joined with a flex, which means it's not gonna work. So you need to give this a space over here and save your code. Good, guys, can you see? Now this looks way better, right? You can see how it's looking when you scroll. We have chat freak user over here, and I cannot really find the other user or the other message that I made. So let's see what's going on. So immediately after fixing this width issue that we had over here, we can immediately see that we can't find the other text. Okay, I already know what's going on. I want you to duplicate this div that has the items and W full. So just duplicate it in 2 places like this. Now you should see another one show up down here. There you go. So for this one over here, let's go ahead and remove this top span, remove that. And then I want you to change this items end to items start. So that means it should be over here now, right? And for this other one, I want you to remove these other recipients here. That's not what I want. And then it should be gone. Oh, something is wrong. Or we could even just leave this one over here as it is. Then just remove this span here. Good. Good. So this is what I want. But just remove the image. We don't need the image for that user. So when you remove the image, and now you could even make the timing to be text right, so that it goes to the right like that. And guys, that is about it. So that's pretty much it. Now when we scroll, the only visible problem that I could think of is that there's going to be this space here which we need to fix. Apart from that, every other thing looks good. And this border over here seems not to be aligning or matching up well. So let's go ahead and fix that. So firstly, to be able to fix this border, just change this 70px to 82px. And then you see it aligns perfectly well. That's what I want. And then the next thing is to fix this overflow scrolling issue that we have over here. You shouldn't scroll everything like this. That is very wrong. So how do we actually fix that? So for us to be able to fix this scrolling issue, you can see in the charts, when we scroll the charts, only the charts should scroll. When we scroll the message, only the message should scroll. but it seems that everything is scrolling now, which is very, very wrong. To fix this, let's create a custom class called custom scroll bar. So I want you to open up your index.js and just down here, define a new class called custom-scroll bar. And the very first thing I just want to give this should be an overflow of scroll, which means when our messages or anything on our page overflows, what do we want to do? We want to immediately start scrolling it. Okay, that's what that's gonna do. Now we need to change things like this. If you remember, if you see the browser, you can see the scroll track over here. I don't really like the way it looks. If you want to fix that, we will go ahead and change some things up there. But now that we have defined custom scroll bar, if we get back to chat box and we put the class name over here as custom scroll bar, can you see that it has been fixed? So we don't have any issue anymore. Everything has now been fixed. Now the styling is totally up to you and what you want to do. If you want to style it, you can now start using let me show you. So you can say custom dash scroll bar, and then you can say column minus WebKit. So now we could say WebKit scroll thumb. That's the or rather WebKit scroll bar. Firstly, you could define how big you want the width to be. So you could say width should be, and if you want, you could say 3px. Now this one totally depends on what you want, okay? But I'm gonna say 13px. So you could say width. I'm just gonna say 0. I don't want to see anything in the width over there, and that is pretty much everything that I want. So guys, with this, we have come to the end of this particular section where we listed messages. The only thing that's left is we need to get our chats data. Yep, we need to get our chats data and make sure that we are actually listing the messages over here from the messages data, rather, not chats data, my bad. So let's go ahead and grab the messages data. So in our chats box over here, I will import message data. So import, then that kind of braces from, I'm going to say dot slash, then remember it's in data slash message data. Good. But to then import it, you need to come over here and say import message data. Very good. Let's see if that's really actually it. So close that up, and over here, oops, I mistakenly closed the chat box up. So I'm just going to open up the chat box again. So open up the chat box and let's see if it's actually message data that we have over there. I'm holding control and I'm clicking on the messages data, and this is what we have. I think what we called it was, we were right, but why isn't it actually opening up anything? Well, that's quite weird. I think that's because we didn't export. So let's export const message data so that now we can get it. There you go. So now that we are able to do all this, let's go ahead and create a new state and use effects so that we will be able to actually render the message and see how everything is going to happen in real time. So after importing message data, you need to go ahead and also import React use state. So we need to say use state, and yep, just like this, but please remove the full stop and make it a comma so that you don't have a bug. And then define a state called messages and also set messages. Okay, I believe we have done this before, so we're not going to spend much time on it. Okay, that is why I'm actually just speed running through this, because we've done most of this in the past, in the chat list, in the nav links, in the header, and the login page, and so on. So that is why I am just going through this. Okay, later we will be able to work with this when we start working with Firebase, so I will still explain again. I hope that makes sense. So let's define const sender email, a variable called sender email. I want it to be bagzo at mailnator.com. Remember this email that we have over here? That is what I want it to be. And please copy the same email also. For now, we are manually typing in all this, but in the next module, we'll start making it all to be dynamic. Okay. And after we have done this, let's go ahead and use the use effect hook to set messages. I believe I have explained what this will do in the past tutorial. So I'm going to say use effects, and then we create an empty dependency array over here, and then set the chart. So we say set messages to be what? Message data, just like that. And we are done. And after you have done this, one more thing that I want to do is make sure that whenever a new message gets sent, that we scroll to the bottom. Okay. And after we've done that, I also want to do something that is called optimistic message send, which means as soon as you send a message, the server might take some time to actually process the message, maybe save it and send it to the other user, and the other user receives it. It takes about 2 seconds or so, or a second in some cases. So what usually happens with some chat application is when you send the message, they optimistically update your UI with the message before sending it over to the recipient. So we'll also apply the same approach here in our chat application so that you see how it will work. Okay. So for now, we have been able to set our messages. Let's go ahead and loop through it, and you'll see how all this will work and come together. So in here, I'm going to create a map. I'm going to say messages.map. But guys, instead of going through messages like this, let's firstly sort the message. So do you remember how we sorted messages in the last one? Rather, how we sorted the chats in the last one when we did this over here. So I want you to still take this. We'll repeat the same process down here. So just below the use effects, we repeat the same process. So instead of sorted chats, this will be sorted messages. Okay. And replace chats with messages. Here to replace chats with messages. And that's about it, guys. I think the only thing that we might be missing is this. Instead of last message timestamp, it's supposed to be just timestamp. Okay. And in case you don't understand where that is coming from, let's look at the message data. So if you look at the message data, see, it's called timestamp over here. Does that make sense? So that is why we are naming this one timestamp.second, and also over here timestamp.second. Please hold on, let me confirm this. Here it's called timestamp. Here it's called timestamp. Very good. Here also we need to make it timestamp.nanosecond. Good. That is it. So import use memo. We haven't imported that. Go ahead and import it at the top. And there you go. I have imported it. And see, it's working over here now. Good. So let's go ahead and loop through the messages. Why is this chat freak message showing up here instead of at the end over here? Well, that's because of this 40%. Remove this. So I'm just going to clear that out. And there you go. Should work now. Okay, I think I removed the wrong one. Remove this one here. Then it should work now. But then I want to add ME10 so that it comes out a little bit from the wall. And that's how it's looking. Very good. So guys, let's go ahead and map through these messages now. How do we actually do this? So what we're going to do is at the top here, I'm going to say sorted messages. So sorted messages.map. And then we'll pass in MSG and index as parameters over here to the function. And then let's go ahead and create the arrow function itself. So arrow. Then in here, I will create React fragments. Then take these two charts of those users and put it inside here. There you go. So I've put these two charts in here, and you can see what we now currently have. Can you see how the scroll works? Can you see? So this is how this is working. Looks very nice, right? It knows how to scroll the message, and it knows when on how to scroll, but it doesn't partition the messages yet. Let's go ahead and fix that. So guys, it might be just a little bit tricky, but please bear with me, okay? So what we want to do is this. We actually want to write a conditional statement firstly, and we need to check for this one and say if message.sender is equal to sender email. What does this mean? Take note that the chat messages array over here, let me go ahead and open that. It has this sender field. So we are checking, hey, if the sender of a message is equal to the logged in user, which is this one over here that we are mocking here, what we want to do is display the message at the right, which means the person that is logged in is the person that sends the message. Does that make sense? So here we say if message.sender is equal to sender email, then we add a question mark. And in the question mark, we will copy this and put here. So if it's the same, if it's the sender email that is the same as message sender, we show that. Else is denoted as column. Then we show this, paste. Very good, very, very good. So now I know you won't be able to see anything. Let's go ahead and change the message so that you can see something show up. So instead of showing chat freak user over here, just go ahead and say msg.text, msg.text. And I want you to still do the same thing for this one here at the top. So still change this one to msg.text. And now we should see the text coming in perfectly well. All right, that's what we want. So for now, don't really mind you can see that now we have, hey, Kiran, hey, yo, have you thought about an AI startup? I have an idea. Yeah, I've been considering it, blah, blah, blah. It's going from here to here, which is not what I want. This is the very first message. The very first message should be at the very top. Now, this is happening because our setup here will not work. What we need to do is say B stamp plus A stamp. Now you should see, it should be fixed. So let's see how this is going to look. So let's see. Let me search for hey Kuran. What's up? Okay, everything seems to be mixed up right now. Okay, so let's fix this up and we should get back here. So I'm going to place this and I'm going to say A timestamp minus B timestamp. Good. Now let's see what we have. Let's see what we have. You can see that it's working well now. See, hey Kuran, hey, have you ever thought about starting an AI startup? I have an idea. Yeah, I've been considering it. AI is booming right now. What kind of AI product are you thinking about? And everything made sense all the way to the end here. Very good. Very, very nice. So the only thing that we just need to do right now is okay, for now, I think we might just pass on this for now. Then when we get back in the future, we will be able to then show image of Quran here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the future. So that is it. I think one more thing that is left for us to do is to actually show the time, because this time here doesn't really look good. So we need to get down. We need to get down here and import the formatted timestamp, and then you need to go ahead and pass in msg.timestamp. Now let's see, we should see February 1st showing up there. Very good. Take this also and put it here. So now we should also see February 1st showing up here. Very good, guys. Everything is looking perfectly well as I expected it to look. Now, the last thing on my list is to send messages optimistically, which means when we type a message here and hit this button, we want to see it get appended here. That doesn't mean that the message will be sent yet, okay? So please don't get yourself confused with that. But that is just an optimistic way of sending messages, okay? So this will introduce us to two things. The first thing will be, as soon as we send the message, we want it to scroll to the latest one. So we don't want to manually scroll. We want it to scroll to the latest one. And the second thing is optimistically sending the message. So let's go ahead and do that. So over here, I'm going to get back to my code. And down here, let's create a new function called handle send message. just so you know, all this while we've been working with only React.js. We haven't even started integrating the Firebase. Okay, we'll start working on that very soon. So I'm going to say e.prevent defaults, because the default behavior of a form is to reload when it gets submitted. I don't want this form to reload when it gets submitted. That is why I am preventing the default. Okay, then we need to check for something. Oh, I think I missed out on something. We need a state to store the message. So we need a state that when a user types in their message, we need to save the message there. So I will say const, and then we need to say message text, and also send message text. And here we will just say use state, and then we pass in an empty string, just like that. So now you need to take send message, get down to this input here, create a new on change. So on change of this, I want to go ahead and set whatever the user typed in the input to the state. So I'm going to say e.target.value. So let me explain what's going on. Now we just created the simple events listener over here and wrote an inline function. In this function, what we are saying is, hey, whenever a user starts typing something into this input, take whatever they typed and set it to the send message state. That is what we are doing, guys. So let's get back here now. We can now check for something. Optimistically sending a message is quite simple. All you just need to do is say const new message should be equal to then a dictionary. Okay. A couple of things that you could do is go ahead and define things like the sender. For now, remember that we don't have the sender, but we'll work with this later. So for now, I'm just going to append the sender email as the sender. Okay. So let's just say that the sender is going to be the sender email. Firstly, the text of the message is going to be the message text that was stored in the state. Now, the timestamp, very important, is going to be what? Remember that timestamp has two fields in it. The first one is seconds. Now for this one, let's dynamically add this by getting a random date time using JavaScript. So I'll say maths.floor, and then let's generate a new date. So I'll say date.now divided by 1000 is how we get the seconds. Okay, so we are getting current time in seconds. And also we need to get current time in nanoseconds. So for that one, just say 0. Okay, there is no need to actually convert anything. That should be 0, because whenever a message gets sent at that particular time is the nanosecond. Okay, so when you have created this new message object, go ahead and update the messages array by saying set messages. The state is what we want to update. So I'll say previous messages, which is all these messages over here, should be stored here. Guys, I'm not going to really go into the explanation again because I have explained this when we worked with charts. Remember when I explained spread operator and how it works? If you don't remember, please make sure to make reference back to that and you can get back here and understand what's going on. So we are storing everything that we have as messages for this particular chart in here in the previous messages. Now let's go ahead and create the function. So function should be an array. Then we are spreading out all the messages, kind of like creating a copy of all the previous messages that we have. But the good thing about this is we now append a new message to it. That is what we just want to do. So we grab all the other messages that we have, then append a new message to it. Had it been you didn't do this, spread operator and you just appended a new message, as soon as you send a new message, it will delete every other message that you have and just leave you with only the new message, which is not very ideal, right? Yep, hopefully you understand. So replace this with prev messages so that everything looks good. And when you have done that, we also need to go ahead and set message text, which is the state. We need to go ahead and set it to an empty string. So set message, let me see what I called it here. Yeah, set it to an empty string. But for it to actually work like this, you need to make sure that in the input, the value of the inputs, let's look for the value of the inputs. The value here is message text. That's what the value should be. That is if you want it to actually clear off when you type. So now when you type, you can see it's typing. Very good. Now the last thing is to go ahead and take this handle send message function, and I want you to put it in the form here. So on submit of this form, why I am putting this in the form and not the button is because when a user type a message, even me, I prefer doing that. I prefer hitting the enter key on my keyboard to actually send a message instead of coming here to click this button. So if you put a form, if you put your submit function here in the form using an on submit event listener, a user will be able to use the enter key on their keyboard to actually submit the form. Does that make sense? So that is why I am putting it in the on submit instead of on click for the button. All right. But you still need to make sure that you are making the type of this button to be submit. Okay. That is pretty much it. Let's test this out. Hey, are you there? Hit enter using my keyboard. There you go. See, hey, are you there? But the downside to this is that I need to refresh my page for it to not refresh. I need to scroll down myself to be able to see the new message. So let me send another one. This is a test message. Now, as soon as I hit enter on my keyboard, see, this is a test message. Guys, please note that these messages are not actually sending. I hope you don't think that these messages are sending, because see, we just reloaded the page and they are gone. So as soon as you reload your page, they will be gone. These are just optimistic messages. They get saved in the state while we wait for the back end to process the actual message and send it off to the user. Does it make sense? That is what we're just doing, guys. How do we automatically scroll this when we send the message? So when we send a new message, we want it to automatically scroll to the bottom. To be able to do that, let's scroll all the way to the top, and we need to get down here, create a new use effect function. A new use effect function should look like this. And this new use effect should only be triggered whenever the messages updates. So whenever there is a new message, it should trigger this use effect. What code do we want to write in this use effect? Now, in this one, we need to do something. We need to actually use the use ref hook. Use ref hook in React is just a way that you could use to hold onto elements. Think of it as a way that you could do something like documents.getElement by ID in JavaScript. If you've used JavaScript before and you've actually manipulated the DOM, in one way or the other, you must have gotten elements using documents.getElement by ID. That is the same thing as using the use ref hook. Okay. So somewhere here at the top, let's go ahead and define an empty use ref hook that we will make use of. So here we say const use ref should be equal to, rather that should be scroll reference should be equal to use ref. And then we want to make it null. Okay. Please go ahead and import the use ref hook, or there's going to be an issue. There you go. Very well. Now I'm going to take the scroll ref and get down here to this empty, remember this empty use effects that we haven't used. We just need to say, hey, if scroll ref dot current, which means we are the current reference, what do we want to do? Don't worry, guys. I'm going to explain this. We want to go ahead and move the scroll bar to the bottom of the chat container. And to do that, you just need to say scroll ref dot current dot scroll to top. Instead of scroll to top, just say scroll top, and scroll top should be equal to scroll ref dot current. Please, this shouldn't confuse you. It's not difficult. Should be what? Scroll height. So it should be scroll height. Please, the H should be uppercase. Okay, scroll height. Something is wrong. Let's see. So it's saying that optional chaining isn't currently enabled for this. So let's go ahead and remove the optional chaining, guys. Just remove all the optional chaining that we have over here for the use ref. Okay, so I'm also going to remove it over here and also remove it over here. Good. Now you can see this is what we have. So let's try sending a new message. We send a new message, and let's see. Did it scroll? I don't think so. It did not scroll. See? Send a new message. Oh, yep. I think I already missed something. So before I add that, let me explain what's going on. So over here, what we're just doing is creating the use effects that will automatically scroll to the latest message when messages array updates, which means when a new message gets into the array. Then what we did over here was just use the use ref hook, which is kind of like a way that you could use to manipulate DOM elements to actually move the scroll bar to the bottom of the chat container when there is a new message. So for this to actually work, you need to reference or add that scroll ref in the div where you actually want to scroll. So this div over here that has overflow auto, all you need to do is give the div a ref attribute, and then here you need to go ahead and pass in the scroll ref and save your code. So let's see, do we have any issue? Nope, we don't. So now let's go ahead and say, hey there, and we send this message. See, it automatically scrolled to the middle, to the bottom rather. Send another one, send, see that, it's working, send, see, it's automatically scrolling, and that is working perfectly well. And with this, guys, we have come to the end of the designing for the chapter 2, or rather the module 2, I believe, of the chat application using React.js. Now we'll get onto the last module, which will be setting up Firebase. Then we'll integrate Firebase into our projects, and we should be done with the project. This project have actually taken a lot of time, and that is because on the channel, I don't actually want to keep copying and pasting front end like I usually do. I actually want to take you through the step of building the front end by yourself so that you will be a full stack developer, knowing how to build front end and also how to build back end. The next one, we'll get started setting up Firebase, and that will be pretty cool. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. Don't make sure to drop a like on the channel. Don't make sure to drop a like on the video. Consider subscribing to the channel, as that will really mean the world to me. And until the next module, much love. Peace out. Hey, what's up, guys? This is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to another module in the real-time chat application using React.js, Firebase, and TailwindCSS. In this one, we'll get started setting up Firebase, and we'll basically get our API keys, create a new account, create a new project, and set up our projects, our Firebase project rather, in our React project. Hopefully you'll be able to understand everything that's going to go on and enjoy the video. Consider dropping a like on the video, also subscribing to the channel, as that will really mean the world to me. So let's get started. So the very first thing that you need to do is create an account on Firebase. Oh, and I marked this as completed, and now we are getting started with the module 3, which is Firebase setup. So go ahead and open that up, and let's see what we have. All right, there you go. It's opened up. Now, the very first step is to set up Firebase. So we need to create a new Firebase project from here. Go ahead and open this up on a new tab. And you can see that I have already dropped images for you so that you don't get lost. You'll be able to follow along seamlessly and create a new application. All right, there you go. All you need to do is click on create a new project. And then you need to enter the name of your project over here. I will just say Chats App, and you can call yours whatever you want, okay? So for mine, I will just say Chats App. So I gotta get in here and then type. So chats-app. Good, Chats App exists. Go ahead and continue. I want you to click on this to not enable Gemini in Firebase. Then I want you to continue. I also want you to click on this to not enable Google Analytics. Then I want you to go ahead and create projects. In case you don't understand any of this, I have dropped images for you over here. So please follow the images. You can see it has the step-by-step guide for you till you get your API keys. So when we get back here, it's creating our project. So let's just hold on. There you go. Our project is ready. So all you need to do is hit continue and then click on our project here. Or you don't even need to click. It will open up immediately. It's done creating. Now I want you to click on this icon here that says web, and then you need to enter a nickname for your app. Still enter Chats App. It's totally okay. And I don't want you to set up any Firebase hosting. Just go ahead and hit register app. Good. And then give you some time to register the application and bring up your API keys. There you go. Here is the API key. Now let's get back to our tutorial with step. When this is done, let's hop over to part 2. Mark this as completed, and let's hop over to part 2, which is how to set up Firebase in our project. So you can see that the very first thing it says is that we should create a new folder called Firebase in the source folder, then create a new file called firebase.js in the Firebase folder that we just created. So back to our code editor, in the source folder, you need to create a new folder here called Firebase. And in the Firebase folder, you need to create a new file called firebase.js. Very good. And after you have done that, we need to do all this over here. Don't worry, I'm going to explain what all this will do, okay? So now all we need to do is get back to our code and we need to install Firebase. So to install the Firebase package, I'm creating a new terminal here and I'm going to say npm install Firebase, just like that. Hit enter on your keyboard. And while that's installing, let's go ahead and perform some operations here. So we need to go ahead and import initialize app, that should be initialize app like this from Firebase /app. I know Firebase hasn't finished installing, but while that's installing, let's just write out the setup code that Firebase needs. So this one is just importing the Firebase function that will initialize a new app for us. Okay. Now we need to go ahead and import Firebase authentication module that is used for handling authentication. And then we'll also import Firestore module that is going to help us interact with the Firebase. Don't worry, I'm going to explain all this for you, okay? Let's go ahead and import the Firebase authentication module that will help us handle user authentications like login, logout, register. So to import that, you say get auth from Firebase. So get auth from Firebase/auth, just like this. And then you need to go ahead and import the last one, which is going to be get Firestore. Okay, just get Firestore from Firebase/Firestore. Very good. So when you have done this, that's everything that we need. Okay, I'm going to stop my Firebase installation and run it again. For some time, I noticed that my internet connection over here has been pretty bad. So yeah, it takes time to actually load up websites and also to spin up servers. So let's just give that some time, okay? And now that we have imported all this, let's go ahead and copy our API keys here. So we will copy this and then we just need to paste it down here. Okay, so this is just the Firebase configuration object that contains all the keys and identifiers for our projects. You don't need to bother yourself about understanding the nitty-gritty. Okay, these are just secret keys and API keys. Now let's go ahead and initialize the Firebase app with all these configurations that was given to us over here. To do that, I'm going to create a new variable called app, and I'm going to call the initialize app that we imported above, then pass in the Firebase config that we just defined over here, which are all the keys that we have. Okay, so we called this initialize app here, pass in Firebase config. Don't bother about the error for now, okay? Firebase is still installing. Now we also need to go ahead and initialize the Firebase authentication and also link it to this new app that we created, which means that users will be able to authenticate with our application. To do that, I'm going to define a new variable called auth and set this to, oh, my bad. This should be app should be equal to initialize app. I made a mistake there, okay? That was why we were seeing the red line, but I said that you shouldn't worry about the red line. My bad. So here I say the const auth should be equal to get auth that we imported above, then pass app. Now what this line over here will do is it will basically initialize the Firebase authentication, which is this get up, and it's linking it to this app here, which means our users will be able to authenticate with our app, which means they can log in, they can log out, they can also register a new account. Now, finally, we need a way that we could use to actually interact with the database, do things like store data, retrieve data, create data, work with all the whole data that has been stored in our database. that is where we now need to go ahead and initialize the Firestore. So we will say const db, which stands for database, should be equal to get Firestore. Whoops, I imported it over here. Let me just copy that and paste. So get Firestore, and then we need to go ahead and pass in app. There you go. So we go ahead and pass in app. Again, just like I said, we initialize the Firestore over here, which is the Firebase database service. So think of the Firestore as Firebase database, okay? All applications actually have their own database. This is Firebase database, and it is used for storing and retrieving data. Now, using this DB, we can interact with our database. Now that we have done all this, we might need to use some of this outside the Firebase app or outside the Firebase file. So let's export. Say export, and in a curly braces, I want to export the auths and also the DB, just like that, and we are done. Which means we can import this in some other places in our application and make good use of it. So guys, that is pretty much it. So over here now, you can see we are done. So Firebase has been set up. In the next one, we'll get started with authentication implementation. Mark this as completed, and we are 57% into the project. Don't worry about this. It's not going to take as long time as you expect it would. Nope, it won't. And even the chat feature integration won't take that much, okay? I think the thing that actually took most of our time was styling the components. Yep, that was what took most of our time. Moving forward, we should be done with this in a very short time. That is pretty much it, guys. I hope to see you in the next module. Do make sure to drop a like on the video. Also consider subscribing to the channel, as that will really mean the world to me. And I hope to see you in the next one. Until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to another video in the React.js real-time chat application using Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll get started working with authentication system using React.js and Firebase. That is what we'll be learning. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. So let's get started. Again, I will highly recommend that you make reference to the TWS, because over here we've got a step-by-step guide for you for the authentication implementation. Okay, so please make sure that you're making reference to it. So let's go ahead and open up our code editor. Now, the very first thing we want to do will be to get the status of a user, and that is going to help us know if they are logged in or logged out. And if they are logged in, we will know if we are supposed to take them to the login page or to the register page, and so on. So how do we actually get the status of a user? Let's get back to our components app.js, rather not components, but just the app.js in the source folder. And now that we're here, remember our package has been installed, which is Firebase. Remember the auths that we created and exported in the Firebase app? Let me show you. So here in Firebase, do you remember when we initialize this auth that is going to help users authenticate with our application? And over here, we exported it, which means we can import it somewhere else in our app.js or anywhere that we want. So now we could say import auth. Then over here, we could say from /Firebase /Firebase. So if you take a close look at this Firebase here is just the name of the folder. This one is the name of the file that we have over here. Does it make sense? In fact, if you hold Control and click on it, you can see that it opens this up for us, confirming that it's working. So now all we need to do is just go ahead and create a new state, which means we need to import use states. So import use states, and then we need to go ahead and create a new state down here. The first state that I want to create will be a state called is logged in, is login. And this one is what we will be using to set if a user is logged in, true or false. So set is login. And by default, the state should be true. So I'm going to say this should be equal to use state, and then we initialize it with true. Very good. The next state that I want is the user state. So I'm going to say user and set user. and this state should be initialized with null. Okay, so over here, this state will be used to store all the information about a user, like their full name, their email, their profile image, their last seen, and all that. This one over here will be used to store the user's login status. Are they logged in or are they logged out? Okay, now that we have done this, let's go ahead and use the use effect hook and make a call to Firebase to check if a user is actually logged in. How do we do this? So you need to import use effects over here. Remember the explanation I gave you with use effects. Use effects is basically the code that actually executes when you want it to, or when a particular operation happens. For example, when your page reloads, use effects can execute. When you click on a button, use effects can execute, and so on. Okay, so now let's go ahead, use the use effects hook, create a function in here, and do not forget to pass in your empty dependency array. Okay, so in the use effects, I'm going to say empty dependency array, which means this use effects hook should run only once when our page reloads, or professionally, you can see when your page mounts. Okay, now over here, I'm going to say const current user. I'm defining a variable called current user. This should be set to auth.current user. So guys, auth over here is coming from Firebase, remember. Now this is our very first Firebase method that we have called, which is current user. I want you to know that this is coming directly from Firebase. So there's this keyword that was given. When you call it, it actually shows or stores whoever the logged in user is here in the current user. So now what we could do is check for something. If current user actually exists, so if current user, what do we want to do? Let's update the user state. So we will say set user to current user. Does that make sense at all? So now if a user actually exists, we set all the user informations to the state over here. Very good. And then we need to do one more thing. We need to listen for authentication changes. So when a user log in, log out, or maybe a user is switching between the both, Firebase usually provides a real-time listener that triggers whenever the user auth state changes. Does that make sense? Which means when a user logs in or when a particular user logs out, Firebase, it provides a real-time listener that checks for when these operations have taken place. So to be able to do that, say const on subscribe. So const on subscribe on subscribe, and then this should be equal to auth dot. Then we need to say on auth change. So auth dot on auth state change. Then we define a function in here. Okay, hopefully you already know how to define functions by now. Now in this function, we need to go ahead and pass in user. And then we need to make sure that we are updating the set user. So set user should become user. Then let me explain what's going on here. Okay, so now remember that I said that Firebase provides a real-time listener that usually triggers whenever a user authentication state changes, which means when a user log in, log out, create an account, or maybe switch between their authentications, Firebase gives us this real-time communication telling us, hey, Destiny just did something, or hey, Sam just did something. Now what we are doing over here is, if Sam logs out, we are immediately setting their user to whatever the user status is. If Sam has logged out, this user over here automatically becomes null, which means whatever we are setting in the set user will be null. Does that make sense? And it's as simple as that. So whenever you're creating a use effect, always create a cleanup function. A cleanup function is basically a function that is going to go ahead and unsubscribe from the listener when the components unmount. So as soon as you leave this page, you don't want to keep the use effect running. You want to immediately go ahead and disconnect till the user gets back to the page again. Does that make sense? So to create a cleanup function, just say return and we create a function over here, and then just call the unsubscribe. Very good. Yep, and just like that, we are done. So with this now, we can dynamically check if a user is logged in, logged out, and then we will be able to actually render the login page or the register page. So now there is something that we need to do. Let's get back to our website here. Okay, there seems to be an issue. Let's check. Okay, we don't have any issue. I think my server was still reloading then. Very good. So guys, I want to do something over here. I want to check if user exists. So if user exists, that is when I only want to show the nav link, the chat list, and the chat box over here. If a user does not exist else, I want to show the login and the register. Good, as simple as that. Now you can go ahead and remove this hidden. I don't really need that anymore. So let's see what we have. There you go. You can see that a user is not logged in. That is why we are showing the sign in. Okay. And for the sign in and the register, we also need to check for something. If is logged in, if is login, which means we need to show the login page. That means we should render this. If it's login, we render that. If it's not login, that means it should be register. We render this. Okay. So see, we are showing the sign in here, but when we change this from true to false, you will now see the register should show up. So instead of sign in, see, it now becomes sign up. So now we will have to dynamically update this when we get to the login and the register page. Are you following along? Are you understanding what's going on? So we actually need to do something that is called prop drilling. So prop drilling is a way that you could quickly pass in data from one component to another in one page. So instead of using something like use context hook or creating multiple functions and importing, you could pass data using prop drilling. So here in the login, we need to pass in two types of data. The first one is going to be is login should be equal to is login. And also I'm going to say set is login should be equal to set is login. I know that this might be very, very confusing, but don't worry, I'm going to explain. Also take this and put it here in the register. So let me quickly explain this and hopefully you'll be able to grab what's going on. Now, we have this login over here. I want to be able to pass in the states and also the state setter to the components here. So I want to pass whatever the state is and whatever the state setter is to the login component. Now you might be like, okay, Destiny, why can't we just go to the login component and just import its login and set its login? Think about it. Can you import a state into another component? The answer to that is no, you cannot. So if you can't import a state in another component, if you can't import a state from one component to the other, how do you then pass a state to a component? What if I want to use this state in another component that is not the app.jsx? How do I get this state to that component? That is where prop drilling comes to play. So over here now, we are beginning to pass in the state and you can see its value, its variable, its value. So we are saying, hey, login components, we want you to know that we are sending you some values. So the first value is the is logged in. Create a variable and store it. So this variable here called is login can be called Uncle Bobby or whatever you want. Okay. So this can be called whatever you want. But just to stick to naming convention, that is why we actually name it something that makes sense. So we are saying, hey, create a variable is logged in and pass in the value that we want to pass into the component. That is the same thing that we did over here. That is the same thing that we did in the register and set is logged in. Guys, with that, we are pretty much done. So let's go ahead and see the next thing that we have. I'm going to mark this as completed and let's get started with the registration system. Yep, this is what we have. So back to our code. Now, the registration system, you might think that it might be a little bit tricky, but no, it won't. That is because we've actually set up most of the things that we will be needing for the registration. So let's go ahead and open up our register component here. Now, remember that in the previous one, we were able to actually pass in these two things, is logged in and set is logged in to register. How will register know that this things has been passed to them and that it can be used from its component? For you to know that, or for you to be able to do that, go ahead and destructure it. So create a new curly braces and say is login is the first one, and also set is login is the second thing that we passed in here. So this is the variables. Take notes, the variables are what we are calling, okay? Not the value. The variables, set is logged in, the one in blue here, is basically the one that we have over here. Set is login. But then whenever you call this, it's kind of like you're calling a variable that was not defined in the component. But whenever you call this, it will just get you the value. Okay? Does that make sense at all? So yeah, after you have done this, that is pretty much what we want to do. Let's go ahead and import some things. I need to import two things. The very first one is going to be import, let me say, from Firebase/authentication. So from Firebase.authentication, I want to import create user with email and password. And I want to import just one more thing again. I'm going to say import auth and db. That should be auth, db. So import auth, db. And I'm going to say this should be equal to, oh, my bad. Instead of equal to, it should be from. So that should be from // yeah, // my bad, guys. I think we have an issue. So imports auth and db from /Firebase/Firebase.js. Good. So guys, after you have done this, that is pretty much it. Remember that we already have this function here called handle auth that helps us handle authentications, right? All we just need to do now is go ahead and write some things in here in the try. The very first thing is get the user credentials and pass it into this function that Firebase gave us. Okay, so how do we do that? Let's go ahead and create a new user with their email and password in our Firebase database. So to do that, I'm going to say const user credentials should be equal to await, and then I'm going to say create user with email and password. I'm using await because it's an API and we need to wait till we get a response from the API before we perform any other operation. So now this function that Firebase gave us needs three parameters. The first one is this authentication configuration that we created in the last one. This is going to tell Firebase that, hey, we have allowed users to be authenticated on our platform, so please go ahead and allow them to sign up. The next thing is going to be the user data.email, and we also need the user data.password. Very good. User data.email, user data.password, and that's about it. So after this is done, we need to go ahead and do something. Say const user should be equal to user credential.user. Very good. And after you have done this, let's now go ahead and create a reference in the user's document. Let's go ahead and create a reference to the user's document in our Firestore database. This document will be stored inside the user's collection, which means we will create a new model for the user's collection and store all the information about users in that collection. And that collection is going to hold things like unique IDs, full name, email, username, status, and so on. Okay, how do we do that? So to do that, you need to say const user doc ref should be equal to doc, and then we pass in db. Then we need to create the collection name. So I'm going to say users. And guys, just so you know, we are passing in db in here because we've exported it from the Firebase, right? And DB is just the way that we could use to interact with databases in Firestore. So one thing that you should know is this: if you have worked with an SQL database before, which is not a NoSQL, then you will notice that you actually need to manually create model fields for yourself as you're coding. And you've never worked with NoSQL, right? That means you won't know that databases are automatically created, or rather, collections are automatically created if they do not exist already in the current collection. So that is why we are not explicitly creating any model in our Firebase app, but rather we are doing all that from the code. Okay, so all we need to do alongside the user is go ahead and pass in the user.uid. Very good. So after passing in the user.uid, let's go ahead and store the user data in Firestore, including a generated username, full name, and maybe a status if you want. For now, we're going to leave out the status, okay? So we need to say await, then call setDoc. So setDoc is coming from Firebase/Firestore. Okay, so I'm going to import that setDoc, and I think I also need to import doc. I missed that out. So say doc and bring that in. Very good. So await setDoc, and this is how it's going to work. You need to associate it with the user.docref. Then give a comma and open up a braces. Then in here is where you pass in your fields that you want to get created in the database. So UID should be user.uid. Very good. Email should be what? User.email. Very good. Now you could duplicate this. For username, since we don't have any username field in our input, let's do this trickishly. So I'm going to say user.email.split. User.email.split. Then when you want to split the email at, split it at the @ symbol, and I want you to grab the very first item there. So what does this mean? Let's say that we have an email that looks like this, desphixs@gmail.com. If you split it over here, it will go ahead and divide this email into two, 1 and 2. And we are using the index position of 0 to grab the first one over here. Hence, we are assigning username to Desphixs. So whatever the email is, expect the username to just be the first character in the email. Does that make sense? So we changed the username, then full name also. Full name should be the same thing here, user.fullname. And then you could also add image. So this is the image field. Image, and for now that's about it, guys. That's pretty much what I want for now. So when you have done this, I don't think we have anything else to do for now. Let's just go ahead and update our button here. So remember that our button currently has the handle auth, so that's good. That's good. The only thing we need to change is this one here. How do we change it? So here in the button, we need to create an onClick event. So onClick event, then what do we want to say? We go ahead and say set is logged in to the opposite of whatever is login is. So if is login is currently true and the button is being clicked on, set it to false. So what this will do over here is actually quite explanatory. If is logged in is true currently, what it will do is just updates the state to whatever the opposite of is logged in is. Okay, that is what it's going to do. So now when we get back here and click on this one over here, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, that does nothing. Let's open up our console and see if we have any active errors. So when we click on this, we don't actually have any error. I know why. That is because we are currently in the register. We need to do this same thing in the login. Okay, so get to the login page here, And we need to add that same logic, that same code logic here. So I'm going to take this and replace it with this one here. Good. Save and remove this. And also in the register, I want to take these two things that we have here as parameters and use it to update my own login JSX. So over here, we update it with this. Very good. So after adding its login and set its login here, let's try it out on the sign in. Clicking on this takes us to the sign up. Clicking on this brings us to the sign in. So guys, can you see how we have dynamically made this to work? So now when we go ahead and fill this form up and then we hit register, let's see what's going to happen. Very good. We have an issue. It says Firebase error. Firebase error /configuration not found at handle auth. Very good, very good, very good. I like it when we get errors so that we can actually fix it together and know what's going on. Remember that in register handle auth. So let's go through the code and see what's happening. All right, so whenever a user tries creating an account, we get this error. Now, this error isn't because we are making a mistake in the code or anything like that. This error is basically because we have not told Firebase that we want our user to be able to sign in or sign up using their email and password. So we generally need to activate authentication using email and password in Firebase. And how do we do this? So let's get back to our Firebase here. And hopefully you still have the screen. If you still have the screen, all you need to do is hit the continue to console. And this is what we currently have. Now I want you to click on authentication over here and allow this to open up. And after this loads up, then I want you to come over to, okay, if you can't see the tabs right now, just click this get started button here. And it should take us to another page where we should be able to see all this here. So for sign-in method, you can see that we have a couple of sign-ins over here, but we are more interested in the email and password. So click on email and password and then enable this over here. Also, if you want to work with passwordless sign-in, you could enable this, but for now, we don't really need that. Okay, so all we just need is email and password. Then you could go ahead and save this. Very good. After you have done that, let's try creating the new user. And by the way, I'm going to get to my Firestore database. So Firestore database, so that you can see how data gets created and stored here in the database. So let's see. And while this is opening up, we can get back here, try filling this form again using my fake filler plugin and then hit register. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, there you go. You can see it seems to have created an account for us, and immediately it's created an account for us. It automatically updated the state change. Let me show you. So immediately it's created an account, then something got updated. Let me show you. Let's get back to the auths over here. Okay, we don't have that in the auths. What I'm looking for is, oh yeah, it's in the app JSX. Okay, yep, this is what I'm looking for. So as soon as we created a new user, this real-time data here got changed, telling our application that a new user has been created. Hence, it immediately signed us in, and we need a way to log this user out for now. So I will just do this manually. Okay, so what I'm going to do is get to application, and I want to delete everything that we have in the, okay, we don't even have anything in the cookie. How about here? We don't. Session, we actually don't have anything over there. That's good. But that doesn't mean that if we reload this page that we should see the login page. Let's see. See, we are not able to see the login page. That is because a user is now authenticated. So we need a way to actually log a user out for us to be able to get back to the register or to the sign-in page. So guys, I think that the best thing to do is to just quickly sign up or create a very simple logout function so that we will be able to log users out without sweating. So we'll be able to log users out effortlessly. To do that, I want you to open up your nav links. And all the way at the top, I want you to import something. and that is sign out from Firebase auth. So say import sign out from Firebase /auth. Very good. So the sign out, whenever it's called and we'll pass in the authentication that we created, it's go ahead and destroy all the authentication values. So go ahead and import auth from the Firestore Firebase actually. Oh, my bad. That is supposed to be dots /Firebase. So this auth that I am importing here is the one that we created over here. See? But the sign out here is the one that Firebase gave us to allow us log users out. So guys, all we just need to do now is just go ahead and create a very simple function. And this function, we will take it and put it in this button here, so that whenever this button is clicked, the user gets logged out. To create the function, you just need to say handle logout. And then since we'll be making a call to an API, we need to await the API, okay? So say async, or rather, since we'll be making a call to Firebase. So async, and what we need to do here now is pass in a try catch. So try catch. If there is an error, we log the error over here. And if you don't understand how try catch work, please, I want you to check out our React.js crash course for total beginners. That should explain everything for you. So what we did over here was pretty much say await. So we are awaiting this sign out call over here. That means as soon as we make a call to the sign out, we don't want to perform any other operation till it returns a response for us. Okay, so we save this, take the handle logout and put it here in this button that says shut down. So in the button, you just need to say on click of this button, call the handle logout. And you could even go ahead and put something like an alert that says logout successful. So logout successful. But even if you don't want to put that, it's totally okay. Once a user is logged out, you will know, because we will get returned to the sign in page. Okay. So as soon as you click on this now, there you go. You get returned to the sign in page. If you reload this, it should not take us to the home page anymore, but rather the sign in page. Good. All right, guys. So now that we are able to actually log users out, let's talk about some other pressing issues that we actually need to fix. So now I know that you might not know this, but we are supposed to actually start seeing some data in the Firebase database. So if we are to hop over to Firebase and come over to authentication, which is what we activated in the last one, you can now see that we have 2 users over here, which means we have been able to create 2 users in our platform. But how about we come over to the database where we store the user informations like their image, their username, their full name, and things like that. We are supposed to see a new database, but we shouldn't see any database here. That is because I can immediately pinpoint over here that we have an error, okay? Hence, the database isn't being created. So let's fix our error and see what's happening. So you can see error here, says Firebase error. Function setDoc called with invalid data. Unsupported field value for undefined found in the field full name in this particular part here. Now, the issue with this is in the register.jsx, here for the full name, we are saying user.fullname, but that's very wrong. Instead, we are supposed to say user data.fullname. Remember that the full name is stored in the state over here, and that is where we need to grab the full name from. But the email, remember, the email and also the UID is stored as soon as a user gets created over here. Okay, so with this now, let's log out and let's try creating a new user. So we hit that button to log out, and then we fill this form automatically using our fake filler. And as soon as we hit register, let's see what we have. There you go. It logs us in, and you can see that over here something seems to be happening. Okay, let's get back to our database here, and let's reload this page and see what we actually have. All right, so we've reloaded this page, but let's go ahead and hit create database. So hit create database, and all you just need to do is click on this next over here, and then you can start in test mode for now. Okay, so start in test mode, Then we go ahead and create this database. Let's see what we have. So immediately after creating database, you can see nothing exists in here. Let's go ahead and try creating the new user again to see if the data will get saved in the database or if we are encountering an error. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and click on register. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay. We don't have any message here in the terminal. That's good. So when we get back here in the database and reload this, we need a way to actually reload this. What do we get? So over here, I'm trying to see if this is an actual error that we are getting. It says Firestore version 1.2.0 web channel connection RPC write stream transport error. Okay, for now, let's not worry ourselves much about that error. Okay, good. Now, as you can see over here, as soon as I reloaded the page, you can now see that we have a user here. Now, if you click on this first one, you can see that we have this user called Kiona Connect or something like that. And over here, we have another user called Montana Borky. So guys, these are where we store other informations about the user. And then the main user reference gets stored in the authentication over here. Does this make sense? This is kind of like a safe space or a clear space where we can put down every other thing that we need about a user. Does that make sense? So guys, now our registration is working perfectly well as expected, and we are done with that. Let's go ahead and work with our login page, and we should be ready to go to the next module. So over here, I'm going to click on sign in. And now for this one, it will be very simple and straightforward. We don't need to spend much time here because we have most of the structure already done for us. So hop over to the login.jsx. And we want to import something called sign in with email and password. So import sign in with email and password. Okay, there you go. So sign in with email and password. And I also need you to import auth. So import auth, which is auth that is coming from Firebase/Firebase. Very, very good. After you have imported these two things, let's just go ahead and update this handle auth function that we created. Here in the try block, all we need to do is just say await, and then we call the function sign in with email and password. And all we just need to pass in is firstly the authentication reference. Then you need to pass in your email and password by saying user data dot email, comma, user data dot password. Very good. So after you have done these two things, that's about it. Let's go ahead and test this out and see if it will work. So over here, I'm going to create a new user. The email of this user is this. So I'll make sure to copy that and then hit register. Good. This user has been registered, and you can see this user stored here in the database. Let's go ahead and sign out. Come over to the sign in page, and let's try signing in with that particular email that I copied. It's on my clipboard. Okay. There you go. I just pasted, and now we hit login. Oh, there you go. So we have been able to log in the user. So guys, do you see how authentication, login, register, logout are very simple to integrate? So you don't need to stress yourself much about this. Okay. It's very simple and straight to the point. One last thing I want to show you is this. Whenever we click on this button, I want to show something like processing so that we don't keep the user hanging. They should know that something is going on in the background, and they should exercise a little bit of patience. So in the login, I want you to create a new state, and I'm going to call that state is loading, and also set is loading. And then over here, I'm going to say use state, and then you need to pass in false. What does this mean? By default, the loading state of this button should be false, because as soon as a user visits this page, they haven't clicked on this. They probably will type in here, maybe read some text before clicking on this, right? So the default state for the button loading status should be false. But then as soon as the handle auth is clicked, as soon as the user click on the handle auth to process a new login session, we need to go ahead and change the set loading to true, which means, hey, a user is beginning to log in. Very good. And here I want to add another block, which is called finally. So the finally block is something that will happen whether everything goes well or whether everything goes wrong. So at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the set is loading becomes false. Good. So now the last thing we need to do is just down here where we have the button, we need to update it, okay? So firstly, give this button a disabled class. And for the disabled, you need to pass isLoading. Remember that isLoading can either be true or false, which is what the button disabled attribute needs, true or false. So now when isLoading is false, which means a user have not clicked on the button yet, the button is active, but as soon as the isLoading is true, the button starts showing processing and it gets disabled. How do we make it to show processing? Quite easy. Just cut this out. And then you need to say, if isLoading is equal to true, then we want to go ahead and paste something here. If it's not equal to true, then we still want to go ahead and paste something here. Good. So if isLoading is true, instead of showing this, I just want you to show processing. Processing. Very good. Let's test this out. So as soon as you click on this, see processing, but there is an error, so it gets back to what it initially was. Okay. Let's see what we have though as error. Oh, there you go. Invalid this, invalid that. Good. Now, for you to be able to see error messages in the error block, instead of just console login, I think you should also alert error dot message. So if you're alerting error dot message, you should be able to see what the error is here. You can see invalid credentials message. But if you log in with a verified user that exists, you don't get that. Okay. For the processing thing, let's still do the same thing for the sign up, and we should be done with authentication. So remember this, the states that we created here. I will take that and put it right here in sign up. Do the same thing for login also. So I'm going to take this and here in the handle all the way at the very top, I'm going to paste that. Back to the login. I also think I need the finally. So copy the finally. And then let me look for the catch block here. Paste this. Very good. So after you have done this, that is pretty much it. All you just need to do is get back to the login. And if you want, you could take the same button logic that we have over here and put it over for the register. But if you don't want to copy and paste, you can still retype it, okay? It's totally up to you how you want to do it. But I just want to copy the button and paste since we already have it, so that it saves us the stress of retyping everything. Okay? So now for the register, as soon as you fill this up, okay, we seem to have an issue. FA sign-in auth is not defined. Let's get back here. Oh, that was because I initially pasted it, but now it's fixed. So as soon as you hit register, see processing, and when we register the user, we get them logged in, and there you go. So the user can also go ahead and log out. All right, guys, that is pretty much it. Let's hop back to our tutorial with steps. So over here, we've completed the registration, the login, and also the logout system. Guys, we are 85% in. In the next one, we'll get started with the last module, which is the chat list and the chat box. So I don't want you to think that this one is actually difficult. Nope, it's not. The very first thing that we will do is just listing for chats. Then we'll create a function that's going to listen for chats. As you can see, it's quite a simple and short function. And we basically have all the things for the sorted chats already, so we don't need to do much over here. Okay. And then the last thing we'll do is just create a function to start a new chat. After that, we work on the chat box and we should be done. But I think I missed something, which is the searching of user. So I'll make sure to add that and not forget. Okay. So guys, that is about it. In the next one, we'll get started with the next module. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, please let me know and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Also, that is where Desphixs Dev Mentorship comes in. If you have questions, if you have problems, we have a Dev Mentorship that is open for everyone. You can start a chat, a video call, or a voice message with an instructor and he'll be there to help you out. But for now, that's going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one. And until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to another video in the React.js chat application using Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll get started working with the final module, which is chat integration. So we'll start off with the chat lists, then we'll head over to the chat box where users can actually type their messages, send them. It gets saved in Firebase and we display the new messages. And then finally, we'll get started searching users. That is what we'll be working on. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. So let's get started. So the very first thing that I want you to do is go ahead and open up your tutorial with step. Because remember, that's where we've got all the step-by-step guide that we will be making use of. So I'm going to get back here and you can see that we are starting with this module, which is module 5, chat list. So the very first thing is in our chat list.jsx, we need to go ahead and import authentication and also use the use effects hook to listing for chats. So listing for chats over here is a function that we will create later on that will be able to fetch chats from our Firebase database and bring it into our projects. Enough talking, let's get into writing some codes. So what you need to do is open up your code editor, and now you could close up all these other things that we have over here. So I will recommend you start by writing the listing chats function before we actually start consuming the function, okay? So what we're going to do is this. Below the DB over here, I want you to create a new function. So right away, I'm going to export the function and I'm going to say const listing for chats. So listing for chats. Now, whenever we call this function, it will listen for new chats that will be sent to us. Okay. And then we need to pass in a state over here. So set chat. This state is the state that we will pass in whenever we call this function listing for chats in our chat list JSX. Don't worry, you'll see how all this will work. Now we created this function. Very good. So the purpose of this function is actually very simple. All it needs to do is listing for real-time chat updates from Firestore, and set chat over here is basically the state, okay? The state setter, or just a function that will update the states with the latest chat data that it gets, okay? Now, the very first thing we need to do is go ahead and reference the chats collection that we have in Firestore. So for now, we don't have this database in our Firestore, but don't worry, when we start sending message, it will all make sense, okay? For now, we won't be seeing any visual thing in our chat application till we are actually done writing our codes, and we'll get started testing, okay? So the very first thing we need to do is go ahead and actually make a reference to the chats database that Firestore is holding for us. So to do that, let's define a new variable called chats reference. I will just say chats ref. Now this should be equal to collection. Now, whenever you want to make a reference to a database, Firebase actually calls their database tables and models collection. So what we're saying now is, hey, we want to get a collection from the database named chats. So that's what this is, okay? So save your code and there you go. It formats the code. Very well. Oh, I think I mistakenly closed this. Let me get back here. So after we have done this now, let's go ahead and use the on snapshots method to actually listing for changes in the chat collection in real time, which means whenever something change in the chat collection, think of chat collection as the chat model or the chat database. Whenever something changes over there, we want to use the on snapshot to listing for those changes in real time. So for you to do that, all you need to do is say const unsubscribe. Unsubscribe should be equal to, then I will call on snapshots from you can see that I'm importing that automatically from Firebase Firestore. So, okay, firstly, I call this unsubscribe instead of subscribe. Now on snapshots, what we need to do is call the chats reference, chats ref, okay, and then let's go ahead and create a function in here. So remember that this is how we create functions in JavaScript. So here is a function. Now what we want to do is go ahead and do something here. Oh, please, this should be a comma, okay? So that you don't break your code. Now in here, I want to pass in a parameter called snapshots. It's just a keyword that I came up with, okay? And now I'm gonna get into this function and write some logic. So whenever there is an update, maybe a new message or message gets edited or deleted, this function here, the unsubscribe function, will run, okay? So now the next thing we want to do is go ahead and convert Firestore documents to an array of chat objects. Does that make sense? So we will convert all the documents that are stored as chat to an actual array so that we'll be able to do things like filter the array or map through the array or list through the array. Okay. So in the unsubscribe, I will say const chat list should be equal to, then I'm calling the snapshots parameter. Oh, I call this cons instead of const. Then I'll call the snapshot parameter snapshots and say snapshots.docs.map. And then over here, I will pass in docs. Okay, I'm creating a function. Okay, hopefully you already know this. So creating a function here, and there you go. Now in this function, we need to go ahead and actually get the document ID, which will be the unique identifier for each chat. And after that, using spread operator, we'll spread the remaining chat data, which is messages, user, and every other thing. So what that's going to do is this. As soon as there is a new change in the charts, we will retain every other information that we have in the charts while we add the new data that just came in onto the charts. Does this make sense? I believe I have talked about something like this in the previous tutorial. So I'm going to say ID, and to get that, you just need to say doc.id. Just so you know, all those doc.id, all these are coming from Firebase, okay? These are not our normal JavaScript inbuilt code. All these are coming from Firebase, okay? Collection on snapshots and all this doc.id are coming from Firebase. Please take note of that. So what I've just done here now is get the document ID, which is basically the unique identifier for each chart. Now let's go ahead and spread the remaining of the chart data, which will be messages, users, and any other thing. So say doc.data. So doc.data, and then we go ahead and initialize it. Very good. Now, after you have done this, we now need to go ahead and filter charts to only include those where the current user is the participant. Does that make sense? Because when a user logs in, we don't want to just fetch all the charts in our database. We're going to have a confused charts list. So we only want to fetch charts for the logged in user where they are a participant of the charts. How do we do that? So now we just need to get down below the chart list and create a new const filtered charts, and we'll say this should be equal to charts list, which is what we have over there, dot filter. And over here, you already know the drill. We create a function. So I'm creating a function. Good. Now I want to pass in a parameter charts in here so that I will be able to access each and every one of the charts. So what I'm saying here is charts.sum, then, oh, not.sum. Remember that the charts model is going to have a user array in it. Let me show you. So over here, we have data and charts. Remember that this chart object here, this is one chart object. Remember that it has this users array in it, right? That contains two users that are involved in the chatting process. So what we are checking now is, hey, check if this chart has at least one instance of the logged in user in this array. So now what this code that we're writing over here will do is it will go through this user array and it should say, okay, does Bagzo exist here? Yes, Bagzo does exist. Does Bagzo exist here? No, Bagzo doesn't exist. Then it will take this particular chart object and assign it to a special list that will be displayed when Bagzo logs in. So when Bagzo logs in, we'll be able to actually fetch all the charts where Bagzo, you can see Bagzo over here, where Bagzo is actually a chat participant. Does that make sense? So all we just need to do here is a charts.users. Remember that for each chat object, we have this users key in them, or rather this users array in them. So that's why we are saying chat.users. So based on the fact that this is an array, that is why we will be able to actually use filter on it. Okay, rather over here is where we're supposed to talk about. So since it's an array, that is why we'll be able to use sum in it. So I will say chat.users.sum, and then what do we want to do in here? I will have a function that will represent each of the user in that array. So this function is going to have user in here, and then over here all we just need to say is where user.email is equal to auth.current-user.email. So guys, I don't want this to confuse you, okay? This is actually very simple. Let me explain what's going on. So over here, remember that we have fetched all the chats list here, which is whenever there is a new chat, we update the chat while still retaining every other chat data that was in the database. Now what we are doing over here is filtering chats for the logged in user. So we want to make sure that all the chats that will be shown to a logged in user actually belongs to them, where they are a participant in the users array. So what we're doing over here is say, hey, filter through all the chats that we have and make sure that in the users array for each chat, make sure that at least one of the user over there is the logged in user. Then we'll know that, oh yeah, that's their chat. Then we take that filtered chat, and all we just need to do with the filtered chat is set it in the state. So we now need to say set chats, and then we pass in filtered chat. So remember that this set chats state over here is what we passed into this function, which means whenever we call this function in the future, we'll be able to actually pass in a state, and this will be set to it. If all this doesn't make sense, don't worry, I'm going to explain this, or don't worry, you're going to see this in action as we continue. So this function must return something, and all I just want to return is on subscribe. So return on subscribe, and we are done. So returning on subscribe function is quite simple. So over here, we need to return the unsubscribe function so that the listener can be stopped whenever it's no longer needed, so that it doesn't run forever. Okay. So guys, after we have done this, let's go ahead and open up the chat list. And all we just need to do over here is we already have set chats, right? So all we just need to do here is instead of using this normal set chats that we have over here, we will then get rid of this. And now let's go ahead and call the listing for chats function that we created, and then pass in this set chats state. Now, whenever you pass in the set chat state, it will now fetch the chats from Firebase instead of fetching it from our dummy data over here. So for you to do that, all you just need to say is const unsubscribe, and then you need to say this should be equal to listing for chats, and then import that. Then you need to make sure that you're passing in set chats over there. So by passing in set chats, which is the state, it knows how to handle it all in the listing for chats function. Okay. Finally, we need to go ahead and return a cleanup function that will make sure that the components unmount when we stop listening for chats. Okay. So all we just need to do is say return, and then over here we pass a parenthesis, and then we also pass a braces, and then we go ahead and call the unsubscribe. There you go. Remember that it's a function, so make sure to initialize it. Very good. All right, so after we have done this, that's pretty much it, guys. You don't actually need to do any other thing again. But I know that right now, if you come over to your chat list, you shouldn't be able to see anything. That is because we don't have any chats yet. Let me go ahead and create a new user and log in quickly. And I need to save one of those users so that I know how to actually log in. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to get back to my dummy data and take bagzo@mailnet.com and create an account for them. Okay, so let me just quickly create an account for that. And the name is Emily Jackson. I'm going to create an account here, Emily Jackson, and yep, that is about it. So all we just need to do is put a password and hit register, and then an account should be created for them. Very good. So guys, you can see over here we have 0 messages, no messages yet. Now the next thing will be to go ahead and search for users. As soon as we click on this, we want to be able to open up a modal and then search for users. We haven't built this yet, so let's go ahead and build out the search user feature. Now, if you make reference to this, you will see that we have searching user over here. So all you need to do is make sure that you're clicking on this. Okay, before that, please mark this as completed because we are done with the module. And I want you to open up searching users. It's supposed to be the second one, but over here it's third. Don't worry, we'll fix that up later. So guys, we need to work with this now. All we need to do is firstly open up our search modal over here. And here is where we actually need to work. So the very first thing we need to do now is actually build the modal for the charts. That means over here, let me see what we have here. When we click on this, we want a modal to show up. But before we work on the on click, let's firstly create the modal structure and styling also. So below this button, all you need to do is create a new div, and we need to, okay, before we actually start styling this, let's firstly create some other divs and put some things in there, okay? So I'm going to create another div in here, and in this one, we will have another div, and in this div, we will have the final div, and in this final div, there's going to be a h3, and this h3 is going to hold a text that will say search chart. Now we should be able to see something like that show up over here. Very good. And please don't stress about getting to know why we have many divs for now. We will style all of them moving forward. Then I need a button over here, and this button is going to be the button to actually close the chat. Okay, so what I'm going to say is here, create an X mark for this button. So to create an X mark, all I'm going to do is just import. Let me add this. Then I'm going to say import FAX mark. There you go. And save my code just so we see what we have. And then let's see. Are we importing anything? Okay, we seem to be having an issue. Let's check out our console and see the problem that we have. So currently we have FA is not defined. So FAX mark. This seems to be a server issue. Most of the time, it just needs you to reload your page and it should be fixed. So let's see what we have. There you go. That is the X mark that I am looking for. And now we could get back here and create some inputs down here. So below this div that is holding the h3 and the button, I want you to create another div down there, and this one is going to hold the inputs. So in this one, we will have 3 divs in it, and then we'll have an input. So we are firstly creating those structures. Okay, now the structure is going to have an input type of text, and you should see it somewhere down here, but it can't show up for now. So what we're going to do is give it a class name of border so that you can actually see it. There you go. And then we need a button for it. So the button is going to be a search button. I could just take this one, and then below the inputs, exactly below the inputs, I'll create a new button, and this one should be FA search. So FA search, and now we should see a search. Oh, okay, there you go. Now we see a search icon show up over there. Very good, guys. Now below this button, there is a div here, and there is another div. So below the second div, I want you to go ahead and create a new div. Oops. Below the second closing div, I want you to go ahead and create a new div. This div is going to have another div in it. And in this one, that is where we're going to have the user that we are searching for. That's going to be things like the image. And we also have a span that's going to hold a h2 tag that will say something like chats freak user. And we also need a p tag that will say something like chats freak. And with this, we are done. So now let's go ahead and style this and see how it's going to look. So this is what we have now. Let's go ahead and style this. Okay. So let's get back to our code and let's start styling. From the very first div that we have over here, I will firstly give a class name of fixed and insert of 0. Don't worry, I'm going to explain what's going on. Then Z index of 100, so that we make sure that it's at the very top. And I want to give it a flex, justify center. Everything should be at the center. And then items center, items center. So let me show you what we are trying to do over here. See, everything now is showing up over here. There you go. It doesn't really keep. There you go. Everything is showing up over here. So this is what we are trying to do. I'm going to hop over to chatfreak.vassel.app and let me show you what we are trying to achieve. So I will quickly sign up a new account. There you go. And then see, search charts. So now when we click on this, we want to be able to make our page look like this. This is what we're trying to achieve. Okay. So when we get back here, item center, and I want to have a BG, let's just go with BG black so that it will then look like this. You can see we can only get this search chart, but then I want to have an opacity for it. So I'm going to say BG opacity 50. Let's see how that looks. Oh, isn't this how to apply how we apply opacity? Okay, you know what we could do? We could get rid of this. We could say hash FFF, which I believe is going to be white. You can see white show up here now. Good. And then let's just eyeball the colors that we need. So we need something like this. I need something in the area of green so that it looks like this. There you go. So can you see what we are beginning to achieve? Looks good. So after this, let's hop onto the second div. And we're going to say class name. Give this a relative. I need a padding for it. And I need the width to be full. The max width should be medium. And I want it to go 50% to the right. And the max height should be full. Okay. So we get back here. There you go. This is what we have. But the only problem that we have with this now is, I believe this is causing the issue. So let me get rid of that. Let's see what we have. Max width MD. Max width LG. Let me see. Okay. For now, you know what? Let's just leave this the way it is. When we get the structure that we need, we'll come back and fix the styling. Okay. I want to firstly give this a background image so that we'll see how everything is going to look. So over to the third div, let's style this. So I'm going to give this one a relative, and I'm going to say BG hash 01A85. And let's see what we have. There you go. This is what we have. For now, guys, let me remove this. Just hold on. Let's remove this and leave only the width full. Good. I want that. And let me remove this. For the max width, it should shorten it. Very good. That's what I want. So right 50 is actually what takes it all the way to the right. And I don't want that. So I'm going to remove that. And this is what we have. Very good. So alongside the background, I want its width to be 100%. So say width 100%. And I want it to have a rounded MD. Very good. And I want a shadow MD too. So shadow dash MD. Let's see what we have. Good. I know you can't really see the shadow. If you make it to be shadow LG, that is when I believe you can see the shadow more clearly. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. What we have here looks good. Now let's hop over to the fourth div before the H3. Give it a class name. And this one is going to have a flex, items, center, justify, between. And what this is going to do is just style the search charts and the button so that it looks like this, so that this one stays all the way at the end while this one stays at the top. Okay. Now, alongside the justify between, you need to give this a padding for, because I need some space between them. I need some breathing space like that. And then on the medium screen, I actually want it to be padding 5. Okay. So you can see how that looks. But on the small screen, I want it to be padding 4. I think I also need a border bottom. So border dash bottom, and let's see what we have. Good, but I don't really like its color, so I'm going to say border gray, maybe border gray 300, and let's see what we have over here now. Good, guys, I'm going to put this side by side with my editor so that I can actually write my code while seeing the changes in real time. Okay, so that permits me to push this all the way to the end like that, like this. Good. So it permits me to do this. Now, all we just need to do is go ahead and change up some things. For example, the H3 over here needs to be styled. So for the H3, we'll give this a class name. And for the styling, I want it to be text extra large. Font should be semi-bold or semi-bold. Then the text should be text gray 900. So text gray 900, and it should be looking like that. And yeah, that should be about it. Now let's go ahead and style the button. So for the button, I'm going to give it a class of end should be 2.5. Let's see. So end dash 2.5. Did you see what I did? Well, I did nothing. So the very first class we should give this should be text white. I want it to be white. There you go. And background should be transparent. So background transparent. Don't worry, you see why I am doing this. And now, whenever we hover, we want to add a BG to it. So whenever we hover, we want to add a BG of hash D9, hash D9F2ED. And then over here, when we hover for the text, we want to have a text of hash O1A 01A rather than A85. Good. So that when you hover, you can see that's how it's looking. But then I don't really like the way it's looking. So let's go ahead and add some more styles to it and make it look even better. So the very first thing I'll give to it should be rounded LG. So over here, I will say rounded dash LG, and I'm gonna say text SM. I want the text to be small, and then I will say width should be 8, height should be 8, and when you hover, see how it's beginning to look. That's good. And then I want it to be MS Auto so that it's so after height 8, then I want to say inline flex, then justify center and items center. Very good. Now you can see that we are centering the text. In fact, let's remove the inline flex and this should still work. Okay. All right, there you go. That is it. We now have this looking like this. Let me open this up on the full page so that you can see how it's looking. Good. This looks good. Right? So now let's get back to our code and keep writing. Now that is it for the button, right? Let's go ahead and actually let's see how the main one looks. So over here, when we click on this here is white, right? This here too is white, but I don't really like the way this one is looking. I don't really like the way this is looking. So let's change the H3 here to be text white. I think I prefer text white for it. Good. And look at the way this one is looking. I don't really like the way it looks. So let's increase its size. I'm going to say size and I will say 20px. And that's looking way better. Very good. Now let's go ahead and style the inputs because I don't really like the way the inputs are looking right now. Get down to the first div over here. And it shouldn't have much classes, just a padding of 4, and on the medium screen a padding of 5 so that it looks like this. Good. And on the second div, I just need a space from the top and bottom. So I'll say space on the y-axis should be 4, which is space on the top and bottom. Good. And then on the third div before the inputs, we just need to say flex, and then we need to say gap should be 2. Now, this is what we have. Very good. Now, let's go ahead and style the input. The input is going to have a class name. For now, we are giving it a border, right? But don't worry, we're going to change it up a little bit. So the first thing I want to say is it should have a background of white, just like that. And we need a border to it. But the border isn't going to look like this. I want it to be border gray 300. Good. And I also need the text should be text gray 900. And text should be small. I need the input to be rounded LG. And let's see what we have. Good. I don't really like that outline. So let's get rid of the outline. So what I'm going to say is outline should be none. All right. That looks good to me. So the other things that we need to style over there will be things like the width. So I'm going to say width should be full. Padding should be 2.5. And this is how it's looking now, guys. Looking very nice. Now let's go ahead and also style the button to see what we have. So over here for the button, we need to give it a class name. So in here we have a class name and it's going to have a BG green 900. I want it to be very dark like that. And then obviously we're going to have text white. Padding between the left and right, I want it to be 3. And padding between the top and bottom, I want it to be 2 like that. And I also want to have a rounded LG like this. Perfect. And with that, we are done. So let's go ahead and finally style this ones over here. The first div here should have an empty of 6. And then here in the second div, we're going to have a class name. And then we just need a flex so that everything stays on the same line. And then I know we can't see an image right now, but don't worry, we're going to fix that later, okay? Then I also need items dash start and then gap 3. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to add an image to it so that you can actually see. Let's get to the chat list and let's bring in the default avatar into the search modal. And I'm going to take this default avatar and I'm going to put it here in the source so that you can actually see what we have. Very good. But then it's going to block things out. So let's go ahead and apply some styles to it. So the styles that we're applying to it are styles that we've been applying throughout this images, which is this. I already have it in my clipboard. Okay. Height 40px, width 40px, close this, rounded full. And that's pretty much it. So now when we say gap 3, we can now go ahead and give it a background. So I want the background to be something like this. I'm going to say hash 15EA, 15EA. Then I'm going to say BC34. Oh, good. That's exactly what I wanted. And after you've done that, we need a padding 2 to it. We need a rounded LG. I need a cursor. Oh, whoops. I think there is a mistake. There is a mistake. Good. So P2, then rounded dash LG, and then cursor pointer, so that when we hover on it, it gives this hand icon that identifies that we can click on it. I think I kind of need a border to it. So I'm going to say border dash, no, border, then border dash, hash, FFFFFFFFF20. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I think I need one more F over here. Good. So you see how the border is looking slick, right? If you want, you could even add a shadow SM to it, but that one is up to you. So shadow dash SM, let's see what we have. Good. Or maybe shadow LG. But this one is totally up to you, okay? You can see how that's looking very, very nice. Okay. So now, after we have done this, that is pretty much what we want to do. Let's go ahead and style the span tag. Okay, instead of styling the span, let's just style the H3. So for the H3, these are things that we've been doing throughout this tutorial. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab the style and put it in here. We don't have to keep repeating ourselves. So there you go. P0, font semi-bold, text white, text 18px. Same thing is gonna happen for the P tag. So for the P tag over here, I'm gonna say class, and then we have text dash, And remember, it's going to be text and px. We've been doing this, and text is going to be white. Good. If you want, you could reduce the font size. Maybe you could say font light, but that one is up to you. I don't want to do that. I just want it to look this way. So guys, after that, can you see our modal is now complete? All right, so everything is now in place. Let's go ahead and actually make it functional so that when we click on this button, it closes. And also when we click on this one over here, it opens up. So how do we do this? Well, it's actually very simple that you might be surprised. Now, let's go ahead and write some very simple code over here. In the search modal, I want to do something which is define two states. First one is going to be is modal open. And also we need to set the is modal open. And for this one, we're just going to put this over here and say use state, and then we're passing false over here. False. So by default, a modal shouldn't be open, yeah? Yep, we're passing false. So now all we just need to do is write a very simple command or simple functions that should open and close this modal. So let's write the first command to open the modal. I'm just going to say this one should be called open modal. And all we need to do is just create a function. And this function should just do what? Sets is modal open to true. So set is modal open to true. I'm going to duplicate this function. Control C, Control V. This one should be close modal. So close modal, and all you should do is set is modal open to false. So take this open modal and put it here in this button so that on click of this button, we show the open modal. Now, I only want to show this modal if is modal open is true. So if is modal open is true, that is only when, and I repeat, only when I want to show that modal that we just created. Very good. So now when we click on this, see, we show it over here. Now when we click on this, we need it to get closed. How do we do that? So what you need to do is actually quite simple. Firstly, you can come over to this div here and say, hey, on click of this div, just go ahead and call the close modal. So close modal. So now when we click over here, it closes. Over here too, it closes. So anywhere that you click over here, see, it's closing. But guys, think about it. Is that what we want? Nope, we don't actually want that. So as soon as it exceeds this first div here, we don't want it to close on every other divs. So what we're going to do is this. For the second div, I'm going to say on click of this div, let's create a function in here. And the function is going to look like this. Pass in an e parameter in here so that we can say something like e.stopPropagation. So e.stopPropagation, and then we initialize the function. Very good. So now when you click on this, only this div is going to close it, but every other thing will not close it, you see? So only that first div is going to close it. And as soon as it gets past this first div, nothing else is going to close the modal. Does that make sense? Now, the only thing that I want it to be able to close the modal again should be the X mark. So over here on click of this, we need to go ahead and close the modal. Very good. So let's wait for that to take effect. Good. Now when we click on this again, it closes the modal. This opens the modal. That is pretty much it, guys. Now the next thing on our list will be to go ahead and type in the information of a user over here. Hit the search button, and then we'll filter the user and show them down here. How do we do that? So I think the very first thing we need to do is get back to our code editor, and let's maximize all this right now. And over here, we should create a new state. So I'm going to create a new state called search them. Search them. And over here, we set search them. Very good. So this one is just going to be a use state that's going to hold an empty string. Okay. Now let's create a function that is going to handle searching a user. So I'll say, okay, before that, we also need another state for storing the users that we find after searching. So set users, and users should be equal to a use state that will hold an array. So this should be equal to use state, And this one is just going to hold an array just like this. Okay. And please make sure that you're adding a comma over here or you will get your code errored. Now let's create a new function. This one is going to be called handle search, and we will make it to be an async function like that. So with this now, we can firstly check for something. So, okay, I think before we even do anything, let's just take this handle search function and put it in the search button here. So I'll say on click of this button. So on click of this button, we call the handle search, and make sure that the input has an on change. So on change of this input, whatever that the user types in the input, we are creating a function that will go ahead and set whatever the user actually typed in the input to the set search state. So we'll say e.target.value. So e.target.value. Very good. So with all this now, that is it. In the handle search, whenever a user starts typing something, let's firstly check. If a user is trying to click on the search button, that means they must have typed in a username in the input field, right? If they didn't type anything into the input field, we want to show them, please enter a search term. So we'll say, if not, search term. And I also say, if not, search term.trim, which means remove every other white space. Now, what do we want to do? Let's say alert, and then alert, and then we want to go ahead and say, please enter a search term. Very good. And also I want to make this to be a capital or uppercase, and return null, which means that as soon as we encounter this error here, we should stop searching for anything. Okay. So after this now, if a user gets back here, clicks on this, see, please enter a search term. Or if they enter something here and click, oops, we are still getting enter a search term. Oh, wow, that is because, let me see. Here in the inputs, oh, we made a mistake. We said set search instead of set search term. Good. So now we can type something here and click on this and see, we are not getting that alert anymore. That is very good. So right now, let's go ahead and process the actual search so that we can find users that are in our database. So we're going to write a try catch. If there's an error, we want to firstly go ahead and log the error down there. If we don't have any error, that means in the try block, let's start by actually normalizing the search term, because a user might want to search for a username and they are saying something like maybe bagzo, like this. So, you know, and this might not actually work. So let's make sure that whatever the user types in here, we take whatever they type in here and normalize it. So we don't actually care about what they type. They can type in whatever they want, but we will handle the code here by ourselves. So I'll say const normalized search term, which is the normalized search term that the user is giving to us, should be equal to search term dot lowercase. Search term dot to lowercase. So now if you go ahead and alert the normalized search term, let me show you. If a user is typing bagzo like this and they hit this, you can see that it automatically returns it in lowercase. Does that make sense? So that is why we are normalizing it. Very good. So after normalizing it, let's go ahead and construct a new Firestore query that will search for users whose usernames match the search term. Does that make sense? So all we just need to do is say const q, which stands for query, is going to be equal to query that will be coming from Firebase/Firestore. Okay. And what we need to do here is quite simple. We just need to say query. What do we want to query? We want to query a collection. So query a collection, and this collection is going to be what? The users collection. So we are querying the users collection, then add a comma over here, where we want to query the users collection, where the field username in the users collection matches. Okay, instead of saying matches, I want you to add a comma, then do something like this, greater than or equal to, then add another comma, then pass in the normalized search term. So what we're doing here is we match username that are lexicographically greater than or equal to the search term. So lexicographically basically means to order elements or maybe strings or whatever based on their character sequence, which means we are going to compare a word character by character, left to right. Okay, so if we have a username called Bagzo, we will start from the first one and compare all this to the right, then compare and see if we find something exactly like that in the database. So that is basically what this is going to do. Okay, so we compare whatever the username is with whatever the user has typed into the search. Does that make sense, guys? So after you have done that, that is pretty much it. So now you can add in whatever you want here. If you want full name, you can still do that. If you want username, you can still do that. It's up to you what you want to do. Okay. And I also want to add another one. So I also want to say where username is less than or equal to the normalized search term. Then let's add one more thing over here. Plus, then I'm going to say slash. Let's add a slash UTF UF8FF. So what does this mean? So what we're doing here now is matching usernames that are lexicographically less than or equal to the search term plus a special character. So whenever we pass this in, that means a special character might be appended. So let's say that a user searched for Bagzo and maybe added an exclamation mark or something. Then we don't want to actually throw an error. We want to see if a user with the name Bagzo with an exclamation mark, which is a special character, exists in the database. So that is basically what we are doing. Okay. And after we have done this, let's get back to our code. Now, let's go ahead and execute the query to get the results of a particular search that we have made. Okay. So how do we do this? We need to get out of the query. So get out of the query and you need to create a new query snapshot. So query snapshot should be equal to our weight. And we say get docs, then passing Q in there. So we are getting docs. Okay, let me make sure that I am importing get docs. So get docs coming from Firebase, Firestore, and we pass in this query here. So again, what we did over here was just execute the query and we got all the results as a snapshot. Okay, and we're now storing it in this query snapshots variable. Let's create a new array that will store found users. It should be an empty array. So I'll just say found users should be equal to an empty array. And then we need to say query snapshots dot for each. And what do we want to do? I'll pass in doc over here as a parameter, and it's a for each, which means it's a function, right? So all we just need to do is say found users dot push, and what do we want to push? Doc dot data. So let me explain what's going on. What we did over here was just loop through all the elements that we have in the query snapshot. Remember, it's stored in documents, okay? Then over here, what we did is for each of the documents, which is for each over here, for each of the documents that we have in the snapshot, we push the user data, like their full name, their username and everything. We push it into this founded user array. Okay. And after we are done with all that, let's now go ahead and update the users. So we will say set users to the founded user, rather found users, not founded users. Good. And after we've found some users, we need to check for something. If found user, let's write a conditional statement here and say if found users dot length is equal to 0. That means we didn't actually find any user. So what we just need to say is alert no users found. So no users found. Very good. Then in the catch over here, we just log this. And that is pretty much it, guys. That is basically everything that we want. So one thing that I would recommend we do is just log users. So somewhere down here, you could just go ahead and do console.log users. So let's get back here and see what we have. Everything seems to look good. Open this up. Then I'm opening up my console just to make sure that right now set users is 0, as you can see. But then let's try searching for a user. Let's look at our database to know what we have. So we have this user with the username of my god. So over here, I'm gonna say my god, and we search for this. Okay, reference DB is not defined. Let's go ahead and import DB, guys. This DB here, say DB, and that should be coming from Firebase/Firebase. Good. Now let's search for this again and see what we will get. Reference where is not defined. That's very nice. So let's go ahead and import where from Firebase Firestore. Very good. And let's see what could we be missing again. Let's go ahead and run this so we see what we are missing. Okay, now can you see we seem to have one user coming in here. As you can see, this is the user email, full name, image, UID, and username. Very good. So guys, our search feature is now working perfectly well. All we need to do is this. In the list, do you remember the list where we actually have the user, which is here? We now need to actually run a loop here right now. So we need to say users.map, and in here you could just pass in user as a parameter to represent each and every one of the user that will be in the array. Then paste this down here. Now let's see what we have. Oh, we say the user is not defined. Users.map, we pass in the user over here. Okay, good. That was taking some time to reload, but it's done now. So guys, when we search for this, we shouldn't see anything here. But when we search for my god, now we should be able to see something show up. Here you go. Can you see? Which means we found one user. Let's go ahead and change up their informations. For example, instead of chat freak user, we could say user dot full name. Or rather, the full name should be like this. Okay. And let's see what we have. See, Montana Buck. And also for this one, you could say user dot username. And also for the image, you will say user dot image. But if user dot image doesn't exist, please show the default avatar so that we don't break our program. Here you go. We now have two users coming in. That is pretty much it, guys. Let's see if we have other users that have the okay. Let's get back here and search for Q, just the letter Q, and hit enter. Now we should see 3 users coming in because each and every one of those users here has Q in their username. Now I'm doing that because I want to show you guys that we still need a styling to space this out. So over here, I will highly recommend that you add a margin bottom of 3 so that you space it out a little bit. Let's see what we have. So margin bottom of 3 did not work. What's going on? Margin bottom 3. Let me see what's happened. It didn't work for some reason. So let's say padding bottom 3. What's going on? Are you sure my let me confirm that my code is actually running as expected. Yes, my code is running as expected because the shadow got removed, but my padding here seems not to be working. So let me go through my code again. We have flex, we have item stats, gap 3, padding 2. How about we make this padding 3 just to confirm that our code is working? Yep, our code is definitely working. Margin bottom 3 is supposed to work over here. There you go, it's working. Very good. So this is what I wanted, guys. Now we've been able to complete the feature to actually search for a user. Now what we want to do is in this div over here, we need to add an onClick event in this div. So on click of that user that we want to search, we need to perform an operation. So the very first thing we want to do is console.log user so that we can confirm if we are getting the particular user that we click on. So if we click on any of this user now, see, we are able to get Kiona Kona. When we click on this, you can get Taisha, host, and so on. Very, very good. So guys, using this now, we want to be able to create a new function called the stats chat function. So it's quite simple. Don't get confused about it, okay? all I want you to do is scroll all the way to the top. And in the search modal, I want you to add something called a stats chart. So now this is kind of like a prop drilling that will be passed from the chart list. Remember that over here in the chart list, we called the search modal here. In the future, there's going to be a function down here to start a new chart. And that function to start a new chart will be passed in here in the search modal. Does that make sense? So back to the search modal, take this stats chart and we need to put it in here where we are logging this user. So just say stats chart and then pass in user. As simple as that, guys. And as soon as we click on a particular user, go ahead and close the modal. So close modal. Because whenever you search for a user and click on the user, the normal thing is to close the modal and then open up the chart, right? So whenever we click on this, we close the modal and we open up, oh, stats chart is not a function. Okay, so what's going on? Okay, we are getting stats chart is not a function because in the chart list, we are supposed to define that function here. So we're supposed to say const stats chart should be equal to a function, or we're going to have an error. So this function should just alert something like chart started. Chart started. And remember that the search modal is expecting that stats chart to be passed to it. So we will need to take stats chart and put it here in the search modal. Over here in the search modal, it's called stats chart. So we need to say stats chart here. Stats chart should be equal to this stats chart function here. So it should be equal to this. Very good, guys. So now when we get back here, click on this. See, charts started. And when you click on that, it closes the modal. That is pretty much it. We are done with searching for users. Let's now go ahead and work with actually starting a new chart. So starting a new chart is going to be very fun. That is when we now have to automatically show up a new charts instance over here and then fetch the messages that we've had with that user. And then we can also send a message to that user. Does that make sense? So that is what we'll be working on in the next one, which is the chat box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to my TWS and I'm just going to mark searching users as completed because we are done with that. And we're 93% in all the way to the last one. So in this one now, we just need to listen for messages. And after that, we need to go ahead and actually fetch these messages. Oh, this is supposed to be for... Oh, my bad. This isn't supposed to be in ChatList.jsx. It's supposed to be in ChatBox.jsx, okay? And after we have done this, we then need to create this function to send a new message. And in the return template, we do this thing over here. And finally, in the Firebase, we need to create a new send message function to actually send a message in the Firebase database. So the very first thing I want us to do is get back to our code, ChatList.jsx. And in the chat list, we need to pass something in here. But before we even do any of this, all this is supposed to start from the app.jsx. So in the app.jsx, that is where we need to create something called a selected user. Now, what is this? This is the logic I actually came up with for the chat application. When we actually select a user, when we search for a user and click on the user that we want to chat, we want to be able to keep track of the user that we have selected or that we currently selected. So for us to do that, we need a way to store this user in the state and pass it down to all the components that we need it. For example, the chat list, the chat box, and the, okay, I would have said the search user model, but we don't actually need to pass it into the search model. But for now, when we select a user, we need to pass that user to the chat list and also to the chat box. Now, how do we do this? To do it, it's quite simple. In the app.jsx, all you need to do is create a new state and we will call the state selected user. So selected user, and we also need to set selected user. So set selected user, just like that. And now this should be a use state that is going to hold a value of null. By default, when a user opens up their chatting application, any user shouldn't be selected by default, right? But when a user actually search for a particular user and then click on the user, it should now be selected. So guys, we need to get down to the chat list and pass selected user as a prop. So we will say selected user, taking this and putting it over here. And then we need to also do the same thing for the chat box. Very good. So this is a source of truth for us where we know that, okay, in the app.jsx, we are handling passing the selected user to the chat list and also to the chat box. Very good. And now all we just need to do is get into the chat list and make sure that we bring that in here. So we get down here and we pass in the selected user. Whoops. Well, I believe it should be like this. Selected user. Good. So when you've done this for the chat list, what we now need to do is go ahead and pass it into this place where we created the start chat function. So we need to say set selected user. Oh, I think we passed in the wrong thing. So in the app.jsx, we're supposed to pass in the set selected user instead. So in the app.jsx, for the chat list, it should be set selected user. And for the chat box, it should be selected user. Please don't mix that up. So now in the chat list, we are bringing in the set selected user. And over here, we say set selected user should be what? The actual user that has logged in. So let's see how this is actually going to work. Okay, this user here, we don't have any current user. So please make sure that the start chat function has a parameter of user here. Okay, don't worry, let me explain what's going on here. All right, so let me go through what's happening over here because I know that you might be a little bit lost. Now, in the app.jsx, we need a way to actually know the user that has been selected. And we just created the state over here. This one is selected user and also the state setter, which is the set selected user. The states just hold a null value. Now, we will be selecting users from the chat list, right? And the users that we'll be selecting from the chat list will be viewing their chat in the chat box. So the chat box, it only makes sense that it holds the selected user, where the chat list holds the set selected user, because in the chat list, we'll be able to click on a particular user that we want to select. So that is why we are passing the state that is going to set the selected user. And in the chat box, we'll review or we will show the user that has been selected. That is why we are passing in the selected user prop in the chat box. You might be asking, why are we doing this in app.jsx? Well, we just needed a place where we can do it, which is like the main source of truth or the central area where we can pass these two things into the chat list and the chat box. So that is why I just decided to do it in the app.jsx. Now, starting with the chat list, since we passed in the set selected user in the chat list, we just imported it over here, or we called it into the function and created a very simple function here that when called, if we pass in a user to the start chat, it will immediately pass in the selected user to the state. Does that make sense? So with all this now, let's try something out. So you can see that in the search modal here, we are passing in start chat. So that is why in the search modal over here where we have the start chat, we passed in user. Because remember, the start chat function that we have over here in the chat list must always take in a user parameter. So guys, I want you to just know that all these are actually nested. That is why if you don't understand the React basics, you don't know how this works, okay? So all these are nested, passing in data from the app.jsx into the chat list, into the search modal, and going backward again is something that you need to understand to know how all this works. So with this now, if you get into the chat box, so let's get into the chat box, and over here in the chat box, we need to bring in the selected user. Remember, in the app.jsx, the selected user was passed into the chat box. So that is why we now need to bring it in here, like this, selected user. So guys, what will happen now is this. Over here that we have chat freak user, we can now say something like selected user dot full name. Selected user dot full name. But if selected user does not exist, that is only when I want to show the chat freak user. And the same thing, I want to do it for the username also. So do the same thing here. So that should be selected user dot username. And if it doesn't exist, just make the username to be chat freak. Very good. Same thing should also happen for image. We should have selected user dot image. But if image doesn't exist, we show the default avatar. Very good, guys. So now let's try this out. So when we get back here, click on this, search for a user by typing in anything you want. In this case, I'm just going to say Q. And now when we select any of this user here, take note of this chat freak user that's showing up here in the chat box. Take note of the name over here. As soon as you click on this, you can see that it immediately assigns that name over here with the chat's username. Does any of this make sense? That means you can search for a user. Remember the my god user. So I'm going to search for that user. Oops, I think I removed it. Here's the user. As soon as you click, this Austin should change to Montana. Now you can see Montana Borky. Now what's going to happen is we now need a way to actually fetch the chats that we've had with that particular user. So how do we do that? Now that is where working on the chat box comes to play. So back to your code, back to chat box. Now we need to perform some operations over here. The very first thing we need is a way to actually listen for messages that we've had with the user. But I was thinking of something. Instead of us to start listening for messages that don't exist yet, how about we send messages instead? Does that make sense? If you agree with me, let's go ahead and send messages. So for us to actually send messages, it's not that difficult, but I wouldn't say it's also as simple as. So let's get back to Firebase.js, and just down here, we need to create a new function called send message. So export const send message. Export const send message should be equal to async, and this async will take in a couple of parameters like the actual message text that we will be sending, and what is the chat ID so that we know where to save the chat's data, and also who is the user one, which is the logged in. Oh, I think I missed this chat ID. Okay, who is the user one, which is the logged in user, who is the user two, which is the selected user that we are about to chat. Very good. After we have done all this, let's go ahead and initialize the chat reference of the chats collection. So I'll say const chats reference should be equal to, then we say doc, and we need to import that. It's not imported already. Then we need to call db, and we want to get the chats, okay? And make sure that you're passing the chat ID to it. So now this is something that's very unique. Passing in chat ID means that we want to get a particular chat in the list of all the chats collection that we have. Okay, so we are kind of like filtering the list down to just one particular chat. And after you have done that, we need to go and fetch the full user object. So currently user one and user two just holds only IDs of users. Using those IDs, we need to be able to actually fetch the complete user object, like their full name, their image, their username, and so on. So for that, define a new variable called user1document or user1doc, and then you need to await because we'll be making a call using getDoc. So we want to make a call to what? Firstly, call the doc over here, which is documents. We want to retrieve one document from the database, and the document is in the users collection, and the ID of the documents that we are looking for is the user one. That is basically what this line of code we do. Duplicate this and change user one doc to user two doc, and change user one here to user two, and we should be done. That is pretty much it. I think I missed the arrow over here, so please add the arrow. Okay. So after we have done this, if you want, you could go ahead and console.log user one and user two. So you could say console.log, and you can say user one doc and console.log user two doc, and that's about it. Now let's also go ahead and query the chats document based on this chats reference that we have over here. So how do we do it? It's quite simple. Let's just go ahead and say chats documents const chats documents or chats doc should be equal to await, and we want to get a particular document, which is getDoc, and we want to get the chart reference. So this chart reference here. So what we are doing is getting all the documents for the charts that we have in the database. Okay. So we fetch the charts document from the charts collection based on the charts ID that we added over here. Very good. So now the charts doc is holding all the charts documents. Now we want to do something, which is check. If the charts document does not exist, then we go ahead and return something. If it exists, we return something. So if not charts doc, so if not charts doc dot exists, which means it doesn't exist, then what do we want to do? So if the charts document doesn't exist, let's go ahead and create a new charts document. So we just need to say await, then call set doc. And then if you don't have set doc imported, please make sure that you're importing it over here in the Firebase Firestore. Okay. So you can see I've imported it already. Now I need to pass in the charts reference over here that we are looking to create a message for. And after you've passed in the charts reference, all we need to do is give a comma over there. And then I need to create a new braces just like this. And down here, we need to write some message, write some code. You can see that over here, my GitHub Copilot is already suggesting some of the codes that I am likely to pass in here. Yep, in a way, it's a little bit correct, but to some extent, it's not really correct. So I'm going to fix some things up. Now over here, you can see that this is showing Lou message square text, which is very wrong. I think we actually mistakenly changed some things over there. And this one is supposed to be chart ID. Yeah, so some things actually wasn't right over there. Very good. So down here, we need to pass in some code. Now, the very first thing that we need will be users. So who are the users that will be interacting here? Now, we could say user doc, then grab the user data like this. So you can see how our GitHub Copilot is suggesting this for us. Well, we could do this, or we could do it some other way. So to do it the other way, all you need to do is say const user1 data should be equal to user1 doc dot data, and then do the same thing for user2 doc dot data like this. So here, users will be user1 data, and this other one will be user2 data. So please change this 2 to 1, and that is pretty much it. That is just what you want to do. Okay, this way that you can see how we passed in those two users. That is what came about. We having two users over here with an ID, two users, and then we have last message, timestamp, and last message. So that is the next thing that we need to do now. Back to the Firebase. After the users, the next thing we need is the last message. So the last message is going to be what? Message text. And then we also need the last message timestamp. So last message timestamp should be what? Instead of passing a new date, what we want to use is the server timestamp, which Firebase actually gives to us. So we import server timestamp, okay? And make sure that you're also importing the server timestamp from Firebase Firestore. Very good. When you have done that, write an else statement in case the charts already exist. If it already exists, we don't want to create new users. We just want to pass in only the last message and the last message timestamp in here. And guys, we should be done. So when you have done these two things, let me see. I think, we need to take this and put it here. Just remove the users. But instead of calling this one set doc, it should be update doc. Very good. And updates doc takes in charts ref. Last message should be message text. Last message timestamp should be server timestamp, and we are done. So the last two things that we need to do is go ahead and define a new reference for the messages. Remember, for each chart data here, we have a messages sub collection, which means for each chart that two users are having, there will be a sub collection for it. So how do we create the sub collection, which is a list of all the messages that are in the particular chart? For that, say const, then message ref or messages ref, and this should be equal to collection, and then we pass in DB, and then we call the charts, and then chart ID and messages. Very good. So what this means is, hey, in the charts, for any particular chart ID, please, we want to have a new sub collection of messages. Okay. And all we just need to do now is go ahead and create a new message in that new messages reference. So this is just the way that you could use to create a new modal. And what you're about to do next is the way that we could use to add new message to the new sub collection that we created. So over here now, all we just need to say is await. And this time around, we want to add doc. Okay. So make sure that you are importing add doc from Firestore, Firebase, and then pass in your message ref. And we then need to go ahead and pass in some things like the text. So what is the message text? The message text is actually the last message text that we had. Who is going to be the sender of this message? The sender of the message should be auth.currentuser.email, and timestamp is going to be what? Server timestamp. Oops, that's not it, but there's very good server timestamp. Okay, in case you're recommending how am I getting the code suggestions that is helping me write the codes faster, it's GitHub Copilot. Okay, so make sure to download the extension, or you should be here by default. Very, 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 very good. We're done, guys. Now, all we just need to do is use the send message in the chat box. So please come into your chat box, and this is where we will do most of the work. And after this, I assure you that we should be done. Okay. So, yep, let's look at everything that we need and that we have to do. Good. So over here at the top, let's compile some data. So I'm firstly going to say const chat ID. Remember that we need a chat ID that we will pass in whenever we want to send a new message. If you have forgotten so quickly, remember that here in the Firebase, send message function requires a chat ID, a user1, a user2, and a message text. So we need to create all this data before we start passing them into the function. So in fact, if you don't want to start with chat ID, you can start with the message text. So you can say message text and also send. Oh yeah, I already have that over here. Good. That was an oversight. Okay. So since we already have that, let's go ahead and get the chat ID. So please, I want you to follow along. It might be a little bit confusing, but don't worry, I'm going to take you through the steps. So now all we just need to say is auth.currentuser.id. So auth.currentuser.uid. Please, if you don't have auth, make sure that you are importing auth. Okay. Auth is what we created in the Firebase Firestore, rather in the Firebase.js. Okay. So auth.currentuser.uid. So after saying auth.currentuser.uid, we need to go ahead and sort the chat ID lexicographically. Remember what I explained this to be in a way that we could use to actually sort things in order. And what we're trying to say over here is if the current user UID is less than the selected user use ID, or you can see that this is suggesting some code for us already. It's almost correct, but no, I'm not going to work with that. So if it is less than selected user dot UID, then what do we want to do? In this case, create a backtick over here like this. And in the backtick, you want to go ahead and create a new JavaScript variable like this. And then in here, what we're going to say is auth.currentuser.uid. Very good. And we're actually trying to construct the chat ID over here. So we say dash, and the next one that we need is going to be the selected user. That should be selected user with an uppercase dot UID. Very good. And after that, say or if auth.currentUserID is less than the selected user ID, which is a lexicographical sorting, what we are trying to do here is firstly pass in this chat ID that looks like this, or then we flip it around. So this time around, we say something like, let me make sure to pass in my backtick. And this time around, we say something like selected user.uid, selected user.uid. Oh, we could just complete this now. As you can see, it's not that long. So we just flip it around. Okay. And after you have done that, that's pretty much what we want to do. let's get user 1 and user 2. So const user 1 should be equal to auth dot current user like this. Whoops, not that. And also const user 2 should be equal to the selected user. Good. Now remember the email. Do we have it? Sender email. I believe we created sender email in the past one. Here you go. So here, sender email, instead of it being this dummy email that we have over here, guys, we will now finally change this to auth.current-user.email like this. And we are done. So you can now see how we are now dynamically getting this, right? So after we have done this, that is about it. That's pretty much what we want to do. So the next thing that we just need to do now is go ahead and create a new function that is going to help us actually send a message. So how do we do this? Let's scroll all the way to our handle send message function. And as you can see over here, we have already created some things. Yeah. So all we just need to do is down here, call the send message function that we created in the Firebase/Firebase.js. Make sure you're importing that. And then you need to go ahead and pass in this. The message text states the chat ID that we constructed, the user 1, the user 2, and we are done. Then over here, we optimistically send a message. And also here, we clear the send message text input. And that is pretty much it, guys. So let's go ahead and try this out. And if we have any error, we get started fixing them. Okay, so it seems like my tabs actually closed up. Let me open this again. Coming over to localhost, and let's get back to Firebase console so that we can see how our charts gets created. Seems my TWS also closed up. I will quickly open that up also. So let me hop over to my history and quickly open that up. So you can see that over here, our Firebase has opened. So I'll just open up my chat app again. And this also seems to have opened up. And I'm getting back to the chat box because that's where we were working. All right. So let's wait for our Firebase to open up, and I'm more interested in the database. So I'll just open up my Firestore database and let's see what we have. All right. We just have only the users right now. Let's go ahead and log in here in our React application. So let's see what's going on. Why isn't it showing up the login page? Let's check out our console. Are we missing anything? There must be an error. That is why this isn't working. So there seems to be an error in chat box line 12. Let's see. So in chat box line 12, whoops, here we need to say auth. Please add in this optional chaining so that your program does not break when the auth has not yet been set. Okay, so always make sure that you're adding optional chaining here, and anywhere else that you think you might actually need optional chaining. Okay, before the dots, optional chaining are very important. All right, let's see what we have. Let's see if this issue has been fixed. You can reload your page. Sometimes you actually need to manually reload your page to sync everything together and just to make sure that you don't have any bug. Okay, yep, we seem to have another issue in line 12. Let's view this. Here. We added add an optional chain in here too. I think we missed that. Let's see what we have. Good. So now this is working well. Very good. We are logged in. So now all we just need to do is try sending a new message to a user. So I'm going to search for a new user. I'm just going to say my GUD, and there you go. That's the user. We've selected this user now, and let's say, hey dear, trying to send a new message to them. I'm going to send this, and immediately I think we already have a bug. So let's see. Yep, we already have a bug, and as you can see, we are even sending empty messages. So we need to fix this to make sure that we are not able to send empty messages. Okay. So there is an n index of is not a function at send message line 37. So let's get back to Firebase line 37 and see what we have. Okay, so here, an error seems to be coming up from here. So let's see what's going on. All right, guys, quickly glancing at this error, I think this error that we're getting over here is due to the fact that something that we are sending might actually not be a string, and hence Firestore is actually trying to interpret it in some other way. So I guess this is where debugging comes in. So we need to log some things and see what's going on. So let's console.log. So console.log. We will be starting with the chat ID. So we start with the chat ID, and then we duplicate this and in two more places so that I can also log the user 1 and the user 2. So user 1 and user 2. Good. So now here is how the chat ID actually looks. Okay, very good. Here is user 1, here is user 2. If we say user1.email, what is going to happen? So user1.email, does it actually get the user email? Yes, it does get the user email. That's very good. That's very good. And the chat ID seems to be a string also. For us to check if it's actually a string, let's go ahead and create a new type of chat ID. And let's see what it is. See, it's actually a string. See, it's a string. So it shouldn't be causing an issue for us. Okay, let's try out something again. My God. And I will say, hey, or whatever we want to pass in as a message. And we are actively still getting this error. So let's see what's going on.
All right, guys. So I had to actually quickly look at this. And I noticed immediately that I am missing something in the send message. So the send message here in the Firebase, it requires an ID for you to be able to fetch a particular user from the database, just the way this one requires a chat ID for it to fetch a user from the chats database. But here, we are passing in user 1 and user 2, right? But then if you take a close look at the chat box where we actually called the send message, here we are just passing in user 1 and user 2, which makes absolutely no sense. We are supposed to actually see user1.uid because it needs the UID to be able to identify what user wants to send the message and what user will be the recipient. So let's try this out again, and if we have any error, we fix it. So we send the message, and okay, I think we now have a new message showing up over here. There you go, guys. Can you see? Hey, showed up there, and we have a new chat. Very good. So with this now, don't expect this to still be here, okay? This is definitely gonna leave because we are not listening for messages yet. But then if you come over here now to the database and reload this, let's see if it's now creating the new chats collection for us and storing the message. Of course, I think it should be doing that already, but you know, let's just confirm if it's actually doing that. All right, there you go. Can you see we now have a new chat collection? And in here, let me show you how it's been structured. See, we now have a chat. Here is the last message, hey. Here is the last message timestamp. Here are the two users that are involved in this chat, which is Bagzo and Montana. And you can see all the messages that will be sent here in a sub collection. Firstly, the only message that we have right now is hey. Does this make sense, guys? So this is pretty much everything that we have for now. Good. I want to fix this up. If there is no image, I don't want it to break and show this. So let's go ahead and fix that up. So all we need to do is get back to the chat list and get down to let's make sure that we are importing default avatar. Then get back to where we are looping. And instead of showing user image like this, say if user image does not exist, please show the default avatar like this so that we don't break the code. Now let's see how this is going to look. This should look better now. There you go. See, it's looking good. All right, that is it. We are done with sending message. Sending message is actually working as expected. Let's change up this user info here, and we should be done with the chat list. Then we finish up listing out messages, and we should be done with this tutorial. Well, it's actually a very long tutorial. So all we need to do for this one is actually get the current logged in user. And how do we do this? So we just need to say const user and also set user. And we need to say this should be equal to use state. And then we just pass in null for now. So user, set user, null. I don't think we had this somewhere else. So for now, the error that it's showing
Don't mind that. After some time, I think it should resolve. There you go. So let's go ahead and actually get the user. So using the use effects hook, we want to go ahead. Let me make sure that we are arranging this. Guys, hold on. Here is how the use effects looks. Then let's create a function in here. Okay, so I'm trying to create a function right now. And then in this function, also we pass in the dependency array. Now in this function, we just need to say, hey, set user to auth.user. So all we need to do is say set user, and then we need to say auth.current user. But please make sure that you're importing auth, okay? If you're not importing auth, there's going to be a problem. So you say auth.current user. Very good. So right now you could say current user dot full name. So you could say user dot full name, and let's see what we have. So let's see if this is working. Okay, we can't see any user over here. Let's make sure that set user to this. User is null by default. Okay, just hold on. I'm trying to see what we have over here. I want to make sure that this user object here holds the full name, because if it doesn't, it's not going to work. So let's console.log user. So console.log, and I'm trying to log the user right now. Let's see what we have for the user. So here is the user. It shows null. Oh, that was logged in number 16. So number 16 here shows just this object. Very good. How about we say user.email? I believe it should show the user email now. Yeah, you can see it's showing the user email as Bagzo. How about we say user.full name? I don't think it's going to show the user full name. That is because it doesn't exist. See, undefined. So we need a way to actually get this user info, like the actual user info, and display it. So how do we do this? So it's actually not difficult. Let's get back to the use state, and we need to write a very simple line over here. All we need to do is say const, then user document ref should be equal to doc. So we want to get a particular doc for a user. So make sure that you're importing doc if it's not already imported. And here we pass in db users, then auth.currentUser.uid. Very good. So what you're trying to do now is fetch one user that exists in the collection of the users. And after we have done that, let's remove this over here. And the next thing we want to do is just go ahead and actually set the user. So you can see that it's suggesting a snapshot on subscribe for us. You should do this actually. Const on subscribe should be equal to on snapshot. Then we call the user docref and grab just one data, setting it to the user over here. And the final thing that we need to do is just go ahead and return the unsubscribe. So we return unsubscribe, and that should be it. So let's see how this works, or if we have an issue. Oh, DB is not defined. Please make sure that you're importing DB alongside the auth from the Firebase.js file. Okay, let's see what we have. It says on snapshot is not defined. Please make sure that you're importing this also. Let's not miss that, okay? So importing on snapshots, and I think that's about it. We shouldn't be missing anything else again. Let's get back here and see what we have. There you go. You can see Emily Jackson is coming in, and let's reload this page and see what we have. So we reload and see Emily Jackson coming in perfectly well. Good, guys. That is pretty much it. So let's get back here, down here. If this user full name doesn't exist, please say chat freak user. Now I want to do exactly the same thing for the username down here. So I'm gonna say user.username, or just say chat freak. Very good. There you go, Bagzo. So everything is beginning to come in perfectly well. This is working well. And we have all this. So guys, one more thing I want to show is this. If we don't have any selected user, I don't want to show a chat over here. Let's show something like a simple page. Okay. So how do we do this? Back to the chat box, we need to write a very simple line of code. And I think in less than 15 minutes, we should be done with this tutorial. Okay. So all the way down here, we need to actually write a very simple line of code for the sections. So we need to actually conditionally show chat messages. So if selected user actually exists, then we want to show this section down here. Let me minimize this, okay? So if selected user exists, that is only, and please make sure that you're wrapping this in a React fragment, okay? So if selected user exists, we show this. If selected user does not exist, then let me show you what I want to do. Then we show this other section over here. Very simple, very simple. So see, when we don't have any selected user, we are not showing anything, okay? We're just showing an empty section that will say something like, welcome to ChatFreak. But then again, I think we need this. Please take this and get down here and put it as the class. Or if you don't want to do that, let's just style it our own way, okay? So let's style the section. I hope you're following along. And I'm going to say H screen width should be 100%. And let's give it a background color of E5, E5, F6F, E5, F6, F3. But if you're not adding a hash, that's not going to work. So hash. Okay, let me see what we have. Good. So you can see this is what we have. I'm going to close this up now. And all we just need to put in this section should be some simple things. Firstly, I need a div over here. This div is going to have a flex. But before we even do this, let me just get down here and create a class. I'm going to say flex dash cool justify dash center. And then we need to say items dash center. And I want the height to be 100 viewport height so that it knows how to get and put items at the middle of the page. Now I need our logo. So image here should be logo. And remember that this logo is supposed to be in the chat box. So let's get the logo. Where is it? Oh, my bad. Logo is supposed to be in the nav links here, logo. So I'm bringing that logo into the chat box, okay? And then pasting it down here. So take this logo and put it in here. And we'll get back here, see what we have. Good. Now we are trying to replicate how the original one actually looks. Let's start this and we should be done. So just give it a width of 100 and it should become a little bit smaller than this. And I think I need two more things. A H1 tag that's going to say something like welcome to ChatFreak. So welcome to ChatFreak, and also a P tag. And also a P tag that's going to say something like connects and chats with friends easily. Okay, let's say easily, securely, fast, and free. Very good. And there you go. This is what we have. Let's style this and we should be done. So I'm going to say class text dash 30px, and then we also need to say font dash bold and text dash teal 700, and then empty 5. Good. So you should see it should look something like this now. I really love that. And let's also style the P tag. We need to give it a text gray 500. And we should be done. So you should get a little bit darker. That is pretty much it, guys. Now, whenever we click on the charts, that is only when we want to show a chart show up here. Okay, that's only when we want to see those chat messages show up. But as soon as we load the page, this is what we'll have by default. Okay, so everything is coming together and I'm quite happy with the way everything is looking. So getting to the last thing, let's get back to the chat list again. As you can see, we are now shuffling between the chat list and also the chat box. Take start chat here, and I want you to put it where we are actually looping through the messages. So you see this div over here. I want you to give this div an on-click listener and create a function in here. Hopefully you now know how to create functions like this and say start chat and then pass in this user in here and save your code. So yep, that is about it. That is pretty much it. So now when you click on this, see, it loads up a new message. Very good. But when you reload the page, it won't show up anything. So guys, the very, very last thing on our list is to listen for messages and actually fetch messages. And after that, we are done. We are very much done. So to do that, let's get back to our code, Firebase.js, and create the very last function, which is going to be export const listen for messages. Now, this one is just going to need the chat ID and also a set messages state for it to be able to know how to set messages that will be used in the chat box. And after we have done this, let's go ahead and actually reference the messages collection in a specific chat. You can see that it's already recommending some code for us, but don't worry, I already have a better solution for this than what it's recommending for us. So we're going to say chat ref should be equal to collection. And yup, this is correct. We need to fetch the chats and all the messages that are related to a particular chat. Okay. And after you have done that, we need to say on snapshots. So on snapshots, if you haven't imported that, import it. Okay. Then you need to pass in the chat reference and then define a function in here. So we define a function like this. And also break that apart. So in this function, you need to create a new parameter called snapshots. And let's go ahead and write a logic for this function. We just need to say const messages should be equal to, for each message that we have here. So I'm going to say snapshots.docs. Okay, just say snapshots.docs.map. Now I want to map through all the messages that we have in this particular doc or in this particular snapshot. So we just need to say doc.data and also make sure that you're initializing it. Okay. And just below the messages, you need to say set message is to messages. So let me explain what's going on. Firstly, we defined a function to listen for messages in a specific chat. And after that, we went ahead and referenced the messages collection that is inside a specific chat. Because for each chat, we have a message sub-collection in there. Do you remember? Now, what we did was reference that particular messages. Then after that, we went ahead and listened for a real-time update in the messages collection. And after we did that, we basically converted the list of documents into an array so that we can map through them. And finally, we went ahead and updated the state with a new list of messages. That is what we did over here. And after we have done this, let's get back to the chat box. And instead of setting messages like this, we need to set message in a more unique way that's going to work for us. So all we need to do is change it up a little bit. And what we need to say is, instead of this, I'm going to call the listing for messages. I'm actually waiting for it to automatically import so that I don't have to do that by myself. But well, I guess I have to do it by myself. So we import listing for messages, pass in this chat ID that we generated over here, and pass in the set messages state, and that should be it. One last thing is this. I only want the messages state to change whenever the chat ID changes. Okay, that is why we are updating the dependency array. And after you've done that, let's see what we have. There you go. We only have hey showing up over here. Now we can say how are you? How are you? And send this. See, how are you? Showing up down here. Oops, we have an issue. Let's see what's going on, guys. This is actually very nice. So as soon as we send a message, we get an issue. It's saying cannot read properties of null, reading seconds. Seconds. Oh, I get what's going on. Please add optional chaining here. Okay. So here, 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 and also here and here. Optional chaining is very important. Now it's happening because as soon as you send a message, maybe it's still trying to actually process the timing and everything. And our application is already requesting for seconds. It's not waiting to check if seconds has been made available for it before it requests. That is why it's breaking our code, okay? So please add seconds there. And here seems to be okay. I think I'm okay with that. So let's select a new chat again. Select this chat. See, how are you? Please, let's talk when you're online. And then you can send this. See? Please, let's talk when you're online. And there you go. Please, let's talk when you're online. Very good. Now let's go ahead and log into another user and see how it's all going to work. Currently, this is Emily Jackson, which is Bagzo, chatting with Montana Boki. So we need to log into Montana Boki's account and know how this is going to work for her. Okay. I want to see what my default password is, so I know how to log in. Okay, my default password is testing321 from fake filler. So now I'm going to open up a new incognito mode, come over to localhosts and log in with those new informations. Montana Boki, let's go ahead and get her informations. I need her email address and I believe I can only get that from here. So let me search till we get Montana Boki's email. And there you go. It's this one. I'm going to copy that and put it in here. And all we just need to do is go ahead and log in. And let's see. There you go. So let me reload this page. Hold on. Good. I'm reloading this page, but something is wrong. It's not supposed to show Montana Boki here. It's supposed to show Emily Jackson, but it still keeps showing Montana Boki, which doesn't make any sense. Right? Yep, it doesn't make any sense. That is why we can't even see any message. So let's go ahead and fix that. Definitely, there should be a fix for it. So let's see what's going on. Oh, I see what's going on now. Very good. So you can see that over here, we are still manually passing in bagzo@mailnator.com. We now need to dynamically pass this in by saying auth.current user email, and let's make sure that auth is imported over here. Good. Auth is imported. Save your code. Let's get back here. See, Emily Jackson. So now when we click on Emily Jackson, can you see the messages show up here? Now if you say, yo, I'm online, and I want us to pad between this one here and this one. So this is Montana Boki chatting Emily Jackson. So as soon as we send this message here, see how it's going to appear here in real time. There you go. Yo, I'm online. And that is pretty much it, guys. Everything is working perfectly well. If you're encountering any issue, if there is a bug that you've discovered, let me know in the comment section and we will actually go ahead and create follow-up tutorials to fix bugs, okay? And I would highly recommend that you join our private dev mentorship, where you get unlimited and instant access, where you get premium access to instructors. You can start a chat, video call, and also you can start voice calls with instructors if you're having any issue, and we'll be more than happy to help you out. Also, some of the updates here might be going live on our private groups, on our private projects groups. So I highly recommend that you join Desphixs mentorship, okay? That is where we'll be pushing out most of the updates. But for now, that is pretty much it. Let me know what projects you want to see next. Let me know what help you might need. So for now, that is pretty much it, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. We've been able to create a fully functional chatting application, integrating everything that a chat application should have from I wouldn't say from A to Z, because for you to actually build a full chatting application like Facebook, it takes a lot of team, a lot of developers. It takes hundreds of hours to get things to be actually complete and work as expected. But just in a few days, we're able to whip this up. And I believe that there are a lot of updates, a lot of features, a lot of things that should be added to this to make it the perfect chatting application. But for now, you can host this and you can start chatting with your friends, and it should work perfectly well for you. For now, that is pretty much it. In the next one, we'll get started with deployment and we should be done with the tutorial. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. If there is something that you don't understand, let me know and I'll be more than happy to help you out. Also, again, join our private dev mentorship. We'll be there to help you out if you have any issue, any question, any query, if you're looking for career advice or just anything in general, just to make sure that you're moving ahead and progressing in your coding journey. That is going to be it. I'll see you in the next video where we'll get started hosting this so that we can get a link and give it to our friends. Until then, mad love. Peace out. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another video in the React Chat app using Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll go ahead and test our application using Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool. That is what we'll be doing. Hopefully you will enjoy the video and learn something new in this one. So without any further ado, let's get started. So this will be very quick and straight to the point. The very first thing that you need is Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool. So this link over here will be in the description below, or you could easily type this into your browser and probably it should prompt you to log in or create an account if you don't have. Hopefully you followed along when we downloaded the materials and performed all the operation for coding, and now we are done with the project. So the next thing we want to do is go ahead and upload our code. So all you're going to do is come over here, hit upload code, and then you need to go ahead and select the challenge for which you want the code or the project to be verified and graded. So we will just come over here and select this one called Real-Time Chatting Application. So after selecting the challenge, go ahead and select the language that you used. So over here, I'm going to select JavaScript, and the framework. Please make sure that you select the exact framework that you used over here. And then I'm going to select React. Now, the next thing is to provide the GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket repo. It must either be GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket, okay? So any of those three. Now, I'm going to provide the GitHub repo over here. So I'm going to take this and then paste it over here. And if we are to submit this code right now, it will return back an error for us saying that this repo is private, which means it can't be accessed. So make sure that whenever you want to submit a code, that the repo is public. So what I'm going to do now is just go ahead and turn this repo from private to public. So after getting to the settings page, I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom and then change the visibility to public. And I just need to accept all this prompts over here. And after that, I will go ahead and put in my security key, and I'm quickly going to scan my fingerprints over here so that I can authenticate GitHub. So now it's been verified and I'm done. All right. So now this should be public and not private. So let's confirm here. You can now see public. So all you just need to do is get back here and submit this code. And there you go. Submission received. We are verifying it. So usually, depending on the traffic and how many projects that needs to be validated, this can take anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. And when it's done, you'll receive an email notifying you that your results are ready. And you can see over here, we keep track of when it was submitted, the language that was used, the framework, the repository, and also our grade over here. We can see that the status is pending review, not graded yet, no gems was awarded, and no remarks yet. So all we just need to do is sit back and wait while the tests actually run. And after some time, we'll get back and see what's going to happen. So you could either occasionally refresh this if you want. That is, if you want to see if there is a new change here, or you could just forget about this and receive an email when the update has been made and when the project has been graded. I hope that makes sense. So all I'm just going to do now is hold on, sit back and allow it to be validated. And I'll get back to you when it's done. All right, guys, I just received an email and it's been over 4 to 5 minutes, I think. So our tests seems to be ready, or our results rather seems to be ready. So let's just go ahead and hit the refresh button over here. And there you go. Everything is in. Good. I think we passed on our first try. That is very nice. But we got 80% over here instead of 100. So let's see what's going on. Now, for you to see what's going on, just click on the remark and here is your remark over here. So let's go through this. All right, here is our results. Overall, the project has been executed very well, and I'm happy to say that everything works seamlessly. Well, I think that is why we actually passed, because if for any reason something isn't working as expected, I mean something major isn't working as expected, then you're not going to pass. You're going to get a low mark, and this will be marked as failed. Okay. All right, let's continue the review. The functionality is on point with a clear adherence to code convention and a great level of cleanliness. Well, this was why when we were writing the code, we made sure that everything sits where they're supposed to be. And we made sure that things like variables, functions, and all naming were perfectly created as they're supposed to be. Okay, I believe that's why we actually got this remark over here. That's very good. The code is well organized, good, and it's clear that attention was paid to structure and maintainability. Well, that is why when we started this project, I made sure that we had folders like components, utils, and we had files where they are supposed to be, and not just having the whole file spilled all over the places. I believe that is why we actually also got this review over here that say that it's clear that attention was paid to structure and maintainability. However, there is an opportunity to improve in terms of code comments. Okay, so what's the problem? While it's great to see comments being used, we should aim to remove any that aren't essential for documentation purposes to keep things neat. Oh, I get it. That is because if you can remember, there are some places in the code where we just commented out some block of codes and we didn't get back to remove those comments. We were debugging and trying to fix things, but then we commented out some codes trying to see if something is going to work or not. At the end of the day, we fixed the issues, but then we didn't clean up the code to remove comments that are not for documentation purposes. So that is why we got this over here. Well, I see one of the reasons why we got 80% now. Okay, let's continue. When it comes to creativity, the current design and functionality are solid. Well, that's the most important thing. Our design and functionality are all working as expected. But then there's potential to push it even forward. Adding a few sleek features like integrating emojis, enhancing image uploads, or incorporating text editing could really elevate the user experience. It's all about adding those small touches that makes a difference. I get it though. So yeah, we didn't integrate emojis and all the sleek features. Well, that is because I say that this is a project that will evolve, right? This is the first version of the project. In the next version, we'll get started working with other sleek features. In fact, I don't just want to stop at emojis and image upload and things like that. I actually want to turn it into a full-blown social media application like Facebook or even Instagram. So that is what we'll get started working on in the version 2 of this project. Okay, so whatever projects we'll be working on, we won't just create the project and forget about it. We'll make sure that we take it to the end. Okay, so in a very short time, we'll get started working with other sleek features that should be integrated. Well, I believe that's why we got 80%. So let's continue and see what we have. One thing that needs attention is the nav links components. There are, what's the problem with the nav links? There are some dead links that either needs to be fixed or marked as null, especially since they are not being used at the moment. Oh, do you remember the nav links that we had? We had things like gear icons, user icons, chat icons, and things like that. But we didn't make use of most of them. We only used the power icon that is used for logging out. I don't know if you remember. Let me quickly show you. Okay, I just quickly logged in. Do you remember those links over here? This one, this, and this. Well, we didn't actually make use of those links. Well, they're just here to make the application look good. The only one that we worked with was this one. So in the tutorial, I said that as we move on in the future, we will make all these links to be active so that we can view things like notifications or view our saved files and notes. We also have an AI feature over here. Maybe you can chat with an AI, just like Meta AI for WhatsApp and Facebook. And we can also have a contact list and maybe a chat list or featured chat session. So things like that. All this over here are just features in progress, okay? We mainly focused on the core chatting functionality in this project, where you can quickly create an account, register, log in, log out, search for new users. So if you try searching for a user, let me say maybe Bagzo, B-A-X, you can see we search for users. We can start a new chat. We can actually open up a chat like this. We can send messages like this. So these are all the things that we focused on in this tutorial. Again, moving forward, we'll make sure that we'll turn this into a full-blown social media application, just like Facebook or Instagram. So I believe that is why we got this review over here that says that we should either mark it as null, especially since they are not being used. Okay, so I had to quickly explain what's going on so that we can understand how the grading system works and what it looks out for. Okay, so let's continue. Overall impression. This is a great project and it's clear that a lot of effort has been put into its development. Well, yep. As you can see, I think it's over 6 hours worth of hands-on coding and testing. Well, a lot of effort was actually put into it and you've done an excellent job. Well, that is very nice and I'm happy to get that review.
Just a few minor tweaks and additional features could take this project from good to great. Keep up the great work. So that is why we got 80% over here. Very good, guys. You can see how the Desphixs coding project, you can see how the Desphixs coding challenge actually works. Very good. It takes you step by step to what you want. If for any reason we failed this test over here, all we just need to do is go ahead and resubmit. There is going to be a button for you to retest the code. So after you've made your changes, push to GitHub, then you just need to get back here and click on the button that's going to say retest. And after that, you will get another grade, another mark, and your score will keep increasing and increasing and increasing till you actually pass the project. When you pass the project, you get awarded these gems over here. These gems can be used to start a new chat session, video call, or voice message with instructors in the dev mentorship. These gems can also be used to participate in practice tests, Q&A quizzes, and a lot more. So they are very, very important, and you should make sure that you are aiming to get a lot of them, okay? So you get gems based on how functional, how clean, and how creative and effective your project is. This will give you more gems. So yep, that is pretty much it. As you can see, this is how we use the Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool. Now you could take many more projects. Let me show you. So I'm quickly going to hop over to my homepage and I'm going to open up the coding challenges. And as you can see over here, we have many projects over here that you can build, and each of those projects can be graded. Okay, so all you just need to do is filter by your stack, full stack, front end, back end, filter by your level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, filter by difficulty, easy, medium, hard, or you could search for any projects that you want. Download the project's materials. After you're done building, submit the project to the Desphixs Coding Challenge Tool and validate your project. And it will immediately give you remarks, feedback, rating, and it will also award you gems if you passed. And that's it. All right. So this is a very great tool that is going to help push you to the wall and get your hands dirty if you're looking to actually start building things on your own and not relying on tutorials. Yep, that is going to be it. Hopefully you enjoyed this video and learned something new. If there is something that I forgot to mention, if there is something that I need to mention, I'm definitely going to make a follow-up tutorial to include that in. Okay, so yep, that is going to be it. I hope to see you in the next one, and until then, mad love, peace out. Hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Destiny from Desphixs, and welcome back to the final video in the React chat application using Firebase and Tailwind CSS. In this one, we'll get started deploying our application to the web so that we can give anyone or our friends the link, and then they can create an account and start chatting using our application. That is what we'll be learning. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and learned something new. So let's get started. So Firebase have got its own self-hosting system, let's use that word, but then I want to make use of Vercel, which is widely recognized and anyone can work with it. So for us to do this, let's just hop over to Vercel, open up vercel.com. So I searched Vercel in my browser and now I'm opening up vercel.com. So all you need to do over here is either log in or sign up a new account if you don't have one yet. I currently have an account, so I will go ahead and log into my account. So as you can see, I've been able to log in and authenticate using GitHub. And you see it's authenticating, and in just a second or two, I should be logged in. There you go. My Vercel has been successfully logged in. Now, all I need to do again is to go ahead and create a GitHub account or log in if you already have an account. I currently have an account on GitHub, so I don't need to log in. I will just hop over to github.com/new to create a new repository. That is just what I need to do. So here, I need to enter a name for my chat application. I'm just going to say chat app. You can see it's available, and then you can make it public, private, depending on what you want. Okay. For now, I'm just going to make this private, and I will go ahead and create a new repository for this. Good. Repository has been created. Let's go ahead and push our code from our local PC onto GitHub. So to do that, open up your code editor. You can close up all the tabs now. We are done. And then I'm going to open up my terminal here. And the very first thing we need to do is go ahead and say git initialize. And before you do this, please make sure that you have installed Git on your system. To install Git, just search for download Git, and follow this link. Let me show you. So follow this downloads link over here and install Git like you install any other software application on your Windows or on your Mac. Okay. And after you have downloaded Git, all we just need to do is go ahead and commit. You
can see that they already gave us some code, some git command walkthrough here, but we can still do without theirs. Okay, this is all I just need. So git init, then let's add all the files that we want to commit to our repository by saying git add, and just give it some time. As you can see, it's done. And we need to connect our GitHub remote repository to our local machine by copying this line of code here and pasting it here, then hit enter on your keyboard, and that has been connected. Then we need to write a commit message to signify what we are working on or where we currently are in the development phase. So we'll say git commit -m, and I will say completed version 1 and hit enter on my keyboard. Now I'm saying completed version 1 because there will be multiple versions of this chat application to make it the best chat application online. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. There was an issue with the commits. It's supposed to be double M, but I just added only one M. I fixed that by adding 2 M's and I hit enter again on my keyboard. And after you have done this, all you just need to do is go ahead and push by saying git push -u origin master. Now this should push your code from your local repository onto GitHub. So let's just give this some time to actually get committed, okay? And in less than 30 seconds, as you can see, it has been committed. So now if you get back here and reload this page, we should be able to see all our code show up here. And that is very, very nice. All right, guys, so with that out of the way, all we just need to do now is hop onto Vercel. I currently have this chat here, but I'm just going to add a new one. So I want to add a new project, and I'm going to add it from GitHub. So just hold on while it loads up my Git, and you can see chat app showing up over here just now. So I'm going to import this one, and actually deploying on Vercel is actually very, very simple and easy. So just name your app. I'm naming mine chat app, and leave everything as it is and just hit deploy. Okay, then you need to give this some time to actually deploy to the web. So just give it some time and watch the deployment process over here. All right, there you go. You can see it says you just deployed a new project to this. Now, if you want, you could go ahead and view this by clicking on this to open it up on a new tab. Just give it some time. Let's see what we have over here. There you go. Our application has been hosted, and you can give your friends this link over here. Do you see how easy it is to actually host something on Vercel? Very simple. In less than 10 minutes, we are done. So you can create a new account. Let's try that out. Trying to create a new account, and there you go. I have a new account, and I can log in if I want. So I could log out rather. I could sign in. Let me try signing in using bagzo@mailnator.com. And I'm going to log in over here. There you go. You can see that it still fetch my current chat. Click on this chat. We can start a new chat. You can say whatever you want over here, and it should still work perfectly well. You can say hi, and you see hi gets sent over there. Very good. It updates here too. You can search for a new user. Let me say Q search. There you go. You can select any of those users that are over here and text them if you want. You could say, hey there, to this new user. Send the message, and so we got an error over here. As you can see, as we tried sending a new message, we got an error, and it's still suggesting that we need to add chaining to some of the seconds that we have here. So we added only chaining to the seconds in the chat box and not the one that we have in the chat list. Okay, so I'm gonna add chaining over here too. And here too, I'm also gonna add some chaining also, and here also I'm gonna add some chaining. And good. So let's see where else we might have some seconds, just to make sure that we don't have any bug. Good. So now I'll test this out before I push to the live server. So I'm gonna search for a new user, say Q, and I'm just trying to start a new chat with a new user. I'm going to say hello, just to make sure that I don't have any bug. See, that's working now. I started a new chat with a new user. Good. Hopefully we don't have any bug now. Let's go ahead and commit back to GitHub. So say git add, and then say git commit -m,
And then all we just need to say over here is fixed seconds bug. Okay. And then we need to say git push -u origin master. Now, pushing this back to GitHub should automatically trigger a new deployment instance on Vercel. But if it doesn't, we need to manually do it by ourselves. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's get back to our dashboard over here and see what's happening. So give it some time and let's see what's going on. Just now, it has been redeployed. Okay, guys, so whenever you commit, it automatically redeploys, okay? I just gave you some time and see, just now it got redeployed. Very good. Let's reload our page one more time and give this some time. It should come in here and you can see we have a new chat with a new user. Let's also trigger another chat with another user that we haven't texted before. I've texted Austin, I've texted Kiona. I haven't texted Taisha. So let's say, hello, Taisha, and send this message. There you go. We don't have any bug. So guys, as you can see, this is how you actually fix the bugs when you get them in deployment and production. So you immediately get back to your code, fix the issue, push it back to GitHub, and it will get updated in your live site. But before you push back to GitHub, please always make sure that you test your code in local development before you push your changes here in the live site. Or else you might push your changes to the live site and it breaks everything. Does that make sense? So with that, we have come to the end of the tutorial. Hopefully there is nothing that I haven't showed you. Hopefully I've showed everything. And just like I've said, this is just the version 1. In the future, a lot more updates will be coming in where we'll work with a lot more features. In fact, we might just, who knows, we might scale this to become a full social media application where you can search for friends, follow friends, view posts, like posts, and perform social media related task and operation. Hopefully you enjoyed the video and the tutorial and learned something new. If you did, I'll highly appreciate it if you drop a like on the video, drop your comments and your reviews in the comment section, and finally drop a subscription to the channel. Check out Desphixs Pro. We have a lot of tools over there that were specially created to help you become the best developer that you can be. And also our personalized learning path is there to help take you from point A to point B in your development journey. Also, our private dev mentorship is there to help you start up a new chat, voice call, or voice message with an instructor whenever you run into issues, whenever you need help, somebody to talk to, or you need an advice. That is basically what Desphixs Pro supports you with a lot more features coming soon. But for now, that is pretty much it. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Hopefully you learned something new. I hope to see you in the next one. And until then, keep coding. Mad love. Peace out.